you. a minute or two late here, but we were making our way down from a fantastic keynote. You're going to hear from Dr. Andrea Matwishin in a bit, but first we're going to recap. If this is your first time to the Ivy Cavalry track, we tend to run a pretty curated experience, a 2-day experience where many of the speeches and guests and discussants are building upon each other for a common theme. So we're gonna, how many of you were here yesterday? Show of hands, okay. How many here, the corollary, who was not here yesterday? Okay, and for those at home on video or streaming, we're gonna do a really quick recap of where we are today, so a tiny bit of summary from yesterday, and then we'll outline what you should see today. So I am Josh Corman. I'm one of the founders of IamTheCavalry.org. We founded right here, upstairs, at BSides Las Vegas in 2013. So give yourselves a round of applause for 11 years of public safety service. All right, that's a long time. Last year, we were at a bit of a crossroads where we said, okay, it's been a decade. In some ways, we exceeded our wildest imagination on making the world a safer place where bits and bytes meet flesh and blood. And the world's getting worse faster. So I posed to the group, to each of you, into our ranks of volunteers across the world, should we end it? Should we transform it into something new? Or should we combine it with other initiatives? And we spent a good chunk of day 2 last year workshopping a few parallel possible futures. I told you all I'd take up to 3 months without working to try to make this hard decision. And 1 year later, those 3 months turned out to be a much harder decision. So a couple things we said yesterday, just as a level set, if you zoom out, even since last year, and you look at our dependence on connected technology, which was growing faster than our ability to secure it, which is how we founded in 2013, I've shifted to a slightly different way of saying this to policymakers, and we're going to have to shift yet again. I'll try to be a little quicker than intended initially, so let me just go to this. What's becoming clear to me is that this isn't just about hacking and cyber. This could be accidents or adversaries, but we are essentially having our neighbors and our communities and AARP and the general public increasingly inheriting our overdependence on undependable things, where even accidents and adversaries can have a profound impact on public safety, economic, and national security. So the issue is we depend upon these things, but they're not dependable. And we're gonna go through an adjustment period where this unwarranted trust on dangerous technology connectivity is exposed us. Now, eventually we're gonna right-size this, and we're gonna have a proportional dependence to dependability. If you saw the Executive Order 14028, it was about, in large part, triggered by a response to SolarWinds, but there's a line in the intro that I'm quite fond of, which says, in the end, the trust we place in our digital infrastructure should be proportional to how trustworthy and transparent that infrastructure is, and to the consequences we will incur if that trust is misplaced. So really this is about balance. Are we over-dependent on undependable things? Are we over-trusting untrustworthy things? And how much harm is this causing? So I hope there's no lies detected when I say to you that when you look at disruptions, not confidentiality, not breached records, but disruptions to lifeline critical infrastructure, we have had more disruptions, larger disruptions, longer disruptions, and more life safety affecting disruptions. Sometimes this is change healthcare, where instead of hacking a single hospital or hospital group, you hack the payment gateway upon which they all depend. And 75% or more of US hospitals and pharmacies are disrupted for months. Right? So that one-to-many, the systemically important entity where we have put more eggs in fewer baskets, amplifying the cost of harm. So sometimes that's an over-concentration of risk problem, not a cyber problem. Sometimes it's too easy to hack these, and sometimes those come together. Now, that was a hack. CrowdStrike was not a hack, and yet it did half a NotPetya of global damage. Right? NotPetya was about 10 billion in initial estimates. This was about 5 billion. So a security product without malicious intent did half the harm of the largest recorded cyber attack from a nation state. So because this overdependence on undependable things, our communities are now noticing these failures. So we've been on the right track for a while. We've been saying a lot of the right things. We've been doing a lot of the right things. The government is catching on too. A lot of people in this room helped cause the Patch Act to pass into law. We celebrated that last year. This requires all FDA-approved medical devices have to be patchable, have to have threat models, have to have a coordinated disclosure program to work with helpful hackers without fear of retribution, have to have machine-generated SBOMs or software bill of materials, have to have a vulnerability management lifecycle program. All net new medical devices are going to be safer than their predecessors going forward. It's just going to take 15 years for us to get rid of the really old bad ones, or longer in the secondary and tertiary markets. So we have this period where we're over-dependent on undependable things. We were prone and we were prey, but we lacked predator activity. Now we're in the messy middle, on the way to some of these positive policy steps and incentive adjustments getting us to a more defensible, dependable future. But in the middle is very, very messy, and it's going to get messier. So part of what we said is that we are over-dependent on undependable things. Last year I floated, maybe we shouldn't try to do everything where bits and bytes meet flesh and blood, but we should focus on the areas that are most acutely harmful to basic human life, the bottom of Maslow's hierarchy. Things like the water you drink, the food you put on your table, the access to timely patient care for emergency care, and power to make society run. So the water, the food, the emergency care, and the power are often owned and operated by target-rich cyber poor. This last mile is neglected. They don't participate in ISACs, they don't participate in sector coordinating councils, they don't know what the 16 sectors are, or CPGs, or NIST, or whatever frameworks. They don't have a single qualified security person on staff, but they're probably providing your family clean drinking water. So we don't want to become preppers, but we're in a very exposed state. David may end the day today talking about victory gardens, so that's a little bit of an Easter egg. But these bottom Maslow's things, the water, the food, the fuel for our cars, our homes, and our supply chains, municipal power, the schools your children attend, federal agencies challenge with state secrets, and timely access to patient care with now proven mortal consequences. So, the other thing I had us reflect on yesterday is we knew during my keynote last year that we had seen out of the 7,000 hospitals that we used to track at the US level across the continental landmass, we knew there were about 7,000, and I saw this study in tracking from rural hospital associations of 200 closures. And now when you talk to policymakers, they say we have 6,000 hospitals. Some of that's mergers and acquisitions, some of that's closures and conversions. But we've lost about 1,000 of the 7,000 across the country. This one depicts 200. Yesterday, both myself and Dr. Christian Nemeth pointed out there's a recent study on the financial solvency of these hospitals. And they expect another 700 plus are either at the risk of immediate closure or at the risk of closure the slightly less urgent. So they don't have money. A typical small, medium rural hospital has 4 to 6 weeks of cash flow on hand in the reserves. 4 to 6 weeks is their maximum contingency plan. And with several hundred ransoms a year, and even if it doesn't hit them, it could hit Change Healthcare, upon which they depend. If a ransom can knock you out for 12 plus weeks or several months, you're not going to survive that. You're either going to close or you're going to be weakened enough to be part of an acquisition. And those acquisitions only let you survive another day to be part of a much larger blast radius where a hack of Ascension Health can hit plural states concurrently. So we're kind of in a death spiral for your ability to get timely access to patient care. And how many of those closures would have happened anyhow? Quite a few. And people like us should maybe try to be a voice of reason to advocate to do better than we have. But how many of them are exacerbated by our insecurity on our connected technology? Now, the reason this got heavy yesterday, and I'm going to ask you once again to get comfortable with discomfort just for one more day in this room. We're going to have 3 uncomfortable conversations. As if this wasn't bad enough, that trajectory line of more disruptions, larger disruptions, longer disruptions, and more life safety disruptions have largely been accidents and financially motivated adversaries. But we knew in January that the top 4 cyber chiefs for US defense, from NSA, FBI, CISA, and Office of the National Cyber Director, in unclassified briefings told Congress of Volt Typhoon an example of what they call pre-positioning, where we have found and evicted Chinese military actors from our own water and wastewater treatment facilities. They're Swiss cheese, so it's not surprising they got in. But unlike a ransom crew, the goal would not be to monetize this access they currently have, but rather to do destructive work. So why 2027? If you haven't seen the hearings, please watch them and educate yourself. We don't want hyperbole, but their leadership has announced publicly they have intentions regarding Taiwan as early as 2027. And part of this campaign is to make sure the US stays out of it. So as a deterrent, or maybe as a warning shot, and a brushback pitch were we to get too involved, but potentially as well to do pretty serious destruction. And if you listen to anything yesterday, we know no water means no hospital. Very quickly. We know our concentration of risk on food supply is affected by these things. So these 4 basic lifelines are more exposed than I'm comfortable with, and more exposed than you should be comfortable with. And whether you think the federal government's going to fix this or not, we don't have a military to defend civilian infrastructure that's prone, nor do we have time in the next 2.5 years to make these things unhackable. But there are things we can do. So whether it's China in 2027, 28, 29, or never, the good news is we have some time, like we did with Y2K, or like we did with the CISA COVID task force. But the bad news is we have 2 other conflicts on the world stage, in Israel, Gaza, and in Ukraine. So whether it's the Russians get pushed into a corner and want to disrupt our fragile infrastructure, Iran, like we saw with Cyber Avengers, or some sort of capability, heck, North Korea, we're in a place where, yes, maybe we have a formidable Roman empire, but whether you attack the city or you attack the aqueducts, you can do some pretty serious cascading harm. And we heard some great things from Dean yesterday about water supply and cascading harm. So we don't always get the time we want and the resources we want, but we do get creative in the crucible of necessity. So whether it's the Apollo 13 true story, not the fictionalized, whether it's what we marshaled for Y2K, a success story, not a false alarm, that was how I started my career. We have a lot of target-rich cyber poor, owners and operators of critical infrastructure in rural America. A lot. They can't just do best practices. So in one of the sessions, I'm going to be joined by an official from the White House Office of National Cyber Director, who was also part of the CISA COVID task force prior to her assignment there. And we did not have 3 years to just implement zero trust or just do best practices. When we found vulnerable weak links in the vaccine supply chains and nitrile gloves and cold chain and cold storage for medical supplies, we had about 3 months. So if you can't do anything for 3 years, what can you do in 3 months? And the answer was a lot. You just have to get really practical. So we'll probably talk about some of these things together in the second block. David Etchu and I gave a talk like this at RSA called Getting Serious. You can watch the recording, and in it we kind of had some haiku about this, but this is mostly aimed at CISOs and corporate to see what assumptions do you have. A lot of people say, well, if we had an act of war, we have insurance for that, and they all forget things like, exclusions for acts of war. So some of our top controls in risk acceptance or risk transfer tend to be the assumptions of insurance and insurability. So if you're in your day jobs and you care about that stuff, go watch that talk. Back to why we're here. Yesterday's thesis was, let's get an update of how much more has happened in the last 12 months since we last gathered here in the desert. So we had an update on food supply, hungry hackers from SIC codes and LP. And they talked about how little flaws can have a pronounced impact on the industry. and how cascading failures on our over-concentration of risk can do so. If you didn't see it, please watch it. That was followed by a fantastic talk by Dean Ford. Are you here? There's Dean. Dean is a water engineer, or an engineer who works in the water and wastewater. He's not a hacker, but he's been coming here now for the 3rd year. He's a treasure, and he's leaned into us, and we've leaned into him, and he helped us understand how vulnerable water is, not just to shutting it off, but maybe doing destructive, long-lasting attacks. And we walked us through some Socratic cascading failure exercises that were mind-blowing. So make sure you get a chance to watch Dean. We then heard from Dr. Christian Nemeth. Quaddy grew up going to HackerCons for the last 20 years, and somewhere in the middle went to med school, and became a physician, and it helped us found cybermedsummit.org, where we do live ER hacking simulations. And now he's working at UCSD on a cyber center and an ARPA-H grant, and he shared how over-dependent we are in clinical care on technology, and there's no going back, but that the trend lines are not good. And a really impassioned and very personal, more personal I've ever seen him yesterday, on where we have found ourselves and what we can do about that. And then lastly, for our 4 updates, we had Dr. Emma Stewart talking about power. Emma's the chief scientist for the grid and a lifelong expert on electricity. And she helped walk us through 2 scenarios and tabletops she's trying to do for national security and national capacity, including a hard reboot of the grid with increasingly connected technology complicating that, called a black start. And we begged her to do her second scenario in the Choose Your Own Adventure, which was essentially a CrowdStrike-like scenario on all the inverters for all solar panels and junctions across the grid. Both of them are pretty terrifying. So with those 4, we got updates of what's happened in the last 12 months, but then we also asked each of them, if you saw a Volt Typhoon-like destructive scenario, what's our tolerance levels to that? So that's what we walked through yesterday. And then I announced a new initiative that I'll try to wrap up. So I had a very hard time making decisions on behalf of a bunch of volunteers. So the cavalry can continue to act independently, but I announced a new project for as of yesterday. So let me tell you quickly about that. Craig Newmark did not know what the cavalry is. Craig Newmark of Craigslist. We met earlier this spring, especially when I was prepping for the Getting Started workshops at the RSA conference. And I'm going to give you the why, the what, the when, the how of this pilot that Craig is funding through IST, the Institute for Security and Technology. So I've accepted to run a project for a 1-year pilot. We hope to extend. And I'll tell you how it was constructed as succinctly as possible. The why, as I started to tell you, we are over-dependent on undependable things, and it's starting to be noticed by our families and our neighbors and our communities, which means we are failing them. It's not entirely our fault, but on our watch, the conversations we've been having in industry have not been enough. The last 5+ years of conversations we've been having that are fruitful with public-private partnerships with the government are not enough, or rather they're going to take longer to manifest the intended yield. And in the meantime, in this messy middle, this overdependence is rearing its ugly head in ways that none of us should be comfortable with. So that's the why we need something new and creative. The what, it's going to be focused on the total project. We focus on the water you drink, the food you put on your table, emergency care and access to it, and power, especially in municipal settings, the last mile. The grids are much more resilient than every individual community in which you live. And we're not just looking at these in silos, we're going to look at the cross-sector dependencies and interdependencies. So failures in any one of them can have ripple effects to all of them. So these basic lifelines are the what. The when, well, we're adding some urgency, whether it's exactly 2027 or just a great catalyst to innovate in, whether it's Volt Typhoon type disruption, more accidents like CrowdStrike. If we have a war, it will be a hybrid war, and we know how vulnerable our infrastructure is. So we're adding essentially a forcing function to see what can we do prior to 2027 and working backwards. And the how, we're gonna have to try some different things. So I'm taking a page. Andrea and I have been talking since even before the cavalry existed, if you saw her fantastic keynote. Cyber terms and even resilience terms, which is the right term of art in our sector for these availability and continued access to lifeline critical infrastructure services. These have no precedence in law, per se. They don't know what resilience is, but they know what safety is. They know what safety engineering is. They know what safety science is. Our neighbors don't know what resilience is, but they know what safety is. You know, when we said we're bits and bytes, meat, flesh, and blood, we were onto something, but we are continuing to workshop and refine our language for average citizens. So in this particular case, we're going to take, given the short time frame and the high consequences, we're going to take a page out of disaster science and natural disasters. And we're going to do what you might do for hurricanes. So a hurricane is a natural disaster, and we might not be able to stop it, and it's going to make landfall, but what we can do is inform, influence, inspire. What we have in our case are not natural disasters, they're unnatural disasters. And it's going to take us a while to work through them. So they're not identical, but in the inform, influence, inspire, the more consequential a thing, the more forthright we have to be. And that doesn't mean talking amongst ourselves, and doesn't mean talking to policymakers. It means talking to the people who will bear the costs of those failures. What that means is, it is a sin to exaggerate, and it's a sin to downplay. So we gotta say what we know, say what we don't know, and level with people so they can make informed risk decisions where they are with what they have. That's the inform. The influence is give them the best possible corrective actions as we can see them with the available time and resources. So ideally, maybe it's not implement zero trust over the next 10 years for your water and waste facility. Maybe it's not shields up. Maybe it's connections down. And maybe if they can't do the ideal risk mitigation, then we give them next best alternatives. And then on the inspire, we're going to have to stay in constant communication and update each other for what's working and what's not working. And encourage that if we stay in tight communication and we act on the best available information, we're going to be okay. So inform, influence, inspire, and learn from disaster management and disaster science. And most importantly, these are not technology issues. These are hearts and minds and awareness issues. So the bulk of this pilot from Craig Newmark at IST that I'm going to lead is a creative arts budget. We're going to do A/B testing to find the love language, to meet people where they are, understand how they talk, understand what they care about, and make sure the way we're approaching them, the language we use, whether it's explainer videos or propaganda from World War II, memes, or reality television shows, we're going to put everything on the table to find a way to reach and inform, influence, inspire the safest possible outcomes for these communities. So this project is not required of cavalry people, but we knew that you would be one of the first and best here at BSides, where it's the protectors and the puzzlers as we gather in the desert. Working title for this project announced yesterday is Undisruptable 27. So in the face of increasing disruptions, more, longer disruptions, larger disruptions, more life safety disruptions, no matter what harms are thrust upon our critical infrastructure for food, water, urgent care, and power, can our communities do the best they can to be undisruptible, or at least less disruptible? So I'm asking each of you to consider what you can do to either help this new mission, but more importantly, get really selfish for a minute. Are you prepared for your household? And I don't mean become a prepper, but it is not a Herculean effort. In the unlikely event of a water landing, we know what to do every time we get on an airplane. In the unlikely event of a water landing. So similarly, if we were to have some disruption, even temporary disruption to the water supply, how have you taken steps in your own household to make sure that you are less of a drain on the community resources that are scarce, and more importantly, that you are willing and able and refreshed to help in the incident response with your natural skills? So if this is interesting to you, there's a Slack group. We're just getting started, and I think there's going to be a lot more resources here. Craig seems very moved. Other philanthropic groups seem very moved. And we recognize we're gradually doing a lot of the right things, including Andrea's proposal for a new regulator of last resort, but there's gonna be a messy middle. So again, we're going from the over-dependence on unavailable things to a maybe more proportional dependence state in the future. The next few years are gonna be bumpy. So we're asking you to simmer in your discomfort today and tomorrow. There'll be 3 uncomfortable conversations. First with Andrea Matuition, building upon her fantastic keynote to show that we have not done a very good job professionalizing, and we've been so anti-professional that if we don't set standards or have normal citizens and municipal leaders know how to spot the helpers, then these get defined for us. So I can't wait to see how provoking that conversation is. The middle uncomfortable conversation will be about time's up. I'll be co-facilitating with White House ONCD for a 2-hour block. I believe they're here in their official capacity to talk through some of the implications of campaigns like Volt Typhoon and making the top 5 list for SC Magazine. We're gonna close out the day with Bo Woods and Carl on wars, rumors of wars, and what we can tangibly do about it through this exercise for the next couple hours. So thank you for being in the room. Thank you for being open-minded. Please be comfortable in your discomfort, because there are things we can do in the next couple of years. We just have to make sure that we're paying attention, trying things, and making sure our communities are as resilient as possible. If your household is okay, perhaps your city can be okay, perhaps your county can be okay, and perhaps we can share successful tabletops, education mechanisms, and tech solutions. And we hope to tease those out through the rest of today. So with that, I'm gonna wrap up, but I look forward to working with you on this new project. Thank you.
For a very interesting and focused discussion with Professor Andrea, who is, well, she's a multitude, but in addition to being a multitude, she is 3 very important things. Number 1, she is a professor, so that means she gets to teach people about things. Number 2, she is an engineer, so that means she understands engineering, not engineering. Not.
I'm a professor in the engineering school.
Profe-
I'm not an engineer.
Okay.
I do not deserve that.
But a lawyer
Lawyer and psychologist.
and psychologist, after which I will need some help. So, please join with me in welcoming Professor Andrea.
Okay. Can you hear me okay? All right. We're going to reconfigure the tech here. How's that? Okay, excellent. So I'm just going to plug this in here to share a few slides, which are intended to just be vaguely conversation guiding, not at all dictatorial of the conversation. And with your permission, I will. That is not the right slide deck. Same thing happened in the other room. Here we go. Yes? I think it's cycling through. This happened in the other room too. Hopefully there will soon be something on the screen. But basically, there we go, okay. So if you were kind enough to come to my keynote, you know that in my list of 4 things that I think inevitably need to happen to advance progress in the next 25 years of the security industry, and the economy to make sure the bad things happen less. One of those items is, as Josh said, to help clarify for people who are not part of this community and who do not possess the sophisticated level of knowledge that all of you do in this room, who is it that they can actually trust on these matters of security and technology safety? The regular folks, the normies, really don't understand what to look for in terms of good sources of advice. They fall victim, increasingly the elderly in particular, fall victim to scams on a regular basis that try to allegedly help them, but they can't really tell. I know from my own parents who are in their 80s, and they're relatively suspicious of all things, to their credit, which is partially how I ended up being who I am. We can give them credit for that. Just because you're paranoid doesn't mean you're not right. They still regularly send me descriptions of phone calls they've gotten, or they send me forwards of communications from their bank, et cetera. And so, okay, and I write back in all caps, do not contact, right? But not everyone has that same access to someone who ostensibly has a relatively good read on whether something is scammy. And so part of building these infrastructures means starting with a trusted kernel of folks who can be an easy focal point of research and connection to build that army of the trusted. And this doesn't mean that one size fits all. This doesn't mean that it needs to be a particular model, and I wouldn't presume to tell the community how to self-organize. But what I can offer, I think, is various different models that different professional organizations, industries, affinity groups have used, and help offer a few of the variables that differ across them. And hopefully that will stimulate some conversation in this room and beyond this room as to where those shared baselines of interest, commonality of concern, overlap in possible steps forward exist, and how that can be taken to some new level. So why do professional organizations get created? So the first is to tell your own story, to brand yourself, to present yourself to the world in the way that you want the world to perceive you. There's a really powerful, so this is the psychologist part of me saying this, it's a really powerful self-actualizing, self-efficacy, and human element to being able to tell the story of who we are as individuals and to change that story across time. So as an indulgence, I'll tell you that the article that I'm finishing right now is basically raising that concern that hyper aggregation, leveraging, and merger of databases paired with body devices that create live feeds are functionally generating this patina of hyper legitimacy for the technology and the data streams that could sit in direct contrast to how the person, the human, wants to tell their own story. That is bad. We need to have the freedom to self-express, to build ourselves into the next generation of self, not be limited with the baggage of the past versions of self that we have worked hard to grow out of. So it's very concerning if we're building a world, and I have not yet fact-checked this, but I did see multiple publications of perhaps not great credibility, so I'd appreciate a fact check if anyone can fact check me on this. I saw an article yesterday that a supermarket chain in Japan was trialing a facial rec body monitoring technology that allegedly was following 450 indicators to standardize the smiling behavior of employees. That's not the world I want to live in. And it's not a world that is compatible, in my understanding, of what the founding generation wanted for this country. So we are reasserting baselines in very sort of boring ways. We're traditionalists in just wanting these things of having spheres of self-expression per the First Amendment, spheres of freedom that are in law, that are enshrined in the Constitution. But when we see technology start to chip away, consciously or unconsciously, I'm not ascribing malicious intent even to any of the companies. It's just things build on each other, and the venture capital ecosystem builds on itself, and the incentives are strong. And so what this group is really key to, and what we all, I think, have a moral obligation to do as people who perhaps understand a little bit more of what's under the hood of our society, is to teach other people in ways they can relate to, and to be the people to help pick up the pieces when things inevitably fall apart in one way or another. So what this effort to self-organize in ways that are constructive in your mind would help, it's preserving that self-narrative professionally for you, but also helping to create those lines of defense organizationally as to the first set of folks to turn to when things are looking bleak. So industries, when they mature, they form professional societies partially for that kind of baseline credibility maintenance, because if everyone is viewed functionally interchangeably on the surface of things, and the normies can't tell people apart as to someone who is highly invested, highly ethical, highly committed to certain guiding principles in never hurting with their special skills, if you can't tell that person apart from someone who is a little more flexible, let's call it, in their ethical compass, then you end up in baselines of not just safety functionally of the systems, but also the emotional safety of the population crumbling, and that's when civil unrest happens. So to preserve quiet, functioning structures in our society, preserve democracy, keep everything just running along, it is very beneficial to lead here, if you're willing, in creating those next generation trusted kernels of experts. So that's the market quality, high trustworthiness point. The other thing that organizations tend to do is they create mentorship networks. They create very structured points of entry for people who want to be like that person when they grow up. And that's part of what this conference is all about. And it already exists, but there are a lot of different possible security roles that come out of this conference. And so the next step when you graduate to being a full professional is to co-mentor each other. So I can tell you that both of my hats, both the lawyer hat and the psychologist hat, we have little friend DAs that we talk about in our peer groups, and that's true in the security community too. But having the ability to formalize some of those groups around the extra credibility of a group saying something about a baseline of ethics or conduct that protects each individual member from some of the individual level consequences, perhaps, if it's an unpopular but correct opinion. There's a benefit to having that buffer, an organizational buffer. But also it lets other people come in and hold themselves to that higher standard. There's a risk of nihilism that creeps in when, in many professions, when junior folks come in and they run into this senior person who is very helpful to them in some ways, but who has seen just a little bit too much and kind of kicks the joy out of them. You have to have a little joy in your life, right? So the primary mentor may not be that joy point, but maybe this organization, however it's crafted, that's most relevant to this person, could offer some of that joy. You know, even good humor on point. You know, the magic XKCD that comes out that's directly speaking to the interests of the group. Little things like that, it just makes people feel not alone. So there's also an interest in protecting shared interests. So let's say that there is a policymaker who is, let's put it charitably, suffering from a fundamental misunderstanding about a key point of interest to your profession, beliefs, shared ethics, etc. Having a formal intervention from a group looks far more impressive, because when the staffer sees that, staffer doesn't know how many people are in that group. Staffer needs to go research and kind of figure it out, but still, that has more of an impact than a single individual voice. Also, depending on how many people there are in a particular group, there are other avenues like targeted lobbying, which unfortunately is a reality in DC. AARP, such good lobbyists. Really good organization that represents people who need to be protected, right? You can also form alliances, and you don't have to pay for the lobbyists, but if you share as an organization values with another organization, they will share their existing lobbyists potentially and resources, right? So there's this possibility for creative bridge building across communities and to then teach each other the language of the community. So the goal is always to speak multiple languages the same way that it is, even if you're in London, certain words are different, right? So if you want to be sure to get a cookie, if you say cookie, you're going to get a very particular thing in London. But if you want, say, more tea cookie kind of thing, you're asking for a biscuit, right? So it's the same idea, slight variation, different people use different words, but you have to understand all those variations, and then you can get in on that precision and you build that shared vocabulary. Organizations working together can do that. But also, you can create community buffers. So I know that there is a concern, especially now with some resets in some companies, with volatility in employment for some folks. So some of the professional and other associations offer shared resources that serve as social buffers too. And this community is one with a history of helping each other. So here's another way that you could create one of those structures to support each other in those times that someone may need a little help. Okay, so that's why it happens. Now I'm going to briefly share a story that if any of you were in my talk last year at DEF CON Policy Village, apologies for the repeat, I'll make this short. Some of you undoubtedly know the history, the success story of Hoover Dam. You visited it, it's an amazing engineering feat, but you may not know what came before. And so here we have the story of the St. Francis Dam, that was very much the vision of one particular guy. And this guy did not take advice, William Mulholland, did not take advice from experts who were warning him about certain design issues. The engineers who were on site working at the St. Francis Dam saw damage, they warned, they were ignored, cracks happened, a flood, at least 500 people were dead or missing initially, the death total kept escalating, and so this dam just was not fit for purpose. It was not suitable in the way that it was ultimately built. Changes happened, and there was a lack of warning and lack of care in the way that the incident was, the way the dam was built, the way the incident was handled, and the standards that had been used all along the way. And so it was this incident, that was very influential in stimulating the creation of engineering professional societies and shared values across engineers. So the formalization of the engineering profession happened partially because of this disaster. And so it was arguably a perfect storm of factors, but we all know that happens, unfortunately, frequently, just slightly different perfect storms. So the point is to have these contingency plans of distributed support not only for yourselves as professionals, but also for society, as Josh was referencing earlier. And there was a formal legal process, and there was a finding of responsibility on the part of Mulholland. So a coroner inquest happened, and there was a determination legally that the construction operation of the dam should never have been left to a single person's judgment. And by having more loud voices, including through associations of professionals weigh in, you help to push back against an imbalance in a policy process in a way that each of us as individuals just doesn't have that same voice amplification. So we got the Code of Engineering Ethics partially because of this incident. Coming to that famous liberal, Richard Nixon, he is to thank for the EPA. And Josh tells this story, I'm sure you've heard it, the Cuyahoga River, with a river literally on fire. And so when we think about the resources that we protect, be they social or individual organizations, when we think about the information, the data, the bits as water, it flows unpredictably, it can cause destruction, it can give life. It's a volatile commodity that can also be tainted, as we know from some of the current challenges with data quality and integrity issues that are showing up in training data sets, right? So things got so bad that ultimately a coalition of grassroots folks got together, multiple coalitions, and some magic individuals who led them, and just kept pushing. And it was the group effort across multiple formal organizations and all of these folks who finally convinced Congress and President Nixon that we can't live in a world where the water is toxic and the air is toxic. Seems kind of intuitive, but this threat to life was nevertheless not a sure thing for remediation. And so the way that Nixon thought about it was as a form of debt. And so this is why I've been framing the conversation around security liability and safety problems as a form of legal tech debt, functionally equivalent to what Nixon saw in this environmental circumstance. So that's how we got the Clean Water Act, the Clean Air Act, and the Cuyahoga River has improved dramatically. And so this is a success story. But the countervailing story is a story of fire. And so we are going to be in a position, and I think we are right now, in making that choice between the Cuyahoga story or this story from Centralia, Pennsylvania, where you had certain engineering projects of a decommissioned coal mine and a city dump, and things were built in a way where they did not play well together. So assuming no intent to hurt anyone on the part of the individual builders, even assuming that within the four corners of their lane, they made no mistakes using state-of-the-art of what existed at the time, an emergent effect resulted in the elimination of that zip code, the whole place being unfit for human life, and with steam coming from underground fires that continue to burn. This is not the only place in the US where underground coal fires are burning uncontrollably, and we're not quite sure what to do about it. So this is a story where we didn't have a happy ending. So sad endings are possible. We have to choose toward the happy, and hence my dumpster fire down the river. So back to the professionalization conversation. Having these vocal focus points of expertise helps to ensure that we head toward the Cuyahoga outcome and away from the Centralia outcome. So let me tell you briefly the story of packages in the US Post Office. So the Post Office goes back all the way to the founding. Ben Franklin, my favorite founder, totally underappreciated. Fun fact, as some of you undoubtedly know, we're on our second constitution. The first one they tried, that's when Ben Franklin was in France. He wasn't around for that one. They messed that one up. Ben Franklin comes back, sits in the room. We've still got our second constitution. Coincidence? I think not. So the post office was a Ben Franklin idea, but they very consciously limited it to the conveyance of mail, so letters, et cetera. They weren't doing packages. They instead allowed for private sector industry around package distribution to flourish. And so there were private sector package conveyors, and they serviced some parts of the country very well. The problem is that they didn't feel like doing that last mile in rural areas because that was more expensive, it was more inconvenient, and they didn't get the same return on investment for that. So the charges for package conveyance were dramatically unaffordable for some members of the public. And it meant that certain kinds of industries couldn't exist, such as catalog sales, which promptly emerged after the post office also started providing package service. So by injecting a government light touch intervention to push private sector competition in ways that benefited the public, you ended up with a more robust ecosystem that allowed for the creation of a whole new generation of businesses around catalog sales. And of course, the catalog sales industry is the low-key predecessor to the internet. And so all of our current wins and losses, I guess, are somewhat attributable to this innovation nudge that came from the public sector, not from private industry, where there was this bottleneck, where there were very clear losers among the public in ways that we looked at and we said, hey, that's not really fair. Everyone should have access to packages. Okay, so this is one of the roles where you again can have a nudge from private sector organizations toward those light touch interventions that will make things better. So the photo on the left is a whole house that was sold by Sears Catalog, and that was shipped through the Postal Service. On the right, we used to ship babies. We don't do that anymore, but that was a thing. So my point is that technologies evolve. Sometimes you're not serving rural communities, sometimes you're shipping houses, sometimes you are temporarily shipping babies, which you rethink and you take a step back. It's okay to have that evolution happen, but the point is to check in and make sure that we are building economies in ways that serve everyone. Okay, so this is where my future homework is, and so maybe I'll come back and chat with you all another time about this. There were three kinds of bottom-up safety efforts that have slightly different histories. The history of ambulance services, the history of fire departments, and the history of police force development. And they all evolved in slightly different ways, but each of them was a grassroots effort where people got together, worked out some kinks, and then ended up formalizing into the structures that we take for granted today. But they weren't a given. Relatively recently in the case of ambulance services. And when you look at, say, Mexico today, you see a stage of competition among private sector ambulance services that for some folks who are coming at this from default of certain transparent ambulance behaviors and expectations that are not quite aligned with what the defaults are in a different context. It can be surprising. So recognizing that we were in that same place not that long ago, I think is useful in demonstrating that evolution bottom up is just as important as evolution top down. So just to wrap up, here are some professions and industries of skill that each have slightly different self-regulatory models. And so we can talk about particular models. BD, stands for broker-dealers. So broker-dealers, investment advisors, both financial services professionals, different models of self-regulation, different duties of care. So when you are stepping into a broader perspective where cosmetologists and tattoo artists are more regulated than the people who are ensuring that our critical infrastructure has trustworthiness in it and is free from major confidentiality, integrity, and availability issues, one might argue that there's kind of an imbalance in oversight, but there are still incidents that happen in cosmetology and tattooing where there is public harm. So it's not to say that that's necessarily in all cases overzealous. Some may be a little overzealous, some may not. But the absence of that second set of eyes, the absence of that public conversation is not the best of all possible worlds. I think we can all agree we don't live in the best of all possible worlds right now. So each of these societies has some of those factors that I mentioned before. Some have insurance programs, some have formal mentorship tracks, some have apprenticeships with very tiered things, some very tiered levels, very tiered skill set acquisition. Some of them have minimum age requirements that are different from others. The actors, the Screen Actors Guild is broken down into various subspecialties that each approach things a little bit differently. But there's a very dramatic discussion in the press of some of the ways that their internal court-like proceedings are carried out in the case of one of their member acting in ways that the guild views as unbecoming of a member of the guild, including in one case, the people in the observing area stood up and turned their back on the member of the guild who had transgressed. And so the sanctions vary. Some of them are symbolic sanctions. Some of them are not symbolic sanctions. Some members can be kicked out of certain organizations relatively easily. Others have different probationary models, but there's a formalization that has evolved across all of these different industries. And there's a comfort, a trustworthiness, and a self-narration and communication power to all of it. So here are some of those variables that I'll just mention for you to all think about, and then I'll ask some probing questions, and I will stop talking. And before I forget, there are a bunch of stickers in the front of the room, so you all obviously have earned a sticker by listening to me talk. So please partake. They have 3 bears on them who are very safe bears. They're wearing helmets and visors as they're working on their laptops, as one should. Okay, so licensing requirements. Probably not something this community is ready for, but just heads up, it's one of those requirements that policymakers are very comfortable with in some ways. So again, some of what this conversation is intended to stimulate, uncomfortably, is getting ahead of the policymakers to write your own story so that they don't try to impose a story on you that might not fit through your eyes. Liability frameworks and how there is a mutual vouching or mutual calling out for egregious misconduct. Professional sanction could be kicking out of the membership organization, could be putting people on probation, could be creating a penalty box of some sort, limiting right to work, limiting right to use certain labels. So realtors are very aggressive about protecting who gets to use the word realtor, to the point where they have had trademark litigation on this point and definitely enforce it zealously if someone who is not a member of their organization is holding themselves out as a realtor. In the case of practicing law, it is illegal, it's a crime to hold yourself out as practicing law unless you have a license, which means that you have completed certain educational requirements in most states and passed an exam. So exams are another piece of this. There are exams that are general, but there are also specialized exams. Think about doctors, right? You're not gonna have a podiatrist show up to do your brain surgery. Why? Because both are different and hard and very different parts of the body. They both have expertise. You may need any of the specialties at any point in time, but the point is you need a fit for circumstance. So the context matters. Character, fitness, that's something that they do a check on when you are sitting for your bar exam, for example. And that may not be something that is viewed the same way in this community, and that's entirely up to you what that means. It may mean just acting in ways that are becoming of the baselines of ethics that are shared. And then reviewing that if there's a report that someone is in. Continuing education requirements exist in many professions, including law. Apprenticeship tracks, degree requirements, which isn't necessarily going to be a thing here, but maybe for some subspecialties, maybe there is a very targeted set of courses that if you are, say, doing nuclear safety engineering that is reliant on high trust software deployment, maybe there will be in 5 years a training program for that the relevant organization will say, hey, everyone who's one of us has gone through that, because this is such a dangerous place to make mistakes. We want to be sure that everyone who bears our brand subscribes to that baseline of care, and we want to offer a way for people who are looking for people with this skill set to be sure that this is a true possessor of that skill set, not someone who had ChatGPT write a resume. So resume lying is a big problem in every profession. And the level of checking, especially in a world where a lot of employers use automated tools, the stakes are really high here. This is not a great place to have a high degree of trust on automated resume checking tools that may or may not map to the ethics that are shared. Malpractice and insurance are also part of some of these organizations. Statements about client engagement and duties of care, professionalism, objectivity, personal references, disclosure of conflicts. Some organizations require a sponsor. For example, to become a member of the Supreme Court Bar, you need to have at least 2 sponsors who are current members of the Supreme Court Bar. So it's a vouching. So you build a network of known individuals that, again, ensure for the higher likelihood, though nothing is foolproof, of course, higher likelihood that there's a shared baseline of values and ethics in the group. And then when you pair that with the mentorship opportunities and the pathways to entry, you can make sure that it's not a case of, oh, we create our little in-group here. No, instead you open it to everyone who is interested and hold out your hand and teach people how to enter. And then you also elevate the most talented, the most committed, and give them that push into success. And we talked about specialization. So these are some of the various different pieces that are used in organizations. Unions have union representatives, for example. They negotiate collectively. That's probably one step more, but there are tech unions that are being formed in various cases. And so there are conversations happening around tech unionization in certain circles. I don't get the sense that that's where we are here, but that's you all, not me. But the point is that collective conversations where there's an entity and a person across the table that come to terms in that discussion and a shared checklist of items for negotiation, that formalization helps to move things along. Okay. So here's my controversial suggestion. Maybe the place to start is through building out a category of chief technology safety officers. So folks who are willing to get together and to say, I've been doing the security thing a long time. Here are the recurring mistakes that keep happening across the places I've worked. Here's how things are falling through the cracks. This officer doesn't talk to this officer. They have their little fiefdoms. They have their budgets. this is what I keep seeing. And so you create a shared sense of community around this notion of the relationship of the organization that you work for to the public. And what that allows for is baseline ethics, having the ability, like lawyers, to say to your bosses, well, I can't do that because that violates my ethical responsibilities as a professional. Do we really want me to put in writing that I have to violate my ethical duties as a professional because you're asking me to do that? That would be really bad in discovery if that comes out when the bad thing that I'm telling you is going to happen actually happens, because we all know I'm right, and you're just trying to game out if you'll be gone to your next job before the bad thing happens, which is of course, sadly, we all know a regular CEO problem, where CEOs are timing their earnouts and their terms of contracts, and sometimes leaving a liability in a closet somewhere under a carpet. Use your own metaphor for hiding things. I was going to use a worse one, but I'm going to try to be nice. And so timing out how long it's going to take for a litigation item to be fully resolved and building in appeal time. If your CEO only has 2 years left on a clock, your appeals for the bad thing will run probably 3 to 5 years. They can run out the clock. And so the CEO may be on to another job, leaving the company holding the bag on whatever mess has resulted. But this could be a type of officer that looks across the organization for these emergent effects, be they operational in terms of conflicting priorities inside the organization or particular officers. Okay, so here are the questions. What are the core shared values internally that you could see people breaking themselves into and ascribing to? What types of subspecialties could there be common ground for in order to generate subsidiary codes of ethics, subsidiary commitments? And how would self-policing work? These are hard. But think about some of the various different models we've talked about. Feel free to ask questions about any of those professions that I listed. Or if you want to tell me what I get wrong about my Bureau of Technology Safety proposal, have at it. And that's all I've got, and I welcome thoughts, questions, discussion. Am I just completely wrong? Yes.
Okay, so we're going to enter into a time of interactivity, and I see one question coming up soon. Yes? All right. Immediately before your question, let us give a round of applause for Professor Andrea. Thank you. Professionalization, certification, verification. Who felt a little bit uncomfortable during this discussion? You can raise your hand. It's okay. It's good. Okay, so let us jump into Q&A.
Great talk. I appreciate it. So for the Chief Technology Safety Officer, I guess looking back at, I guess maybe using history as a guide in terms of like the bridges and dams and things like that, would there need to be agreed upon safety rules or checkboxes or something for tech? 'Cause like sometimes it's hard to imagine, okay, what are the policies or high level things that we look at? Or
so the beauty of approaching this from a self-regulatory organization standpoint is that you don't need to imagine things that aren't there. So if, say, 5 of you get together and say, let's have beverages and tasty food, and let's share war stories about things that we have seen more than once. You create that list of repeating problems, and then you look for the common threads. So I can tell you one thing that I have seen in recurring unfortunate enforcement situations is over-trusting contractors or just having papered over the relationships to make it look like you have all the policies in place, but nobody's actually checking if any of them are enforced. And nobody's actually checking if there are meaningful controls to, say, you know, prevent a lone employee from pushing out a code update that could impact consumers dramatically. I am not referencing anything necessarily in the news. This is a recurring, it really is, it's a recurring problem that I've seen in other contexts. So, you know, that's very efficient, right? So Friday, or maybe you're taking a vacation, so it could be a Monday. I don't want to, you know, reference anything in particular, but the point is there's a timeline that's pushed by something other than quality of the customer's interest, and there is a known way inside the entity, or at least among the contractors, to leverage that gap, and then bad things happen, and you know, maybe there was one person who was supposed to be engaging in oversight but was too busy, or maybe there was no one who was really engaging in oversight, or the oversight needed to be asked for. There are lots of different ways that these things break, but the point is there's a recurring theme there of internal control relationships with verifying the trustworthiness of contractor conduct that could have devastating enterprise implications for an entity, its customers, and the public. And so something around that idea and the relationship of these chief technology safety officers as to how they would look at this, and whether there's maybe a whistleblowing obligation. Maybe to be a member of your organization, you have to promise that if you see a looming disaster coming that could endanger human life, you will whistleblow to your regulators. There are formalized whistleblower programs at the SEC, at the IRS, DOJ has one now. There are going to be more. So that's the example of the kind of shared baseline that is entirely policy neutral, other than valuing human life and valuing truth and not fraud on the market in the way that companies are communicating or organizations are communicating. It could be a nonprofit. It could be a nonprofit that is acting in ways that will inevitably endanger human life, for example, or cause harm, or have other negative outcomes that are not being accurately disclosed in whatever obligations exist at the time, which will be a moving target. But if you set up broad enough principles, you can move with that target, so you don't have to get super specific. Yeah, I don't know which hand is next. Let's go in the corner. Yeah, oh, sorry.
Next one.
Wherever the, I'm just trying to
We're tracking order.
get the room. Are you tracking order? Okay, thanks.
Hey, great talk. Thank you very much. You brought up the professional associations and certifications, that path to professionalization, and I guess based on your perspective, how can this sort of professionalization and standardization resist what I think is a trend in information security towards commoditization of professional standards and membership that we see that is exorbitant, keeps new entrants out, and you know, as speaking as a Canadian, is prohibitively expensive.
Yeah.
And I was wondering if, you know, some of the orgs you looked at had, you know, track records of preventing that from happening, or alternative methods.
Yeah, so some organizations have sort of graduated fees. I'm going to give you one that is sort of a quasi-organization that I just joined. So because I'm writing an article that has Hannah Arendt angle, who was a secret technology theorist, I joined the German Studies Association. And the German Studies Association has an income-based graduated fee structure. So one way that you could create an economic justice component to the structure of the logistics of, say, a nonprofit model, and so the corporate model that you would choose would also be relevant here potentially. And then you could write in your bylaws a blanket prohibition that is a core value of the organization, that the following kinds of behaviors will not happen. And so you get that first set of organizers in place who subscribe to that baseline of principles. And then you have your little group, and this is what you stand for. And if people want to be part of this group, they have to agree that they will also hold these values. And you don't have to sell anything, ever. But it is a formalized mutual support organization. You could view it a little bit like the model that some credit unions, at least back in the day, in immigrant and minority communities used, where it was a community self-help mechanism, and they pooled resources, and it wasn't really about making money for anyone, it was just about helping the community grow together. So you could play with these models in various different ways. Nothing says you have to have an organization whose goal is to make money. And I think there's you can have lots of different organizations. Some of them make money, some of them are about building community, some of them are about preserving certain baseline values. So I think your point is well taken, and I think that economic justice component is really important to consider.
So this one's a bit of a ramble, and I apologize for it, but referencing back to police cameras and the idea of subjective trust is kind of a thing, especially when we get into information security professionals who may or may not be good. And so apologize for reading some of this. I was just jotting down my notes. How does the average citizen know that a cybersecurity person is good? And speaking from a topic they're actually qualified for. So CISSP has become a good coverall, and we've seen professionals who are both great and limited in their understanding. How can we help when we're all acting inconsistently based on the risk appetite of the executives we support?
Yep, so you've highlighted one of the key problems. So one way to approach this would be to find 5 friends and create a very high trust mini organization that stands in contrast to a less focused organization, and get the word out of its existence so that like-minded people can help grow. And then you'll be challenged with this question of how do you ensure the level of people in your organization stays that way. And that's the tough question. So with lawyers, we've been kicking people out the last few years. There have been quite a few disbarments in the news. We do that. Maybe some people would say not quickly enough. But nevertheless, we do kick people out. So that's a value judgment and you can have different tiers of value judgment. So even if you have a very specialized organization, someone could, for example, be excluded from a very specific organization, but still be a member of a general one. It's about shifting expertise rather than claiming expertise in everything. But it's the podiatrist brain surgeon problem, right? So you don't want the podiatrist to offer services in brain surgery because that's going to end badly 9 times out of 10. Let's give some credit to maybe some podiatrists out there who happen to also have that skill set. But you can structure these organizations as narrowly or as broadly as you wish. And there doesn't have to be just one. There doesn't have to be just 2. There can be 14. The point is to have, or more, the point is to have published shared values so that people can see them and see that the people who are a member of this organization subscribe to this list. And if there's an experience where someone who is allegedly subscribing to that list of values, professional behaviors, et cetera, does not act in ways that are consonant, does not perform up to those standards, there's a mechanism of accountability. So for lawyers, you report us to the State Bar Association. At some point, there may be some sort of local or state regulatory structure that evolves. Right now, there isn't really one. So it would be primary reporting to the membership organization to say to, I use the nuclear security experts models, to say to the nuclear security, computer security experts organization, I had a negative experience with person X. Here's exactly what happened. Here's why I believe this was a problem. And then you have a rotating panel of adjudicators for the organization that people elect. Mini democracy. And you have a back and forth. So, as I said, Screen Actors Guild, they actually have fake trials where people present sides. And in union situations, there is union counsel that represents the interests of union members in various circumstances. There are lots of different ways to structure this, but the point is to figure out what works for the particular context that you're embedded in, and to have these external signals and these internal frameworks to create high trustworthiness enclaves of like-minded experts.
All right, I have this gentleman, then Dean, then Christian, but I lost track after that. The good news is we have 40 minutes left, so you're even very patient.
So my concern, you mentioned things like the Bar Association and doctors, and those are, like you said, mandated. My concern about doing things like this is, in order for it to get beyond this, like 5 or 8, like actually grow, there has to be an economic benefit to it. But and how do we get there? I'm concerned, me being a part of this group, saying I'm required to whistleblow. Why would a company hire me if there's not so there's that balance of how do we get from where we are.
So the examples, fair point. So the examples that I used were criminal acts, right? So for a public company that's engaged in known criminality that they may or may not be disclosing in their 10Ks, or in the world where we have reporting requirements for security incidents, which we do, right? So you have a stronger case. You have the wind at your back around ensuring that the disclosures happen. So what you are in this world where, say, and you can have an association without a whistleblowing duty, right? But if you wanted to have a whistleblowing duty, what you could say is, hey, if you get to say in your SEC filings that you have hired someone who has a duty to whistleblow, wow, that's really trustworthy. That's creating the impression to the market that you really care about safety, about technology safety, because you are willing to take feedback constructively from someone inside who's going to push you to do better. And so the organization holds its members to those high standards of doing better. Then the professional members hold their employers to doing better. And there's a mutual reputational win there. So you start with a handful of companies that are maybe friendlies to this organization and to this community, who might be willing to help set that bar and advertise it, push it into the public. I mean, I think especially if you're talking about scenarios where physical harm is likely, if you get to say to the public, we care by putting our money where our mouth is. Our chief technology safety officer has your back, is taking care of you. There's a marketing win there, arguably, and it's something that, if nothing else, a general counsel would say that is a really good fact for the organization in case of an event, that there was someone who was professionally held to a higher standard of care, who was doing their job well, who was watching things, and who didn't catch whatever it was. But look, they're trying. They even had an extra level of demonstrable personnel that had authority. So what I've heard from CISO's time immemorial is that they have the title, but they can't actually do much because they're not listened to inside the organization, right? So this kind of a role would be not limited in those ways. This would be, by design, a role that is a peer. And by having this kind of a role exist, you get to change the power relationship inside the organization away from let's spend all our extra money on marketing to, hey, how about that tech debt that's going to inevitably really hurt someone? Are we doing that? Because we have this consent decree over here that says that we should be doing that. Are we really doing that? Because, you know, I know there's this squabble over here between this department and this department. There's something that's falling through the cracks here. So to be able to have that kind of a structure, I think there's something that could be added, but that's up to you.
Okay, next is Dean, one of the speakers from yesterday, who I believe has some bling on his ring finger, no, his pinky finger. So you are a professional. Yeah, all right, so can you give us a glimpse into a non-hacker example?
I don't know about that. So as a professional engineer licensed in 25 states, which is, it presents its own set of problems. There's a couple of things to think about, and a certified automation professional, which is a member society certification, not a legal certification. There's a lot of nuances to all the words that she's using, so you got to kind of watch these things. The legal terms of duty to care means very specific things in legal frameworks. And then we also have this engineer's ring formed from an accident in Canada where a bridge collapsed because the designers weren't qualified. I'd like you to think about this from a different perspective, though. It's easy to throw up roadblocks and say, you know, this is a terrible idea and this is never going to work for us and it's only going to hurt us. That's the human nature, is to find a negative. The positives in something like this is it protects the profession, right? And it weeds the bad actors out. And yes, there's going to be some financial things that are going to have to be dealt with, but it's also going to provide you, you know, I don't know if anybody in your, is there practitioner's insurance for hackers? Has anybody even tried?
But you could create some.
Exactly. So, you know, for a lot of the work that I do, I call the insurance company up and say, hey, I'm about to do this job. And they're like, eh? But when I call up my professional society and say, hey, I need coverage for this, they're like, oh yeah, is it this or this or this? Fill out this form, here's your coverage. So those are things that, you know, and even sick codes yesterday talking about not willing to sign off on a disclosure, and John Deere wanting stuff and back and forth. A lot of that stuff, the legalities of a lot of the stuff just simply vanish, because you are, first you're going to go through a certification process. To become a legal entity and go through the licensing process is going to take a lot of time. I would also encourage you to do it at the federal level, not at the state level, because then you're going to end up with 50 very different programs. And right now I spend about $10,000 a year maintaining only 25 licenses, and probably about a total of a week's worth of time in all just to fill out an entirely different form that asks all the same information across 25 different states. But to your point, in order for me to practice engineering in a state that I have a project in, that I'm going to get revenue from a client that's based in that state, I have to be licensed. I have a duty to the public to protect the public first. The client is like third down in that list. The public is first. That's part of what the ring is about, is to remind me of that. Not that I need it, I just. But you know, everything that we're talking about today this is great. What kind of some of the stuff Josh and I were talking about was like, how do you get organized? How do you get real, basically, to where you are respected and you're coming out of the shadows, which is, I don't know if you've ever done the marketing research to determine, you know, what's the public think of a hacker. It's probably not good, but it's getting better, and this would be a way to help that. We have the same problem in the automation profession. We did a big study, multi-year study, and we found out two things. The good was nobody knew, or the public didn't have a bad they didn't think badly of us. They didn't, but the bad was they didn't know what the hell we did and how we benefit society. So anyway.
I bet you'd get really positive reviews on market testing technology safety officer.
Depending on, it depends.
Yeah. So I think part of what's challenging with some of the default framings of roles in this industry is that they're just a little weird sounding to people who aren't insiders. So translating the insider knowledge in language, your point's very well taken, to connect with what starts as a communication bridge in instilling confidence and in shifting the default of distrust toward a default of trust, knowing that there's a safety net of professional promises.
Okay, I think the next one's in the back.
We have one over here too.
Oh,
I don't know if there's a mic on that side.
I'll be super quick. All right, so I really like the analogy with the medical specialties. It was a very long time coming from the medical space, and there had to be a very deliberate, over 50-year effort that involves many different levels. So it was, people were calling themselves doctors, and maybe they learned from this person. It was very much the apprenticeship model. It was all that. And then we went to like medical schools. And then we had to credit medical schools and say, these are the standards you have to teach. We want to make that national standards. And then only certain spots. You couldn't make some rogue school, because if you went to that med school, you couldn't get a job or a medical license at the state level. So there was the state regulation of that. Mm-hmm. And then even further than that, say you just had a license, you had to meet all these standards. You still had to go and get a medical specialty from a board organization, right? If you got your medical degree and you want to go practice at a community hospital in a city, if you don't have a medical specialty, you can't. So then it would involve these organizations that would come up that had very high standards. The federal government was subsidizing medical student education and graduate student education. So it was like an alignment of not just the practitioners, but the only reason why your brain surgeon has to go through 20 years of school and 3 different certifications and do maintenance and certification every single year is because the states agreed to regulate it, the federal government agreed to subsidize it, and the most important thing at the end is that insurance companies wouldn't pay for care unless you had someone doing it at that standard. So that alignment took 60 years. And without it, any one of those things, if it didn't happen, we wouldn't have that. So I just would say, and then the last thing I would say is it's like scale, right? We train a shit ton of doctors. We need a lot of medical professionals to do that work. It's an issue almost like chicken or egg thing, right? To get to the momentum that you would need for a certification like this to be widely accepted, standardized, a requirement, you'd have to have a lot of them. And that's going to be a problem as you gain momentum. They can do that at scale for the national healthcare system, but how many of these professionals do we need? Do we need one in every company? Do we need one in every large company? Until I think we could figure out like how many folks could actually step into that role, it'll be really hard to push the standards high if you're only doing this for a handful of folks.
No, that's fair enough. And I mean, for the idea of the chief technology safety officers, I can probably name 20 people off the top of my head that I think would make great technology safety officers. The OG people who've been doing this as long as I have are all a little tired, all a little disgruntled, and they want to have an impact on a broader scale. Or some people have, flipped their company and they're looking for their next act. And maybe they want to just go in and do some policy hacking inside companies by encouraging people to do the right things, and they can just walk away if they feel like it. But in the meantime, maybe they can make the world a little bit better. So, not all doctors are brain surgeons, and estheticians are not brain surgeons. That's a different level and structure. And so it's not necessarily the medical profession structures that work here. So the goal is to think about the various different structures, and that's kind of why I offered this whole list. They all hit different inflection points on each of these different metrics. Some metrics may not apply. Some metrics may apply only to certain subspecialties. But if you're holding yourself out as hyper skilled in a high impact, high mass harm event scenario, circumstance, I would hope that much like the brain surgeon, you would have baseline plus in context. Now, just that context. So I don't want to go to a brain surgeon for my whatever podiatry needs I might have. And so different strokes, different organizations, it's all good. Let it bloom. But I think doing nothing is not the right course of action. That's my big point. Doing nothing, we've done nothing for 25 years here, or very little in the way of organization, other than, in particular, this effort of like-minded folks, which is very important. But I mean in terms of formalizing, normie-facing formalization of more traditional models of self-organization. There's a power in it that has not yet been fully harnessed. And so having the same degree of, I shouldn't say nothing, I don't mean to be harsh, so, having the same degree of variability in quality for certain high-risk situations, that is not a good path forward as the world becomes increasingly interdependent on inadequately resilient, inadequately backed up, fragile technology ecosystems with lots of tech debt. So that's my plea.
Yeah, so some thoughts here and a question for you that I'm very curious about. So several months ago, I had a surgery that pretty complex, took 3 months to recover, still recovering. And in that surgery, board certified surgeon with an anesthetist and all that. We used a robot. I have no idea how good that software quality of that robot was. I have no idea if there's any certifications involved in the software that went into that robot. The results for me were good, but I could see at some point this robot was just doing very complex internal surgery on my pelvic area. One bite of code kind of thing, and bad results would be there. The thing there is that I feel like every society that we talk about was founded in blood. You know, the statement is, you know, every regulation from building on up has been founded in blood. And what I'm very curious about is at what point do you see society coming along and saying, we are going to impose a requirement of a professional certification or a professional organization on this industry, and they better figure their shit out. And the other thing I'd also bring in too is so their imposition of a standard of care, and you better figure your shit out, otherwise you can't hold this office, whatever that office may be. And the second thing is people probably aren't aware of the role of the UN in things. And I don't know if you are aware of UN Resolution 155. But for those of you who aren't, it is uniform provisions concerning the approval of vehicles with regards to cybersecurity and cybersecurity management systems. I work for an automobile company, and that is one of our big things coming up. There's a bunch of other regulations that California, for example, has put in place regarding labeling of batteries. That it's like, if we don't get our shit together, governments are more than happy to impose their shit on our shit. And I'm wondering, like, I don't know if you mentioned the UN stuff. Are you aware of the UN stuff? There's a lot of stuff to be aware of, but I'm wondering if you could talk about the imposition of standards because too much blood has been spilled.
No, so your point's well taken. So one of the reasons why I think we are missing a regulator is precisely for international harmonization issues. So what I've heard from folks who have been at the table negotiating with our peer OECD countries is that we are not necessarily parallel in who we're sending into those negotiations and those conversations. We pick an agency that is something plus tech rather than a technology minister, a technology-focused decision maker, policy lead who has visibility across the economy, who sees how the pieces fit together. And that puts us at a disadvantage. The US, for better or worse, has not been always great about uniformly adopting UN resolutions, but European markets certainly are more proactive about that. And so some of this ends up being a market entry limiting variable that could work as a good nudge toward positive improvements. And the way that we craft our policy should hopefully be aligned with those directions so that as we move in greater public safety standard preservation toward, say, a higher standard in Europe, that we have that runway rather than unwinding conflicts in various different agencies' framing of issues. So unified framing on the federal level around all of technology safety, I think would be incredibly helpful precisely to more readily engage with international policymaking efforts, to open more markets more simply for US companies toward their entry with technology products, and to make foreign purchasers more comfortable with US products. To be able to say, hey, it's functionally interchangeable in safety with your German products, for example, which to my eye, and again, not an automotive engineer by any stretch, to my eye, I think I drive a German car. I trust German automation with my life.
Time check. We are nearing the T-minus 15-minute mark, and I'd like to leave a couple minutes to wrap up. So in the spirit of, we don't always have as much time as we want. Christian just pointed out it took 60 years. We set this 2-day track that we have 2.5 years to at least make ourselves visible to people who need help, that we are the helpful. So to compress how much time we might need versus how much time we might have, I'd encourage, can we try to do like a speed round of get more questions in as we head over to lunch? I know Ray's next, but can people try to do, or do you want a batch of questions that you can?
We should probably do a batch, but I do want to tell one quick story on the point of medical professionalization. In the case of medical standards, there were also riots that happened where literally Alexander Hamilton was holding the door of Columbia's medical school over cadavers being dug up and used. And there are state laws on the point of cadaver use. So there were multiple different context variables that were in play. And some of them are arguably constraining and some of them are arguably facilitating, because if you can create formal pathways, then it might actually solve some problems like the angry mob at the door of the medical school over the cadaver problem.
So you've got a list up here. All my degrees are in engineering, so I got my EIT ring that I don't wear because I don't work that way. And I did pharmaceutical R&D for a bunch of years. So I'm familiar with the idea of licensing. And when I started doing cybersecurity, I was amazed because, you know, people can die. So you've got 20 areas where there is some sort of licensing or certification. When you look at information security, where are we in the life cycle? Once we've diagnosed that we have an illness, how long is it going to take us to recover to the point of other industries?
So I think it depends on which model you want to use.
Well, like he said, it took
So
60 years for
so I
medicine,
think that
and
is,
we're only 25 years of doing...
I think that is the most complex model possible. And for some aspects of security, it may be the best fit. But I think there are other aspects of security that don't require the 60-year cycle. I think there can be a much quicker turnaround with using some of these models. It just depends on which points you have shared interest on in implementing. And that's a question. Oh, yeah. I was thinking like, well, I mean, I don't know if so, I may regret this later. if 10 of you send over a shared list of values, we could probably get something up and running in 6 months, but there's the throwdown for you, there's the challenge. I'll help. I mean, I do have law students that would potentially be helpful, hopefully, at least. But it depends entirely on how sophisticated you want to set the frameworks, what the governance structure is, how you want to run it. And these are a lot of policy decisions that will be a fit for certain contexts and not a fit for other contexts. So lots of moving pieces. So I'm just trying to offer as many moving pieces as I can think of to feed the discussion. Christian, did you have another?
Oh yeah, just real quick. I had this thought about, I know medical, sorry. I know it's incredibly complex, and I'm not going back to this to say that it's always going to be compared to something like a medical specialty, but a lot of the competencies that folks have to do to get certified in a specialty are very objective. It's do 25 gallbladder surgeries with another doctor, and they watch you and they tell you when you suck and when you don't. And then at the end, if you've done 25, that's one of the 160 things you have to do to become a board certified surgeon, right? So one of the things that might be a challenge in this is like the curriculum, but the standardization and how much there's variance, right? Like, what would the competency be for something like that? Have you blown the whistle before? And can you write a good whistleblowing report? Like, how do you communicate to the C-suite this catastrophic tech debt were you good at that, bad at that, or mediocre at it? We'll give you a C at communicating to the C-suite. It's hard when you talk about like competency-based assessments that are objective.
But let me flip that. That's what the organization's for. Hey, members, here's a good form letter to communicate the existence of crippling tech debt that will cause bad things to happen. Hey, membership, here's how you whistleblow. Here's the reference to an attorney that we have hired to work with you to protect your interests throughout your whistleblower process. Hey, membership, here's the insurance provider who's giving our members discounted rates. And so the models, they don't have to be such a trial by fire as they are in law or in medicine. I mean, I'm still blocking out parts of my bar exam because it was that stressful. I remember walking in, I remember having unkind thoughts about someone who was jiggling their leg down the table. I'm still mad at that person. It was very upsetting. And then I remember walking out. So, but that's a trial by fire thing. But like EMTs, it's a different model. And so the skills are slightly different. And I'm still digging into this history, but from what I know of the history, it was working with a smaller set of skills, in particular to help economically empower people who wanted to be productive and didn't necessarily see that pathway. And it was the work of a very small number of people, one doctor in particular who was transformative in that way and wrote the curriculum, et cetera. So I think doctor, EMT, maybe different pieces of security require peering with different kinds of models.
Yeah, so as I understand it, the goal is to make things better, safer, and the organization and guild model essentially is a proactive one where you say, these are the expectations that we have. You have the carrot and the stick. You indemnify the people who satisfy the expectations. You punish those who don't. And the difficulty, of course, as you alluded to, is identifying those expectations, and that is the absolutely most difficult part of this, and it's where we aren't right now. We aren't even able to do reactive well. Proactive is almost impossible, but I think that expecting a small group to organically form those expectations is probably not going to happen, and perhaps a supported effort to develop those expectations is more what we really need.
Okay, challenge accepted. I'll think about that and offer some avenues if people would like guided roundtables, et cetera. I'd be happy to help facilitate that and even feed you.
Thank you for the talk. One thing that I am curious about is your perspective on how this role would interact with like the chief risk officer for an organization, because most organizations of the size that would have or be interested in this kind of role have a chief risk officer, and so how is this role differentiated from it, and how would it interact with that role?
So that's a good question. I think chief risk officer ends up being somewhat idiosyncratically defined across organizations. And so it may be a context-specific determination. Maybe the chief risk officer joins this group and gets certified as this too, and it becomes a hybrid role that is elevated to have enough clout to be able to do that. The question that I would have is, would the chief risk officer have the ability to functionally identify those cross-cutting gaps in internal controls and to say, request or require stopping shipment of unsafe code? So companies vary on that. Even general counsels can't necessarily stop the shipment of unsafe code in a lot of places. And that's been something that's gone back and forth, even in some of the biggest tech companies. And there's also been reversals around whether the security team can stop shipment of unsafe code in some of the biggest tech companies. This is a position that, in my mind, would have that level of authority to say, if we do this, this will end badly. No, we should not do this. Depends on how we build it.
I spent a lot of my career in sort of standards land, and so I really, really loved a lot of what you said here. One of my concerns, and I'm curious what you think the solution is, though, is where there's a big difference in resource availability between the I guess, private sector and whoever's developing the standards, be it government, standards organizations, or these other organizations. You run the risk of, and I can't think the right word except for regulatory capture, but yeah, the equivalent of regulatory capture. Do you have any thoughts for where you've got this big asymmetry in resources, how to address that particular problem?
I think that the starting point is a bottom-up effort of like-minded professionals who get together and say, we all acknowledge there's a problem here. We've all been frustrated in the way these problems have been resolved. There are, from my perspective, there are standards that are good, a good idea. Even basic ISO standards around, say, vulnerability intake and management, that if companies did them, would facilitate the process a lot. And other secure development process standards, et cetera, they're just not being implemented. So maybe the question around adherence to a shared list of recognized standards in the organization as being the bare minimum of what safer product design shipment looks like. That's one thing that the organization could do, but I think it's going to be a bottom-up thing. Since I've already committed, I'm happy to facilitate that with a series of roundtables, and I don't do anything without food, so I'll feed you all. You just have to come up with the standards, and then I'll ask annoying questions, because that's what I do. So I think some of this will organically crystallize as the areas to fight it out, and a neutral arbiter can call the balls and strikes, or whatever metaphor you want to use, on asking the right questions to have people meet in the middle and create that code. And then you've got a little seedling organization that will either grow or won't grow, but you at least are are informing, creating a public-facing document of what your values are and where kind of the stake in the ground is on what you subscribe to.
All right, I'm going to give I saw 3 hands that have not spoken. I'm going to give them 30 seconds each. After all 3, just answer whatever you can, and then I'll wrap us up. Okay.
So I haven't asked for you and those that might create such a professional organization to consider and include a role for those of us who have been practitioners for a long time and are now at a point in our life where we are enjoying the fruits of our labors. We are no longer practicing. But we consider this important enough to expend our own resources to come to week-long security conferences to maintain our certification and still want to contribute.
Sounds like you might be good panel members for an adjudication body.
I'm in quality assurance, which I like to call security adjacent, which means I come to these conferences, get the bejesus scared out of me and then go take that back to my engineers and scare the bejesus out of them. I think having a professional code of technical safety will really help us tell people how we want to be treated, tell people how to interact with us, what they can expect from us, what to come to us with. And that's really going to lay the foundation to start creating these relationships quickly. Having a professional code like this is a shortcut to trust, and that's going to be so important to get adoption. And QA is your allies. Be nice to us. We're here to help.
Hi. One thing I kind of think about a parallel historically that might be worth looking at is the railroad. When it was developed, there was a lot of opportunity created, kind of like as technology progresses, but it wasn't pretty when it started. And there's had to be a lot of safety regulations. It's infrastructure, it's supply chain. It's just kind of I see parallels today. Like if you look back.
Is that it? Those are my three.
Yes, you can synthesize.
So, totally agree with the parallels with railroad. There was also a lot of financial fraud that happened with the railroads that they're still, in some cases, cleaning up a little bit. QA, I'm a big fan. So I had a fascinating conversation with an ex-QA engineer who is now a very high-end chef. And what he told me is that his QA skills are what led him to excel in 3 Michelin star dining situations. So the parallels, I absolutely see them, and I think that the benefit of the safety language is precisely what you said. It's a translatable language across organizations and different communities to build allies who can push together toward a safer public and a better tomorrow.
Fun fact, Chris Wysopal, myself, a bunch of AppSec people all started in QA. So we agree. Because we said this was an uncomfortable conversation, I appreciate everyone leaning into this. This is the start of it, not the end of it. And I'm going to make it a little bit harder in a minute here, because while she's not coming to speak to this specifically, our White House ONCD person helped lead the strategy on workforce expansion. So in your left hand, we're talking about how do we make sure we separate the wheat from the chaff and the more trustworthy, and how do we identify ourselves in a 2.5-year period to be useful to our communities under fire and disruption, which might narrow the field. And in my right hand, we have so many unfilled jobs, and the White House is currently looking for reducing barriers to entry and reducing college degree requirements. I don't think these are inconsistent and incompatible, but it's going to be hard. So it's possible we could bleed some of this conversation over into how the White House is using their workforce development strategy. But this is the time for the hard stuff, guys. When you all you do is look for the low-hanging fruit and the easy stuff, you know what's left? The really, really hard stuff. So we're in the hard stuff adulting place, and I appreciate you stirring the pot
Stirring
here.
the pot a little bit, and I'll stir the pot a little bit more. Think about how much you want to keep it in the community in terms of this first steps of building versus engaging with the policymakers externally on this. My instinct is that maybe, and I'm happy to help, maybe the first cut in an organized way on this stays in community.
Fail small. I do think I can see, I don't know if any of you saw this, but I felt like there were some concentric rings here where maybe the most atomic nugget could be some shared values, and then maybe some stratification. And just to give credit where credit's due, before we launched Eye on the Cavalry at BSides August 1st, 2013, one of our early collaborators, in addition to Andrea, was Tim Krayback in Florida, and he wanted to make a union, like a blue-collar union, and trades and apprenticeship program for pen testing and things like that. So there could be concentric rings, there could be stratification. Don't look for one size fits all, just look for things that can create common cause, common purpose, signal to other stakeholders, and could be built upon later. Thank you for both your keynote this morning and running this difficult conversation. And we'll keep it going, and I hope everyone has a nice lunch and comes back for White House and myself on the next session. Do you want the last word?
Stickers. There are stickers with bears on them. please.
Okay, we're back here.
something spooky to evoke you. I'm just trying to give you something. I'm just trying to give you something spooky to evoke you. I'm just trying to give you something.
Okay, welcome back from lunch. I hope you got some nourishment. Hackers like food. Okay. So hopefully everybody knows me by now, but I'm Josh Corman. I'm going to be helping with this 2-hour block of our second uncomfortable conversation for the day. And joining me, I'm so happy. I couldn't put it on the agenda because I wasn't certain we could pull this off, but we have an official White House Office of National Cyber Director person.
Thank you. Hi, everybody. Appreciate it.
What's your
Yes,
name?
my name is Ayan Issam. I serve as Director of Cyber Workforce with the Office of National Cyber Director. But prior to that, did a short stint at a think tank as an Associate Policy Director for Cyber Policy and Emerging Threats, and several years as a cybersecurity strategist, and having a multitude of roles between special projects in aviation cybersecurity and as well as pandemic response, which we will get into a little bit more also when share a number of our stories when it comes to our time together at CISA. So.
Okay, so I'm going to embarrass you a little bit. The cavalry's been now 11 years, right? You turned 11 years old on August 1st, so if you weren't here in the private meetings, give yourself a happy birthday. One of our major milestones was we got the first congressional delegation to DEF CON, and it was bipartisan. It was Will Hurd of Texas and Jim Langevin of Rhode Island, who is the founder of the Cyber Caucus in the House, and the two of them were very influential on things like Cyberspace Solarium Commission, et cetera. And the person who cut through all that bureaucracy to make sure we could actually get 2 sitting congressmen to DEF CON. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
like, this is never going to happen. And you're like, hold my beer. Okay. So,
bureaucracy hacking is a thing, though.
Yes, yes, yes.
And a much needed skill. So please get yours too.
So we have had several hats we've worn and several forms of collaboration, and I was overjoyed to see how many cavalry-ish people entered the inaugural Office of the National Cyber Director. This is something from the Cyberspace Alarm Commission that the bipartisan commission made a bunch of recommendations and have been advancing the law. And one of the things they put in the law was having a Senate-approved permanent role in the White House to do cyber coordination across the executive branch for strategy, for policy, and really, really, really excited at how many kindred people are in there making sure it gets a solid footing and moves forward. And these people have been coming to HackerCons, participating and advancing our causes for quite some time. So this is going to be a heavy topic. I'm actually was going to pull it up just so I could make sure I remind us how to stay on track, because the one after us sounds similar. So let me pull up what you came here for. So this uncomfortable conversation is called Time's Up. You have 3 years, maybe 3 months, maybe 3 weeks to protect your stuff. What do you do, right? I think we were inspired by some movie, and I forgot which one now. But we're gonna have a focus on really short-term measures that we could use to reduce risk. So yesterday we talked about, in the context of more disruptions, larger disruptions, longer disruptions, more life safety affecting disruptions from accidents and adversaries, from CrowdStrike and criminal ransoms on Change Healthcare for the healthcare space. This is increasingly disrupting our communities and our families. It's not okay. And it's about to get worse. And it's uncomfortable to talk about how it's about to get worse with the advent of hybrid warfare. But when Maya Angelou said, when someone tells you who they are, believe them. And the leader of a superpower has declared intentions regarding Taiwan and marked on the calendar 2027. And as of this January, in declassified briefings to Congress, the 4 heads of cyber for the US, from Christopher Wray from FBI, now moved aside, replaced recently former director of NSA, General Nakasone, Director Easterly of CISA, and your big boss, Harry Coker from the Office of the National Cyber Director, all told Congress about that we have both found and evicted a campaign known as Volt Typhoon from US critical infrastructure. Quite a few of the examples are about water and wastewater. So even before we knew about Volt Typhoon, if you go and watch last year's videos, one of the fantastic ones was you and Spanky, Steve Lazinski. We had updates on those 4 lifeline critical infrastructure sectors of water we drink, the food we put on our table, oil and gas, pipelines / power, let's just call it power, and emergency medicine. And all 4 have been disrupted, and all 4 are going to be increasingly disrupted. And yesterday, we had updates from each of them on what's happened in the last 12 months, but also challenged each of them to say, if you had a destructive attack, not a ransom, not down for 7 days or 7 weeks, but destructive attack, what are the cascading effects on your family, your community, your country? So instead of us just waxing poetic, I wanted, what does the White House think about this? And what was the White House National Cybersecurity Strategy that was published last spring? And how are we doing on it? And what has worked well and what has not worked well? And there'll be certain things an official spokesperson can say, and there are other things that I will say when we reach some of those limits. But let's bring the gravitas appropriate for this. Let's try to have the hard conversation, simmer in that discomfort, and figure out what you can do. So we're gonna look for ways that we can left a boom and right a boom, take reasonable steps to identify and buy down risk. And it might not be shields up and do NIST best practices, it might be connections down, right? If you can't afford to protect it, maybe you can't afford to connect it. And these are not recommendations from the White House, but I think given the finite amount of time we have, less than 2.5 years, it won't be January 1st per se, it could be later, it could be never. It might not be China, it could be Russia, it could be Iran, it could be North Korea. But if there is a conflict, the next conflict will be a hybrid conflict. And we are very prone to disruption. So this is meant to be a discussion. We'll have a couple framing remarks from the White House folks, from me, a little bit of back and forth. And we do have some shared experience as well in that when the pandemic was declared, I got approached by the first director of CISA to be the chief strategist for what became the CISA COVID task force, and we assembled a massively multidisciplinary team of physicians, infectious disease experts, hackers, logistics, supply chain people, quants, data scientists, to try to identify and buy down risk on the nation's hospitals and on the vaccine supply chains associated with Operation Warp Speed. And I had the privilege to have someone I knew and trusted before, already at CISA, willing to do our high side work. And we did not have infinite options on how to protect these soft targets. So we were going to show a few of those things at the right moment on when we didn't have 3 years to harden the targets, we had 3 months. So in this case, 2.5 years is a lot better than 3 months. I'd like to have 10 years, but we have the time that we have, and we can do smart things in different phases as individual citizens for our homes, for our communities, and maybe at the state level. And I want to stay right up front in case this is not clear. I am a really big fan of what the White House is doing, what Congress is doing on cyber, what some of the executive branch is doing. Some are better than others. The recognition of the problem is there. It's bipartisan. It's bicameral in the House, which means, so it's not just executive branch, it's also legislative branch. Bicameral means both the House and the Senate. So it's bipartisan and bicameral, which is super rare. There's some good parts in the White House strategy. There's a lot of execution and accountability for the first time in a strategy. There's a lot of progress being made. All those things are great. And the overwhelming majority of those will not manifest protective benefits in the time horizon we're speaking of. So we have a period where we are over-dependent on undependable things with increasing harm. We have a period where a lot of what your teams are doing are on the right path. We're rebalancing, that we are more proportional in how much dependence we have and how dependable things are. This middle is very, very messy. So I expect the federal government and the central and our allies abroad are going to do the right things and keep doing the right things. And I think we have a role we can play in this messy middle. So any opening salvos from you?
Just to add the fact that, as you mentioned earlier, the need for investments now, we're going to see the benefits not even within a year, hopefully within 2 years' time. It will take work, hard work, and it will take collective effort. And that's the purpose also of the National Cybersecurity Strategy. And then on top of that, the National Cyber Workforce and Education Strategy, because my just quick anecdote and story is that I decided to also take a lot of the experience that I had with training and workforce development, recognizing that I had a sliver of an operational window of working in the vulnerability management side of CISA, and literally getting, like, for the first time ever, learning what burnt out would be for Log4Shell, right? And then the shoe was finally on the other foot to say, oh my gosh, this is what my colleagues are dealing with on the front lines, and to have a greater appreciation of, well, how do we ensure that we have enough folks so we're all fighting the good fight, but also still having a healthy amount of energy to keep doing the good fight. This is a long marathon, and that we still continue to stay passionate with providing the service that we do, regardless of where we are, whether it's on the industry side, academic, or state and local to federal. Like they're different pieces, and as a result, we cannot do this alone. We on the government side may come out with policies that are also informed by all of your work, but it only will be successful if the documents that we're creating and the engagements we're a part of actually help create that trickle-down effect. And if there's that part in the middle that is working, or there's a disconnect, this is where it's helpful to have these conversations in spaces that most of us are typically not at to all engage in. So, yeah.
Mm-hmm. All right, so there's a number of ways we can slice this. We're going to probably, do we have an audio problem? Yes. Okay. We're going to probably put a few primitives out there to seed the conversation, but don't let us talk for too long. We want to start passing the mics. And I don't know if you have a second mic runner, but if someone wants to volunteer to be a second mic runner.
I don't have
You don't have a second mic. Okay, never mind. Okay, so we'll do our best to track the order in which people have comments. One thing we did not do in the last discussion with Andrea was maybe this is too much time in think tank land, but the one finger means I have a new topic, and the two fingers means I'd like to remark on the topic we're currently discussing. So that might allow us to play a little bit of real-time judgment calls on who to call on. And we'd like people to keep the remarks somewhat short so we can get to as many people as possible. We had a significant demand last time. Also, while I'm bringing that up, we talked about professionalization with Andrew Matwishin, and it was less feisty than I expected, but very engaging. And one of the things that I will flag as a piece of tension that you may want to comment on today in our session here, it's not so much about what we can do in the next for critical infrastructure hardening, but it may be about how we best scale the talent we have available. So one of the pieces of tension, if I can put my left hand in my right hand, if we try to professionalize and separate charlatans from, reputable, trustworthy people, not to be gatekeeping, but like it's harder and harder to tell who's living up to a standard of care, like professional engineers or physicians. If we try to professionalize to market signals to the public, how they can trust engagement with us, what they can get from it, how it's in our best interest, that could narrow the field of talent.
Absolutely.
And in our right hand, a lot of the great work done on the Office of National Cyber Director, and you specifically, you and your team specifically, has been on workforce development, how to scale it, and that included recommendations for federal roles to drop the requirement for a 4-year degree. Not to lower quality, but what is the fit for purpose way to take the existing talent pool and maximize it while growing the overall talent pool strategically? So our tactics, could be in tension, but I think smart people can negotiate those tensions well. So perhaps we could get even better lens on that, time permitting, from your published workforce strategy.
Yeah.
Okay, so with that aside, hopefully you guys can pay attention to whose hands come up first and when, if it's one finger or two finger. So the cavalry was focused on everywhere bits and bytes meet flesh and blood, but during my time on the Cisco Task Force together, we realized, wow, there's 16 critical infrastructure sectors, but they're not all equally critical. Financial services does a great job because they got a lot of financial punishment and they adjusted really well, and their public-private partnership is awesome. Department of Energy is got some things done really, really well, have a good public-private partnership on the bulk of power, but maybe not on the small, medium, rural municipals yet, right? Healthcare maybe would be third, but I think healthcare is in very, very bad shape. Very, very bad shape we're focusing more on your privacy than your life, right? We do almost everything for HIPAA, less for patient safety. And that is changing, but it's pretty far behind. But then there's out of these 16 things, when everything's critical, nothing's critical. And one of the things we tried to say is out of the 55 national critical functions across these, some of them are the bottom of Maslow's hierarchy needs. So Angry Birds is IT, which is technically, critical infrastructure, but nobody dies if Angry Birds goes offline. You shut off water for 24, 48 hours, very bad things starts to happen. So with a stratification of Maslow's hierarchy of needs, food, water, shelter, the things that keep us from being Lord of the Flies, last year we started making the pivot with the cavalry, not to exclude the other things, but to highly prioritize what some people call lifeline critical infrastructure. So that's water and wastewater, which is the public-private partnership for that is the EPA, Environmental Protection Agency. Andrew Matwishin pointed out that the burning river in Cuyahoga triggered the Clean Water Act and the formation of the EPA, which had been the newest federal agency until CISA, or this one in between. We are going to talk about EPA, so make sure please remind me.
Yep.
Because this was a great part of the president's national cybersecurity strategy that got rebuffed almost instantly. So the EPA is in charge of the public-private partnership. Dean, our fantastic speaker from yesterday, is in that industry. There's not a lot of trust in the public-private partnership. There's not a lot of traction yet in the public-private partnership, and yet all of us need water. The food supply. You heard yesterday, SIC code says there isn't really an ISAC for food. People disagree about that. There was a special interest group in the IT ISAC, which is a different sector, mostly for consumer packaged goods, which means the factory, like PepsiCo bottles, potato chips, canned things once it hits the factory. But from the farm to the factory, very, very, very little participation. And when we were pointing out to Congress that there is no food ISAC, what would we do if we had actual intelligence to disseminate to key choke points in the hyper concentration of risk across food supply? The IT ISAC just declared themselves a food ISAC. So we have one in name. It has very limited participation so far, and I believe we still need a more comprehensive representational, dedicated ISAC, Information Sharing Analysis Center for Food. And we have had some attacks, and you saw some of that yesterday. If you missed it, go watch Sick Code Slides. There's been a number of ransoms. Some of the more high-profile ones you might have seen could be JBS Meats, which is like north of 30% of meat for the Americas. There was Dole, had some disruption. There was Pilgrim's Pride. There was a shortage during the pandemic. My daughters noticed before I did of cream cheese for a bunch of reasons, including some cyber stuff. Maybe you put this in Food and Ag, maybe you don't, but the baby formula, right? So we have a heavy concentration of risk, increased digitization, increased disruption from accidents and adversaries. So the food supply is not so robust yet. The oil and gas pipelines for Colonial, but let's talk municipal. So Department of Energy is a great sector risk management agency. It works through CSER and other things with their ISAC. They have NERC and FERC. There's a lot of engagement. There's still room to grow there, especially as we've increasingly moved to solar. And if you've heard Dr. Emma Stewart yesterday, she is currently the chief scientist for the grid for Idaho National Labs. And prior to that, she was at NRECA, which is what stands for National Rural Electric Cooperative Association. So all the smalls, all the last mile. And one of the unfortunate side effects of all these solar panels is all of the solar panels, all of the inverters, all of the batteries are made in China. And many of them are beaconing back to China by design. So in the case of conflict, which we hope we don't have, in the unlikely event of a water landing, we do not have alternative suppliers at the moment. So municipal power is a big issue. So we have a big head start in public-private partnerships. Schools have been affected, colleges have been affected, federal agencies have been affected. But back to these lifelines, during the pandemic, my team studied a natural experiment of protracted, pronounced disruption of healthcare delivery in the state of Vermont. And we could see, with another piece of analysis we did, we did some excess death analysis, we could see that in the same state with the same population, adjusting for hospital type and size, the regions affected by ransom achieved these excess death stress levels sooner and stay there longer than their peers in the state. So we can measure minimum, maximum, most likely loss of life connected to the protracted cyber disruption. Dr. Christian DeMath yesterday has published several peer-reviewed journals since then on the blast radius when someone like Scripps goes out, what effect does it have on the community that has to take the overflow? And more recently, he studied shocking survivability rates for heart conditions during a ransom. Shocking. Please watch that tomorrow. But we now know that this is not just about our privacy, this is about worsened outcomes. Delayed, degraded, denied patient care affects mortality rates, especially for time-sensitive conditions like heart, brain, pulmonary, trauma.
I mean, we saw that with the pharmaceutical side of the house with Change Healthcare, and then how that had a trickle-down effect and impacted patients' ability, right, to get life-saving prescriptions and drugs. And this wasn't just through insurers and general providers. This was also impacting veterans who would get their medications through the VA and their downstream sources. So yeah, there's like unforeseen consequences, but that was at least also like one major news story that had like real people, real effects that finally was connecting to the public the severity and seriousness of what a cyber incident could do downstream to the patients.
And I hope to talk a little bit more about healthcare later, but I'm going to do a very quick thing. Because we announced a project yesterday called Undisruptable 27, and if you haven't heard, ask during a question, we'll repeat it. But Undisruptable 27 realizes that we have excluded for too long citizens that bear the brunt of these failures, owners and operators of critical infrastructure that are target rich but cyber poor in these communities, and municipal leadership. We've had a good federal approach and federal strategy, and we've pushed it down. Some of them have pushed back, but we have really excluded the people affected by our cybersecurity failures for too long. So I'm going to show an example of what inspired this project. It's a tiny example that we came up with during the pandemic, but I put some ugly slides to you after the pandemic task force was stood down. I don't think the pandemic's over, no matter what people have said, but here we go. This is a modified version of what's called a Wardley map. Wardley maps are really awesome and really confusing. So I only use the vertical. The horizontal still confounds me. But you basically start with things and what depends on what things and whatnot. So I'm going to make a dependency chain here in their love language, because for many, many years, this group has done really good things with healthcare, but only recently have we started making huge strides, and it was because of this ugly graphic that I'm going to animate. Health delivery organizations, Health and Human Services, which is the sector risk management agency for healthcare and public health in the US, which is 20% of our GDP, and every single one of you needs healthcare. And citizens, we all want the same thing, which is we want to keep people alive, right? Theoretically, that's what we want. Well, one way you keep people alive is carrying capacity regionally. So what is carrying capacity? It's how many patients can you see concurrently, okay? So whenever I would talk to people, even during the pandemic, about the cybersecurity, even during the pandemic, when we had record high ransoms, concurrent ransoms, very disruptive ransoms, when you talk to hospital leadership and you say, we want to give you a couple $1 million to shore this up, like, if you gave us another $1 million, we would apply it to the 3 S's. So their love language is the 3 S's. So what do I mean by that? In a carrying capacity, they talk about space, supplies, and staff. Everything comes down to space, supplies, and staff. So you might think a 100-bed hospital means, because you have 100 beds, means you have 100 beds of carrying capacity. That's not true if you only have 80 staffed beds. And you don't even have 80 staffed beds of capacity if you only have supplies for 60 of those 80 staffed beds. So it's a constant theory of constraints. What's the bottleneck for where do we apply our capital? And at different times throughout the pandemic, different things were stressed to different degrees. So that's what they want to spend money on. They said, if you gave us $1 million, we wouldn't hire a security person. We would hire more nurses. We wouldn't buy an EDR solution. We would buy another ambulance. So they want space, supplies, and staff. Okay. So I modified it in a couple ways, because keeping people alive, we were doing a very bad job at it. At the 1-year mark of the pandemic, when all of you heard on the news that we had 500,000, 500,000 citizens in the US who had perished from COVID, you had also heard that they were mostly 85 years old or older, and mostly with 4 or more comorbidities. So while it was tragic, and these were our grandparents, our parents, our loved ones, a lot of the country was numb to other things and mostly said, yep, people are going to die. What they weren't paying attention to is, on that 1-year mark, my team studied a constantly published piece of performance measurement called excess deaths. So the CDC, Center for Disease Control, tracks excess deaths, which is a running multi-year average of the number of expected deaths versus actual deaths by state, by condition, by month. So if in Nevada you normally have 1,000 heart attacks in the month of August as your running average, it's expected, and you have 1,200, then you have 200 excess deaths. Now, what we noticed in this number of excess deaths, which was a significant number, I think it was 250,000, if I recall, excess deaths in the first year, is that these were not older people. These were primarily, the fastest growing demographic was 25 to 44-year-olds. And you've heard me say this in previous years. These were younger people. Not only younger people, these were critical infrastructure aged workers that did the ports in LA to get our supply chains, that worked in water and wastewater, that worked in factories, that worked truck driving. And as they succumbed to sickness, death, disease, alterations to family support structures, more and more parts of society started to fall apart. And as a hunch, given our work on the Cavalry and Cyber Med Summit, I said, I'll bet you these are heart conditions and pulmonary, where minutes or hours are the difference between life and death. So it's not just keeping people alive. Our hypothesis was this is where minutes matter, hours matter, days matter, heart, brain, pulmonary, and it's true. We're out in the data. So we said to our guidance to hospitals, hey, if you can prioritize the time-sensitive conditions, get rid of elective surgeries that have the potential to put strain on your ICU or intensive care units, please do so. So we tried to say time-sensitive matters. The second thing we started to realize is they didn't care about these disruptions to hospital equipment or hacking or anything like that. But I realized just telling them to care about something that wasn't one of the 3 S's didn't work. And then we talked about medical technology. So a neonatal intensive care unit for babies in 1990 and a nurse could handle one acute patient at a time, 1-to-1. In fact, Bo has a great story of one of his first contracting jobs in cybersecurity at a hospital, helping the neonatal intensive care unit. Fantastic story. But armed with modern technology, we now have nurse monitoring stations that can handle one-to-many, maybe 3x, maybe 5x, the nurse-to-patient ratio safely. Why is that? It's because medical technology is a force multiplier of your staff. And it finally occurred to me that the unavailability of that technology is a force divider. So you've got circa 1990s capacity, but 2020 level nurse-to-patient ratios. You went from a very safe to a very unsafe situation very, very quickly. And who suffers the most are the time-sensitive acute care like heart, brain, pulmonary. On the day that we published our excess death research, same day, October 1st, I believe it was, the Wall Street Journal had a front page story of a court case with an alleged victim, the first alleged victim of ransomware, which is a baby that lost their life in Alabama from 2019. Please look up that story, it's ongoing. They had settled out of court and then they changed their mind and haven't. So I don't know the current state of that. But a modern ability to deliver care is, we're dependent on several connected technologies. And when they're not available to us for imaging to know that there was an umbilical cord wrapped around the neck before the birth, led to a more challenging birth, but a successful one. And then in the intensive care unit, the lack of telemetry and remote monitoring affected the quality of care afterwards. And doctors and nurses with messages to each other admitted that had their technologies been working, they never would have lost this baby. So while the baby was successfully born, perished later, and this is still going through the courts. So you had your first named victim, and on the same day we published the first statistical proof of loss of life. So we hoped that that was the end of the debate of, is this a privacy issue for HIPAA, or is this a public safety human life issue? Because when these technologies fail us, it's the patients that suffer. So this is some of the data science we did. And then while I thought we put ourselves on the right path because we passed the Patch Act for medical devices, so there's actual FDA authority to make really robust, defensible, maintainable cybersecurity programs like seatbelts for cars, and we're in the midst of a hot debate over how to regulate minimum cyber hygiene for hospitals. It can't come fast enough because just before this conference last year, St. Margaret's Hospital shut its doors forever. And it's not the first one to close its doors from financial insolvency. There have been over 200 of them in the last 5 years. It's the first one to publicly admit that their ransom was a key contributor to their financial ruin. So we started digging into that, and over the last several years, this particular tracker out of University of North Carolina, every one of those dots is a hospital that doesn't exist anymore. It wasn't bought. It wasn't even preyed upon by a private equity takeover. It wasn't consolidated. It's just gone. So the only thing worse than being down for 6 weeks or 12 weeks in a ransom event for delayed, degraded, denied care is being down forever. People who live in that community, draw a radius around that. If it's more than 4.4 minutes, you may see elevated loss of life to heart attacks. If it's more than an hour or few, you might see elevated loss of life to strokes. And as these hospitals close, Dr. Mark Jarrett pointed out, he's the head of the Healthcare and Public Health Sector Coordinating Council, that there's a corresponding drop in income to the region as well as families move away, as industry moves away. Because if you need care and you can't get care, what starts as a care desert turns into a desert. And if this is one of the areas we do some of our concentration of risk for food, or some of our aquifers, or some of our most vulnerable power and utilities, this is a haves and a have-nots, target-rich cyber poor problem. So we know Colonial Pipeline did severe damage, maybe not was the intention. We know NotPetya did $10 billion of damage. This was a nation-state attack from Russia against an intended target of Ukraine that escaped its blast radius intentions and hit globally companies like Maersk and Merck and UPS and others. Merck Pharmaceuticals took about $1 billion alone. So they had an office in Ukraine and it pivoted and did $1 billion, including cyber physical harm. So we know these can be, a nation state can, without even intentions, do damage, long-lasting damage to US critical infrastructure. We mentioned change. So even though we were focused on medical devices, great success on the way to relief. We're currently having a huge fight on healthcare for hospitals. Great fight, important fight, on its way. Nobody was paying attention to these ball bearings is what we called them. But these are, the term of art in US policy is called SICI, or Systemically Important Critical Infrastructure, or SIE is the term that Jenny Easterly refers, or Systemically Important Entities. And this is the idea that in any sector or any national critical function, there's a handful of companies upon which too many people depend. And if they're disrupted, they have an outsized asymmetric impact. So one of the jobs of these sector risk management agencies in consultation with CISA is to identify what these SICI entities might be and maybe give them elevated assistance to identify and buy down risk, prioritize response in the case of a disruption. We have an action plan, we've rehearsed it. And Change Healthcare was one such entity where it's a common payment gateway United Health Group. Affected something north of 75% of US hospitals for months, which disrupted cash flow, which made them not be able to do payroll, which made them have to take emergency loans. There were bridge loans from the US government and from Change themselves. But this was harrowing. This also affected pharmacies. So certain patients couldn't get time-sensitive treatments without paying out of pocket. So the issue here is if we don't proactively identify our critical infrastructure, our systemically important entities, adversaries will reveal them for us while we burn for weeks and weeks and weeks. So Congress is really pissed off about this one. And the White House has put out the National Security Memo 22, which is trying to nudge better collaboration across the executive branch to make sure that these 16 sector risk management agencies help find them in a process that CISA helps define, and that CISA looks for cross-sector cascading risk failures. Okay. So one of the reasons I wanted the White House here, sorry it took so long to get through that first part, was it's one thing when hackers try to do second-hand, third-hand national security stuff. What can you tell us about Volt Typhoon? There's a couple slides if you want.
Right. So what I can quickly and publicly share about Volt Typhoon, if basically on like what's already been shared on the internet, is essentially, as Josh had mentioned earlier, Volt Typhoon is a recognized and known campaign coming out of China, and has been targeting our critical infrastructure not only across the nation but particularly in Guam. And so there was particular concern as to the fact that we have a nation-state actor with a long-lasting and multi-year campaign actually into multiple critical infrastructure sectors that are dependent on not only that are dependent on by the locals, but also as well our defense industrial base. And so this is where it becomes a key also concern as to if there is a geopolitical regional conflict with regards to the China-Taiwan Straits. What would that mean if our key part of our response in the region, particularly out of Guam and out of other countries, then become impacted because of a disruption to our critical infrastructure, and then we are now busy responding to what is happening in our backyard versus having the opportunity to allow our military to do their mission set, which is to respond and deploy accordingly to the mandates that they have before them, and also to protect our national interests and assets as well. So this is also a key piece where a lot of times having conversations also publicly and sharing and having that hearing in Congress to have our 4 leaders across various government agencies share and state that this is a huge concern, that this is something that should be addressed not only by government, but that this is also going to be a whole of nation effort with regards to how do we collectively bolster our critical infrastructure in a way that is not only going to protect us, but also protect our national mission sets and defense strategy writ large. So that was also the culmination of a number of also reports put out by, first and foremost, private sector industry, security researchers, identifying the issue, publicizing in great detail what is now known as living off the land techniques, and writing in specificity how those techniques actually are not as complicated sometimes as it can be, and utilizes a lot of commonly exploited vulnerabilities that are constantly not only out in the wild, but are still prevalent in a number of our legacy system software and hardware. So it then really begs the question of, okay, how are we looking at those systems writ large and having honest and candid conversations with the manufacturers plus the developers on having the requisite patching, but most importantly building in the mitigations that we would then need to look at infrastructures that have devices that are 30 plus years and that are also very expensive to rip and replace. Sometimes just even adding the IoT or like additional fancy new software on top of it. If you're adding like a virtual program like logic controller, that's great, but at the same time on the back end, how are you resilient if your electricity goes off and then you don't have access to grid? Do you have like the ability to do manual shutoffs, similar to the story and case that happened with the water sector, and I'm blanking on the locality in Florida. Oldsmar, right, and how it had to take a technician noticing the issues and then having to actually like manually alter the processes versus like being automated in itself. So that's where a lot of the key critical pieces then really come into play as to how do we essentially ensure that we're looking at the broader sets collectively and not just looking at the vulnerabilities, the threats, plus at the same time what mitigations we need to be putting in place. But there's also a workforce component in terms of, do we have the right talent on the island? Do we have folks that are able to come and support whenever and wherever necessary? There are all these like bolstering questions as to how does one ensure that our critical infrastructure entities, which a lot of times are privately owned and or state and locally owned, do not have the funding or resources, do not even have the guidance, or may not realize that that there are these threats out there because they may not have like the intelligence, capabilities and access to be prepared and have that as part of their overall decision-making process. And most importantly, that can also help as CISO or CIO to then also advise the board on why the budgets need to have certain security budget increases, whether it's for a tool capability or for people. So.
Click again?
Yep.
That triggers anything?
Yes. So essentially, as Josh was mentioned earlier, the potential for China to invade Taiwan in 2027 later is not also a relatively new thing. If we look at their history time and time again, there's been constant tension as to Taiwan itself, Taipei having its own independence, but vis-a-vis, as well as China actually claiming rights to the geographic significance of the country itself. So, and in short, a potential invasion of Taiwan would definitely have significant economic and political consequences, but as well as the attack similar to Volt Typhoon, targeting private and public technologies infrastructure, could also give China the leverage and power that essentially we are trying to ensure from a global power dynamics perspective, that there's that right size balance and ensuring that our democracies continue to thrive. So.
There might be one more. And I should be really clear, these slides were made by myself and David Etchew for the RSA conference. These are not official White House slides, so I just played slide roulette with unofficial. I'm sorry.
It's fine. And I quickly skimmed through this as well, so it's like at least the slides if you have it. And as also mentioned, so the testimonies started in January 31st, as Josh had mentioned, with our four government leaders between Cybercom NSA, ONCD, to FBI, as well as CISA. But there have been numerous hearings actually that have subsequently occurred to then drill down to specific areas, looking at either a specific sector to then looking at key concerns as to what sort of other approaches should Congress be thinking about. Should it be considering grants or funds that could then trickle down from federal entities to support and help state and local governments with bolstering their infrastructure, and or even as well, how do we get the funding to these critical infrastructure entities to then as well help modernize their infrastructure as much as possible, to as well as how do we look at it from the people perspective. What sort of skills are going to be required, and is it just a pay situation for bolstering salaries, or are we actually looking at more holistically as to what are the root causes that may be preventing an individual from entering the field to thriving and being successful and growing, to as well as last but not least wanting to stay. If anything, be in that critical infrastructure organization, knowing that they're there for the mission, and that there's an opportunity to grow, and at what point does that organization have that backfill ready to come up and about?
Yeah, and we do have some time based on the stated clock. We may even have more, even though he's a cyber guy. Dmitry Alperovich, one of the co-founders of CrowdStrike, has written a book that's one of the leading books on the brink of war. It's been on all the morning shows. So he's put in some time in the national security community with some co-authors. So his opinion is it would likely be later than 2027, but reasonable people disagree on the timing. I think it kind of depends on who's in the White House and other factors geopolitically. But one thing that my co-presenter at RSA said, David Etchu, and he's written a nice blog post or op-ed on this as well, is part of the theory here isn't just to say, hey, we're at war, let's go hurt US stuff. Or, it makes tactical sense in Guam, right, given the proximity. But part of the game theory here, which I don't know if the White House would agree with, so I'm just speaking for the private sector people here, is these are rungs on an escalatory ladder. So I think they would prefer the US stayed out of it. So as a deterrent, hey, the term we have not used yet but probably should establish is called pre-positioning is the term they like. I kind of hate that term, but it's okay. Pre-positioning, so I think it sounds, I'll explain why I don't like it in a minute. So the pre-positioning is they are there, they're in the house, they have the ability to activate if we so provoke them, right? So as a deterrent, it's stay out of our business. It could also be a brushback pitch if you're a sports ball person, which I'm not, but it could be, hey, we don't like what you're doing. As a reminder, here's a demonstration of capability in a couple places. Just to say, hey, reminder what we could do, hurt public support for our participation in a region. There's hearts and minds campaigns in every one of these conflicts, right? Vietnam War lost support of the public. It lost the ability to prosecute things overseas. So it could just be a demonstration of force. And it could be widespread chaos, I think I had a clip teed up, but the term used often in some of these briefings, including Christopher Wray's at the first hearing, was rain chaos on US critical infrastructure, which would be destructive in nature, not a ransom. And I don't think he has a microphone, but I'll repeat his answer. So Dean, if we were to do one of those water hammers, raise the pressure aggressively on one US water and wastewater community to the point where pipes are burst, valves are broken, what's the mean time to repair that? Are we talking a couple hours of downtime? A couple days of downtime? How long might it take to fix physical damage underground?
You got to locate it. It's going to take a while. You're probably at days.
For a single hammer.
Yeah.
What if we bricked all the controllers?
Well, right. Then now you're in a whole different ballgame, right? So, in a lot of these facilities, we have manual controls where we can go back to switches and stuff, but we don't have anybody that's ever done that anymore. So, this is where what people will tell you versus reality are two very different things, and that's where the heads are in the sand, and that those people just don't exist anymore. So back to my talk where it was all about the people, you know, we just don't train people to do this anymore. We rely way too heavily on the technology. And then we don't really train the people on the technology either. So it's kind of a vicious circle. But yeah, you're at days, and then the cascading failures that we talked about. If you're at days, then the people that are required to work on this stuff are also fighting problems at home. So do they actually report to work to get this stuff fixed? And it starts to cycle, right?
And I'm curious also, just to follow up on Josh's question, hypothetically, what would the impact be if, let's say, a state or region or wherever it may be, has also experienced a natural disaster. There's recovery occurring there, and then shortly thereafter, a quick span, recovery's still not complete, water's not back up and running, maybe electricity at minimum, or still not in certain pockets and areas. What would the additional, impact could be if adversary was still in the system lurking and decides to, execute?
Well, yeah, if somebody's in the system, it's going to take us a long time to find it. That we just don't have the resources, right? None of these utilities have the resources. Even the big guys don't have the right people or the right technologies in place to flip the switch and kill everybody, kill all the access. And it's back to the technology thing where we're dealing with technologies that are 40 years old all the way up through something that was bought yesterday. So there's no compatibility matrix that we can just say, oh yeah, this piece is what we got to deal with. Yeah, I mean the more you pile on, it doesn't just get worse; it gets exponentially worse.
Right. I think, without leading the witness too much, just to make sure we keep some of this flowing, but I do want to get to some of these nuances as we start brainstorming in this session and the next one. We've been talking about Volt Typhoon. What happened about, I think it was like a month later, in response to some of the unpleasantness between Israel and Gaza, a hacktivist group, I'm going to say hacktivist in scare quotes, a hacktivist group out of Iran punished a Israeli manufacturer of industrial equipment, and by proxy, its customers. So the public reporting was Pennsylvania. I'm aware of much more than Pennsylvania. But people using this Israeli-made water and wastewater device were hacked. I'm going to use hacked in scare quotes because the hack was a password of 1111. And we might groan and we make dank memes and we might make fun of it and bring out the fail whale, but that's the current state of play in this privately owned and operated, massively federated, target-rich cyber poor owners and operators of water and wastewater in the U.S. And I think you said some sort of stat yesterday that if we pay $100 a month, it probably costs $200 to deliver you that $100 a month. So they're not making money. So I'm going to come back to Dean a few times, but that was a hacktivist group out of Iran, and not in 2027 for some sort of Taiwan strategy, but a near real-time reaction to conflict with a U.S. ally. We're also watching and helping from afar the Ukrainian situation with Putin. And there are lines you get crossed that do or don't trigger retaliation. So we are able to be disrupted, and it shouldn't comfort you that we're just kind of waiting for someone to decide to disrupt. And again, I don't think someone's going to start a World War III with the U.S. casually by just raining chaos on U.S. critical infrastructure. But if there is a conflict, it will be a hybrid conflict, and on the escalatory ladder, somewhere south of nuclear or tactical nukes, but north of conventional, include this, especially for hearts and minds of the population, to support such conflicts. So this is in the mix. I hope this isn't too heavy. I told you it was going to be heavy. Okay. So I just mentioned there are other countries at play that we might need to be concerned about, and a fantastic, very fast read or audiobook is Ghost Fleet by August Cole and Peter W. Singer. They've written a sequel to this, which is kind of better in certain ways, but no one read it because it came out during the pandemic, called Burn In, I think. Burn In, somebody validate that? But this is the fictionalized telling of the next World War. And it was so straightforward and so matter of fact and so plausible that this is now required reading at West Point and many parts of the 4 branches of the military. 5 branches now is Space Force. 6, right? Yep, all right, sorry. Coast Guard, yes, okay. So we have, this is a very quick read. I'd encourage you to read it because you're gonna be reading it like, this would never happen. This would never happen. Oh my God, this would totally happen. So, you might find it a nice way to pass the time on a vacation or a weekend. Okay. And as a reminder, Rome was sacked mostly by disrupting the aqueducts, the water. And as we saw yesterday with some simple exercises, the cascading failure of shutting off water even for a short amount of time can be pretty bad. No water, no hospital. No air conditioning. No cooling of data centers for cloud stuff. No laboratory work. No, lots of things. So Dr. Christian Demeth is not here at the moment, but he's one of the co-founders. He spoke yesterday. He's also one of the co-founders of CyberMed Summit and a hacker named Quadi. We ran an exercise in DC recently where we said, if you shut off the water, what stops working first, second, third? So an emergency disaster physician and who runs the fellowship there scared me. It's hard to scare me. I know a lot. I anticipate and know a lot of these things. She scared me because I knew about half the disruptions and half the order. And then she reminded me that no matter how bad the hospital gets to with basic functioning and how quickly it's under a day, it's basically dysfunctional. Like most things don't work. Right? I'm not going to gloss over that because I saw some faces. No water, no surgeries. Can't scrub it. Hospitals are filthy places. No sanitation. You need water to do sanitation, scrub. So pathogens spread. Can't flush the toilets more than once. Can't do air conditioning. Can't do laboratory tests to tell what blood work you need done for what disease you have and how quickly. Can't feed your patients. Can't keep them hydrated. So there was a pie chart put up there about, I think you had one as well, Dean, about how much water is consumed for which purposes within a hospital. They can go pretty well without power because they have generators on the roof. They do not have water towers on every roof. And even if they did, the water consumption rate is incredibly high. So things start to fail. And then if you're starting to feel like, well, maybe we could handle that, we'll just go to another hospital in town. Well, if the town's out of water, they're not going to work. Maybe we'll go nearby. Well, if it's something like a class break on all these shared pieces of equipment, that's not going to help. So I think water was the one that scared me the most. We've had the least attack density compared to hospitals, but you can take out more hospitals just by doing the water. So back to this constraint, and this is where we're going to get into solutioning. We want your ideas. Many of you saw the Apollo 13 movie, but it's based on actual events, right? They were running out of oxygen. They only had the time they had before they passed out, and the equipment they had on board to repurpose. And we get really creative when we have to. So that was a really compressed timeline. We had Y2K, and if you haven't seen Whitney yet, make sure you get your Y2K inspired stickers for the CrowdStrike. But this is an actual advertisement from Best Buy when I was working at my first job trying to prepare the systems that in internetworking for background routers and switches could cripple power plants or hospitals or whatnot. And a lot of people think this is a nothing burger, but part of the reason it was a nothing burger is because people did the hard work to prioritize, to put the COBOL programmers and the testing regiments and the scenarios and the tabletops together to make sure these things didn't happen. So we had a date that we knew was coming, and we marshaled resources and prioritized accordingly. So similarly, during the Cisco COVID task force, we're not going to do too much storytelling backwards looking here. When I got there, everyone knew that Operation Warp Speed had these candidates that were going to get unprecedented amounts of money and protection. And there were classified briefings, and you were one of the ones that did those for the team, Steve Lazinski as well, Spanky. Bunch of civilians without clearances did the low side stuff. But I was given a list of not just the Operation Warp Speed candidates, but 23 the list grew, but it was initially 23 supporting actors that we knew we had to protect as well. But then I was given a list of 1,000 tiny, obscure suppliers that no one knew how to prioritize. In a couple days, infectious disease expert and a physician, former hospital CEO, we made a little rubric called the ball bearings thesis, and we came up with not just 1,000, but 4,000 when we looked at their peers. And we found 66 of them that I call ball bearings, which are small, unguarded weak links in the supply chain that, if disrupted, could lead to mass casualties or massive delays. The bad news is, whether it were hospitals we were trying to keep afloat during record high usage under record high ransoms, or these ball bearings, almost all of them were what we started calling target rich, in that they're interesting to our adversaries, but cyber poor. Target rich, but cyber poor. And this is trying to use policy speak and beltway speak for Wendy Nather's pioneering work on the idea of the security poverty line, living below the security poverty line. So these are interesting targets and have no resources or talent to do anything, so we had to get creative. So my friend made this poster to make fun of us, but I said, guys, stop uttering best practices. They don't have any security people. Stop talking about the NIST cybersecurity framework. Stop talking about implementing zero trust architectures. Screw best practices. What are the bad practices? So at CISA.gov right now, you can go see CISA.gov bad practices. There are 3. There were 2 on day 1. We made the 3rd. And the sentence structure goes like this. The use of end-of-life unsupported operating systems in service of national critical functions and critical infrastructure is dangerous and materially elevates risk to public safety, economic, and national security. This dangerous practice is especially egregious in internet-facing technologies. Second one was the same sentence for hard-coded, well-known default user passwords, blah, blah. And then eventually we added one for single-factor remote administration tools. I believe the rumor was that Oldsmar was hit with default password of TeamViewer, for example. So bad practices, if you can't do anything, avoid these negligent things. Now, CISA wouldn't call them negligent, but they couldn't disagree with the idea that as the nation's risk management advisor, that these are in fact dangerous. So the rest of regulators and industry and insurers have now incorporated these bad practices into the way that they adjudicate. Second thing we did is, I tried to publish, get your shit off Shodan, but you can't say shit in a government document apparently, and you can't say Shodan overtly.
Because that's just one.
So we said get your stuff off search, so the SOS program, sending out an SOS. So the idea is your assets are showing, see what your adversaries can see using free tools like Shodan, Census.io, Thingful, I think was the 3rd one. Mm-hmm. So assess what your internet attack surface looks like. Number 2, reduce your elective attack surface. Shut off the stuff you don't need remote activity for. Number 3, harden the things you do need. And what does that mean? Well, we have a free daily, nightly scan. It's called Cyber Hygiene for anyone in critical infrastructure. Sends you a report of all the known CVEs on your network that are visible. Now, we can't patch them all. So what does it mean to harden it? Okay, well, they started whining. And I don't mean whining, I was empathetic to this, but they started saying we can't patch them all, and they couldn't. So I said, how about let's just focus on what is now known as the KEVs, the known exploited vulnerabilities. So what can you do in 3 months, right? Avoid the bad practices, assess your internet attack surface, shut off the things you don't need, harden the things you do, fix the KEVs first. And the KEVs are ones that have been known to hurt FSEB or the government agencies. So known victims, known exploitation. It's not comprehensive, but out of a given calendar year of CVEs, less than 3% ever get exploited, ever. And these are a much shorter list than that. So this is the prioritized list of the prioritized list. So some combination of get your stuff off search and KEVs might help be the difference between getting roped up into a casual, indiscriminate, widespread initial access campaign. Well, the White House liked this, and I can't remember if you were there yet or not, but there was Presidential Memorandum number 5, not Mambo number 5, but Presidential Memorandum number 5. And they said to CISA, we like these bad practices, can you please build upon them? We have this NIST cybersecurity framework with over 100 controls, it's 10 years old, and it was voluntary, and the OIG reports and other reports show that everyone's volunteered to ignore it.
Office of Inspector General.
Office of Inspector General. So they said, if that's too much and too hard and CISA look across all 16 sectors and come up with a cross-sector crawl stage of crawl, walk, run. And they're not, just like the Holy Roman Empire was not holy nor Roman nor an empire, the CISA cyber performance goals, unfortunately, are not cyber performance goals. Performance is a number, goals are outcomes. But what they did do, which is better than nothing, is say out of the entire NIST cybersecurity framework, here's 38 controls that every single sector should do as an owner and operator of critical infrastructure. This is the baseline. And the idea is, yes, you are all beautiful and unique snowflakes. And all snowflakes have the same melting point. So they didn't say that language, but CISA came up with this, and the legislative intent, or the executive intent in this case, was each of the sector risk management agencies should start with the CISA CPGs and then add their sector-specific wisdom on top. So you normally see like 38 from CISA, and then say in electronic records in healthcare, play an outsized role in the harm to patients when disrupted. So you would expect to see them add something like that. And then in parallel, we had the Executive Order 14028, which was a response to SolarWinds, which introduced one of our creations of SBOM, or software bill of materials, and said anything sold to the federal government should probably have a software bill of materials, and that includes Veterans Affairs and military hospitals, which are 1/3 and 1/3 of all care for Americans. So 2/3 of all care for Americans at a minimum, and the Patch Act passed into law. So when we try to say these things, it's even without a budget, even without a CISO, even without a zero trust program, can you avoid the bad practices, remove your internet attack surface that's elective, harden the stuff that isn't elective. And if you can't do these things, maybe you should disconnect, right? So on top of this, and this is where I would love your help, some of this, which was initially voluntary, all these things were voluntary, including, it said right there in the presidential memorandum to CISA, this is a voluntary list of cross-sector cyber performance goals. Then President Biden came out with the first ever, through the Office of National Cyber Director, Presidential National Cybersecurity Strategy with 5 pillars. And if you haven't read it, draw your attention to pillars 1 and 3. You can read it all, but 1 and 3 for this group. 1 says, starts with critical infrastructure. Every other presidential strategy for cyber was mostly focused on government networks, government agencies. So this said, we need to preserve the trust and safety of the public in our critical infrastructure. So there was a higher prioritization on those. And then pillar 3 was really scary for the private sector, and I loved it. It said we need to look at the incentives, because it's not that we don't know what to do, it's that we don't incentivize it. So I think one of the things Kemba said was, voluntary free market forces only take you so far. There is a time and place to use government power. That time is now. We are going to use a light touch, but no lighter than necessary to maintain the trust and safety of the public. And that was scary, but what they said, whether it was Office of National Cyber Director under Acting Director Kemba Walden, and under the National Security Council and Ann Neuberger, the unified message was, if you're a regulator with unused or underutilized regulatory authorities, use them now. And the general approach was start with the CISA CPGs as the floor and add sector-specific wisdom. And if you are missing regulatory authorities, we will help you go to Congress and get them. So this was the no kidding. And now, I didn't know about Volt Typhoon yet, but it's possible the White House did. And this approach was to say, voluntary is over, start using some of these things. I see a hand. Okay, just to tie this thought off, because I think this is important, what was the first agency that week, if you remember, to exercise that strategic intent of asking for the CISA cyber performance goals for their sector? You remember?
I can't remember if it was HHS.
EPA.
Oh, EPA. My bad.
All right, so what does EPA do?
EPA deals with water.
Water and wastewater.
Yeah.
So they probably did the minimum viable product, in my opinion, real fast, which was, they didn't say our sector must implement all 38. What they said is, you do an annual sanitation survey required by law. During your annual sanitation survey, please inventory which of these 38 CISA cyber performance goals you do. Didn't add any sector-specific ones. Didn't say you must do these or that we're going to audit them. We just want to know which are in place. A data call. Do you remember what the response was from the sectors and from the states?
We sued your ass.
They said, how dare you? And there were several lawsuits, faster than you can blink. So I'm going to put this back into focus before this question. NSA had published a very obtuse, cryptic, living off the land warning to the sector about a particular campaign unnamed on water and wastewater and things like that. And you should go read it again now that we know about Volt Typhoon. And the president's strategy is saying voluntary only takes you so far. Time to act. You have regulatory authority. Go ahead and use it. And we might see disruption and cascading failures across strategic military installations or as an escalatory rung on the ladder of war. And the response from the private sector is, how dare you? I'm certain we are not in our best possible resilience position. So part of the reason we're having this workshop in these 2 days and this new project of Undisruptable 27 is, if we don't find a way to an alternative way of a federal top-down push from the White House and the executive branch to inform, influence, inspire our local communities, we are going to stay as prone as we currently are.
And also just to quickly just add a little color and context to why the National Cybersecurity Strategy was formulated the way it was because we've been hearing time and time again from fighters like yourselves, boots on the ground, then also your leadership respectively, owners and operators across the board in critical infrastructure saying we are trying the best that we can with limited resources, and also we don't have the time to go do a complete analysis to understand where our dependencies are and things of that nature. And so as Josh had rightly said, like having government agencies like CISA do the brunt of the work to do a complete sector analysis, see where those cross-functional interdependencies are, then come out and say, okay, we understand now and hear you that you may not have time to implement the best practices because best practice may not be enough. Just tell us what the low-hanging fruit are. Okay, 3 bad practices, can you at least do that? Because those are the things that keep happening time and time and time again. If we nip that, then at least we can focus on the next big set of other 3, 4 problems and just build off of that iteratively. And then with the National Cybersecurity Strategy, looking at it from a multi-pronged approach, how do we help owners and operators? How do we help state and local? How do we shift the dynamic, incentivize those markets, right? Particularly the manufacturers and developers. But most importantly, there was a call to finally say enough is enough. We are all consumers, but we cannot expect the end users to have also the solutions. We need to also tell the actors that are responsible for creating these products and also shipping these products and services out to do better and to be responsive. So recognizing that it's not just the national security and homeland defense apparatus that we're trying to tackle, but addressing it from multiple areas, the public safety, plus at the same time economic security. What are the other levers that we should be considering and baking in because it is so intertwined into our day-to-day society?
Okay, I think we had a question coming, or comment, a cormorant, as opposed to a corpsman rant.
Hi, so you're calling for more regulatory action in some ways, but the Supreme Court just tore down the ability to do that, the Chevron decision. Well, the removal of the Chevron deference. How do you square those 2 things, given how
I wish Andrew was still here.
aggressively anti-regulation the current Supreme Court is?
Okay, let me try to parse that. I'm going to slightly reframe it, not to distort it. And I could have a whole talk on this. I wish Andrea Matuisham was still in the room, because she will definitely speak with authority on the Chevron. So first off, you said we're calling for more regulation. I'm not saying that right now. I'm not. I'm saying in part of the response from the pandemic, from increased disruption to water, food, healthcare, oil and gas, colonial, not petya, the US government, central federal approach, both in Congress and then eventually in the White House where you serve, said we have to preserve the trust and safety of the public. they have had actions. I have helped with some of those actions. A lot of hackers in this room did table reads for that strategy. In fact, Hackers on the Hill, which we do every year right before ShbootCon, last year we did a bonus one called Hackers in the White House, and 50 hackers went in and talked about these things before it published. That's what they're going to do, because legislators going to legislate, and executives going to execute, branch stuff. That's what they do. We're hackers. We're volunteers. We're citizens. We live here. What I announced yesterday with this whole Undisruptable 27 project with Craig Newmark and IST is in recognition that those things are cool. Maybe they're going to screw some stuff up and make some stuff better, but they're going to take a while. And upon the revelation of this urgent time frame, something has to be done in the middle. It's going to be a messy middle. What you're bringing up is fantastic, and that's why I wish Andrew Matricia was here, and I'll try to have shorter answers so we can get to more questions. But the Chevron case, anybody been watching this? It's really, really bad and not as bad as you think. It'll be immediately very, very bad, though, in my opinion. So my casual, I'm not a lawyer, I'm not even one on TV, from just observing this is, generally speaking, when you make a law, the regulator was given the benefit of the doubt when things were ambiguous. So a vague law that can be interpreted by HHS or EPA or DOE, deferral of judgment went to the expertise that worked for those regulators. They would hire and retain those. It got overturned recently at the Supreme Court in cases. This has been a longstanding doctrine. What it now says is you're going to have to, you can't do that. So now it has the potential to go to court. Now when you go to court, they are going to look at the expertise of the regulator. That will be in play and admissible. But court cases take a long time, and people with a lot of money will use a lot of lawyers to lawyer you to death. Not a DDoS, an LDoS, a legal denial of service. So that is not very efficient. So in a world where we knew that tie goes to the regulator, under the Chevron doctrine, regulators passed laws that gave future-proofing and deliberate valuable ambiguity in their wording to allow for guidance to evolve over time so you don't have to go to Congress every single time. Now that that's overturned, it's on its head, and all the laws that were written with deliberate ambiguity are now going to be challenged left, right, and sideways. If Congress adapts, and that's a huge if, and some of our friends in this room don't believe anything good can come out of Congress ever again. They're sometimes congressional staffers. I still believe, and I still work, and this movement has helped pass two laws. Two. In the US. That said, you can write laws with less ambiguity. They just become more brittle. So think about this like a hacker or a software engineer. You don't want super specific and brittle, which would be, if they're super specific, then it's harder for the Chevron thing to hurt us anymore. So you want to have as much specificity and evergreenness as you can. And future laws, unless this gets a happy medium, will be more specific and prescriptive, but therefore they will also be more brittle. So I think we always had a trade-off between valuable ambiguity and exploitable ambiguity, and the rules just changed. So any laws passed under the assumption of Chevron are now way less effective and will be way more litigious. I don't know if you would agree with that assessment. It's a very astute question you bring up. So guess how comfortable I am that we have a 10-year to 15-year horizon for this strategy to actually bear fruit. And I just told you that Volt Typhoon's coming in 2.5 years. And not only do we have the Chevron doctrine undermining any authorities we currently have, makes us in a worse position, but we're also having an election. And we've already had political appointees and leadership figures that were getting pretty good at their jobs already retire. Eric Goldstein's been fantastic, and he's no longer at CISA, right? And there's more and more. And no matter who takes the White House, political appointees serve at the pleasure of the president. So a different president might mean to lift different political appointees, and it takes a while to get them confirmed, a while to find the bathrooms, a while to find their footing. So we are going to have maybe a 2-year loss of momentum from political leadership, no matter who takes the White House. So I looked at this. Part of the reason we pushed for this project is, once again, the cavalry isn't coming, at least in the window of which I'm referring to. So I like a lot of these top-down things. Some of the pushes are bad, some of them are good, but I think they're engaged. So my confidence building is that we have really talented, really smart, really connected people in the White House finally, and they are engaged and they're willing and able to use the powers that the populace gave them. They had been previously unwilling to do so. They will get some things wrong. They will get some things right, but I think they're on the right trajectory. I'm much more concerned about what we do during political turnover, during Volt Typhoon season, under an unsustainable trajectory, even if neither of those two things are happening. And then, yes, it's made worse by Chevron doctrine overturning. I'm not going to let the Chevron getting overturned super hurt me, and I am heartened a bit because one of the laws we worked on was the Patch Act, and it's got some very specific things in it. So it did say you have to be patchable, have a coordinated disclosure program, have SBOMs, have threat models, have a vulnerability management program. So that level of specificity means Chevron doesn't hurt that one very much. But other stuff, it could hurt a lot. That was maybe too long an answer, I'm sorry. I'll try to keep them shorter.
All right, so
do you agree or disagree with any of that? You have a lawyer training as well.
True, but at this point, I'm not a practicing lawyer,
that's right,
and
that's
and I.
And not in your official capacity.
I'm not in official capacity,
Yes,
so no comment.
Okay, so you talked about SBOM, which is something formal enough to actually have an acronym. And it's, internal software dependencies, something I definitely think we need. We haven't done enough of. You also, but vaguely mentioned things about maybe it's supply chain, some other dependencies we have, billing systems. CrowdStrike obviously was one that, we all found out what was dependent on that really quickly. Is there a formal structured methodology that we're considering similar to SBOM for external dependencies, for actually surfacing and finding and making more transparent the things that we are dependent on so we don't find out after the fact?
Right. You could probably give better language on part of my answer. So there's a historical thing called Section 9 that was classified for financial services, which identified the systemically important entities for financial services and functioning of the economy. It wasn't super popular, but there was an intention in the Cyberspace Solarium Commission, which is bipartisan, with private sector collaboration, came up with called Systemically Important Critical Infrastructure, SICI. And again, Jen Easterly and others like calling it SIE instead, Systemically Important Entities. I think SICI is the program, SIE is the entity within it. There's been different things that Jay Healy, really smart guy who was in and out of government and CISA and ONCD, he called them OC and PICE, like big fish and little fish. It's the big ones that are too big to fail kinds, and the little fish were the small, unguarded, target-rich cyberpoor that no one knew existed until something really bad happens. So generally speaking, the private sector hates this idea for a couple reasons. One is they don't want to be on a list. It might get them more accountable. It might hurt their insurability. They think it might obligate them at some slippery slope in the future, so no one wants to be on the list. Even though that's their private good, the government's there for the public good. So it's a really important, really necessary program that got a lot of lobbying pushback, a lot, from every single sector. Two, no one wants to work with CISA initially. CISA's getting better. It's a young agency, a little over 5 years old, but when this was first introduced, it was like a year old. And when you spend all your time and money with government affairs and lobbyists trying to kiss up to HHS, you don't want to have to also kiss up to another agency now. And the siblings didn't want to work with CISA either. Like, we've been here before you, go away, right? This is our lane, get out of our lane, right? So the legislative intent is that all 16 of those have a leader called the Sector Risk Management Agency. They have a public-private partnership with the Sector Coordinating Council. And they have an ISAC, so that's the design of those 16. But when CISA was introduced, it's supposed to be a horizontal across all 16 as a national coordinator to look at cross-sector risk, things like that. So that was a hot mess. It remains a hot mess. But the thing the White House recently did, which I'm hoping you can give some more official language around, is PPD 21 was the organizing document from the Obama administration, Presidential Policy Directive 21, that established the 16 sectors, and there was no CISA when it was born. There was an NPPD. Those 16 things had a lot of ambiguity as to how you do governance and risk management. After the CISA COVID Task Force after action reports and a lot of advocacy, we convinced them that it should not be a light rewrite or refresh, it should be a heavy rewrite. And they had a lot of courage and decided to change a lot of stuff to look at more cross-sector risk. And after the interagency squabbling, it backed down to something much less aggressive. But that is now called NSM 22, and it's been published. So National Security Memorandum 22 replaces PBD 21, and it still has 16 sectors. People thought we're going to add space and drop something else. So it's still fairly similar looking, but in it, it establishes CISA formally. It establishes them as the national coordinator across all 16 sectors, and it gives obligations for each of those sector risk management agencies to do things, including but not limited to nominating their systemically important entities within a framework with CISA, and then CISA would operate cross-sector cascading risk. So I had floated an idea while there of a 5-tiered service disruption model that said no matter what your national critical function is, we can map and model how many events per year, their cascading effects. So imagine a level 2 outage of water caused 6 level 5 outages of hospitals. So we wanted something where we could do that, and by looking at those either retrospectively, we could describe what had revealed itself to be a systemically important entity, like Change has done so. But proactively, you could also just use a methodology to ask the community which top 5, top 10, top 15 things, if shut off, would lead to outsized harm. And I can guess right now, for example, there is no SICI list yet that's published for healthcare. And after Change Healthcare, House and Senate, Republicans and Democrats have been screaming at HHS. There's a nasty letter from Wyden placing the blame for what's happened at the feet of Secretary Becerra for HHS. So this happened on your watch. We hold you responsible. Please prioritize coming up with this. There's no published list, but I can tell you right now that Epic and Cerner would have to be on it. So I think we kind of know some of these bigger players that, if disrupted, would have a really, really big harm. But it's not been a lack of capability or technique or methodology. It's been a lack of will. So I tried to leverage the Change Healthcare scenario to raise public outcry and support and congressional will and White House will to make this happen. So I'm told that while there's no due dates in the National Security Memorandum 22, the next document to drop for public comment is called the National Plan. And in that, if they aren't giving them deadlines and scrutiny, we can publicly comment to put pressure on that. So it's an unpopular idea for lobbyists and trade associations, and a critically necessary thing for your family. I don't know if I answered your question, but NSM 22 is a good start, and the national plan, when it drops, please read it. Is that close to correct?
Yeah, yeah. If anything, also just a lot of times when documents are also being refreshed and updated, it is to provide additional clarity and most importantly, be very explicit as to the roles and responsibilities. So in the past, even though there were multiple documents that actually stated who was responsible for what and how the different efforts would happen cross-functionally across the board with government coordination, there's still at times where conversations being had with regards to who really had the pen and the charge on certain issues. So in light of that, this is where looking holistically, the development of the NSM 22 is meant to help serve that, to say, okay, at minimum, let's be very clear as to who's owning what, who is working with who, how are these different government agencies going to be responsible, not only for greater federal coherence and coordination amongst ourselves, but most importantly, when we're out and about engaging with you as our stakeholders, that you also have a keen understanding of how our systems work, who you can talk to for what purposes, and how the collaboration may occur. So if you find out that certain information that now is anonymized and is being shared, for example, with CISA, it's more so to help with the broader landscape analysis to then say, okay, these are the critical areas you should be thinking of, and supporting the various sector risk management agencies with providing the technical guidance and advisement.
2 more quick things, just because I'm getting all riled up on this again. It has been years of debate on SICI. 3 more things. Representative Langevin, a lion for cybersecurity, he founded the Cyber Caucus in the House. He's very bipartisan from day one. He was the co-chair of the Cyberspace Solarium Commission. He was the first sitting congressman to come to DEF CON 25 because of your help with Will Hurd. Absolute champion. Caused the Office of National Cyber Director to be born. His outgoing amendment, which is usually honored as a gimme, was to give CISA the overt authority to come up with SICI, finally. And it was killed faster than you could blink by the trade associations. They had a letter by many trade associations contradicting themselves before it even hit the Federal Register, and it was dead on arrival. So I thought that was frustrating and noteworthy, but interesting. And if you really want to get into it, read the letter and you'll see how weak sauce it is. Point two, given the years we've been debating, can this be done? That's 4,000 vaccine supply chain entities down to 66, took us 10 days. We had a methodology for number dependencies, scarcity, impact emission support. It took us 10 days. So in a crisis, 10 days gave you something useful and usable. Could it be improved? Sure. 10 days. And the third thing is, there's debate on this, but I don't believe you can do SICIs for a sector. I think the atomic unit of SICI is called a national critical function. There's 55 of them, and these are way more tractable. So in a hospital setting, in healthcare and public health has 4. Protect sensitive information, which in the case of healthcare is PHI. The second one is called maintain access to medical records. So that's the availability of EMRs and EHRs. Third one is called provide medical care, which is do you get timely access to patient care when and where you need it. And the fourth one is called support public health, which is more like regional capacity planning. I think if you were to ask someone in healthcare, what's the most important 10 players for each of those functions, you would get answers immediately, even if they're bad answers. And Dean's been back there. Dean, if I had to ask you what's the most important, suppliers or vendors, don't answer it, but if I had to ask you manufacturers or suppliers in water and wastewater, for PLCs, for equipment, for chemicals, I bet you can come up with a few. Yeah, so it's not that we don't have methodology, it's not that we don't know, it's that we haven't wanted to do it. And I think while we fail to do it, we burn when change healthcare stuff happens. All right, we have 30 minutes left and we've had almost no questions. So there.
So I suppose I have more comment than question. Hopefully that's allowed, because I have the mic and I'm doing it. But I think to the point of incentivizing, right? People are, in general, more likely to do something if there's a positive output or a positive thing to them than a smack, right? And so legislation is going to take however long it takes, but there are other partners in this. And I come from the disaster world. And some of the partners we use for these things are accreditation bodies and insurance and reinsurers. Yeah. Some of the gains we have made in disaster preparedness, and in my mind, this is all the same thing. In my mind, there's not a difference between I don't care what caused the horrible thing to happen. In my mind, there are actually no natural disasters. They're all man-made disasters because we rely on things that we shouldn't rely on, and then either technology or Mother Nature smacks them and they break, right? But I think that this idea of accreditation bodies, so police departments, fire departments, 911 centers, healthcare, they are accredited. And you start to push some of these things in there, and now they have incentive. Hospitals have emergency preparedness people because JCAHO says they have to. The first step was they had to have them. The increment to that, or the iteration of that was now they have to have qualified. No one knows what that means, but they have to have them to be accredited, and they have to be accredited to continue to get CMS money, which is your insurance money, right? So there's a huge incentive for them to have that, and it's not legislative in the common sense. And insurance is the same way. We see in people, like homeowners, taking action because their insurance company says, hey, if you want to have insurance, you need to do these things. You need to have this kind of roof, or you need to trim all the bushes away from your house. And people do that because they're easy metrics to meet for the most part, and it lets them keep their insurance. So I think that there's a piece of this incentive portion that can happen in a much more quickly. The insurance companies are kind of a pain in the ass to deal with. They have a very powerful lobby, and they don't like things until it benefits them financially, and then they're all about it. But these accreditation bodies have a huge pull, and they are sometimes very easy to work with as long as people can understand the problem. Because for the general, like, I call them the mom and pop organizations, the small water companies, the small public safety agencies, they see these as somebody else's problem, right? These are things that happen in the big cities, and why would anyone ever do anything bad to my water company out here in Podunk or to my police department? I've had those conversations. There's this cognitive dissonance piece that clicks in, and they're like, yes, bad things happen, but they happen to you, not me. And so using these peer groups to put that pressure in there, not just pressure, but guidance, help, I think could move that forward and much more quickly than the legislative pieces, because it takes forever.
And it's possible if I watch this, I'll feel like we messed up in suggesting that these should be federal. I think I'm saying the federal stuff is not going to help us. Let me say it very overtly right now. The federal stuff is not going to help in the next 2.5-year horizon of which I speak. You will. Or we won't. So we need to manage the messy middle. I would love to get to know you better, because so far some of our best new teammates are disaster science people or emergency management people, and we're increasingly benefiting from listening to your experience. There are a couple edge cases where they are different, such as every single one of your insurance policies has an exception for acts of war, of which Volt Typhoon would be. And yes, there's natural disasters like hurricanes, but we have a hurricane season and hurricane alleys. These things are coming 365 days a year. So there's a lot we could borrow and learn, and I want to learn from you, so I hope you get involved in that project. And please, let's focus this is my fault, next 20 minutes on what we can do for our household, our city, our community, et cetera. So I think you were next, so but.
Less relevant to us, the focus.
Okay.
So, and this is me being a little bit naive, having been in academia for a long time. The thing that strikes me about everything you've said just now is that we need people. We need people in desks or at the infrastructure working on this. And we need them there quickly, right? More quickly than we can by regulation or by carrots and sticks and all that. Those people are out there. I mean, you look at any of the young people who sort of hack aboard things, people are having trouble finding, people who know their stuff are having trouble finding work at the low level because entry-level positions are problematic. It strikes me that supercharging these entry-level positions to do this is one of our quickest ways of getting runs on the board, but getting that money through by using carrots and sticks is just going to take too long. What are ways that can be done, maybe even at a federal level, grants, scholarships, things like that, so we can get all of these, I don't want to say kids, but I've taught enough of them, into these jobs through these organizations that don't have the funds to do it for themselves. They don't have the funds to run up the mentor programs. They don't have the funds to do all that. What can be done at the federal level to do that?
Did you bribe him?
No, this is. In fact, I actually want to talk to you later and learn more of your background, because that was a great setup and a alley-oop for me. Especially mentioning earlier, that as an extension of the National Cybersecurity Strategy, there is a mandate by the president that there would be the development of a national cyber workforce and education strategy to answer that very, very same problem that we keep hearing time and time again. How are we going to talk about having a safe, secure, resilient digital ecosystem when we are missing a core fundamental piece of the larger problem? We're constantly talking about processes, we're talking about technology, and yet we are missing the people that drive the rest of the development of the technology and creating these innovative processes, services, and tools, to then also sustaining them, maintaining them, also updating whenever possible. And it's not just also the core cybersecurity technical expertise, but then if you look at it concentrically, like the support networks that come around it, the risk and compliance and governance aspect, to then as well as, well, do you have the budget teams as well and your acquisition and procurement folks in alignment to your HR staff, and recognizing that they need to also work more closely with their hiring manager and get trained up in what does it mean to be a tech recruiter. We're having the very same problem in federal government when it comes to how do we recruit the best talent, and yet at the same time, we keep hearing time and time again that there is a barrier to entry. Coincidentally, we're also having a problem with early career applicants. We may say in generically most of the job descriptions, particularly for the standard IT specialist in InfoSec, the 2210 series, that it is preferable to have a degree, but then at the same time, if you have a degree but you don't have the requisite experience, then how are you supposed to compete and be able to get a job? Conversely, we have a number of phenomenal candidates, career changers, like myself, and as well as veterans and many others who have gone through non-traditional paths, actually have a ton of work experience, relevant work experience, but because they do not meet the minimum education requirement, and that is typically the focus and a checklist for HR staff that have hundreds and thousands of times of resumes to go through, and it's just a quick means of screening. We're missing the opportunity to look at a person holistically and giving that growth opportunity. So the rest of us, as we progress, get more senior, decide to be a technical expert, but with senior subject matter expertise, or we decide to become a leader and a manager, that who we have backfilling and coming behind us at the same time. But then at the same time, how are we equipping everyone to also become more strong leaders to back end? So I say in short, we're promoting a skill-based approach. That is why both our National Cyber Director as well as a number of government agencies have been promoting the use and working closely with Office of Personnel Management, who the acting director right now, Rob Shriver, did say at an event earlier this year for a White House convening that their OPM is going to look closely at the 2210 series and removing the minimum education requirement, so that way we can look at it from a skill-based approach, which is, by the way, a mandate by the administration, that we should be looking at all jobs across the board, particularly for mission-critical areas, on how do we bring that talent. And to answer some other questions, there's the Registered Apprenticeship Executive Order. That is a pathway in, not only for federal government entities, but also for owners and critical infrastructure owners and operators if they need the funds. Those funds actually are typically doled out through their respective state workforce development agencies. So having that close collaboration, and this is where, as Josh rightly said, there's some things that we in federal government can do, but really once the money goes out, it's out in the space, and if you don't know who to go talk to, then that becomes a huge issue and problem of we have not done our jobs, and then also conversely, how are we then promoting and advertising that the money is out there, but it needs to be applied for and obtained to help get more scholarships in place for students, whether it is the traditional pathway or even looking at community colleges, which are doing a phenomenal job of turning candidates out and being workforce ready, all the things. So there are many opportunities, but I would say if you want, quick plug, check out the www.whitehouse.gov/cyberworkforce. There are a number of resources that we've put together in collaboration with our federal departments and agencies that also have access to resources that are out in the community that will help job seekers, that will help educators that are interested in how can they be a part of the solutioning, and as most importantly also employers, because they have a responsibility as well, particularly with the job advertisements.
Yeah, there are, this is one of those categories where it's a yes and. This strategy is pretty comprehensive, pretty strategic. There are other programs we didn't even mention, like Scholarship for Service, like there's some stuff in the Ag Bill that comes in and out about maybe giving scholarship money for 2- and 4-year degrees to people to work in food, resilience and security. None of those things are going to happen in the next 2.5 years. So some real rapid fire questions as we go to some of these two fingers is, do you have a mentee? If not, why not? Who could you pair up with? Iris spoke yesterday about working with high schools. Do you know if there's a way for you to engage and maybe start training up or doing some sort of cyber challenge for the high school kids, the collegiate kids? If not, why not? These grants that exist that no one's using because they don't know how to, could you maybe educate yourself And if you're not a hacker, maybe you're a librarian. Could you help understand how to take the grant money available and have your local community able to tap into those? Right? We need all heroes, all willing and able allies to connect the dots between some of this federal intent that's going to happen slowly and what we can do right now.
And if you can't do it yourself, just know that one of the things we're pushing and encouraging from the Office of National Cyber Director is regional ecosystems, recognizing that there are pockets, whether it's at the local, state, or regional level or national, communities where you have a number of academic institutions to nonprofits, to the employers, as well as civic society writ large, collaborating together to solve the problem themselves, and actually saying, no, we have our own homegrown organic solution that actually works for our community and our culture. And for us, we come in and we say, that's great, what has worked, what hasn't worked, and what is the potential of scaling that and sharing it with others so they can both replicate it and also, most importantly, avoid the pitfalls. So if you can't do it yourself, just know that there's an opportunity for you to get plugged in to a number of organizations, a lot of whom are also here around BSides included, to then, as well as the villages that you'll see at DEF CON.
All right, I saw a lot of two fingers. Can each of you get 30 seconds? Ray, I really want you to speak because you've got a multi-year pilot in Michigan. I mean, there are things we can do locally, and just even if you just have people watch last year's talk. Or something.
Okay,
Yeah.
so we're going to do that, but first we have an important announcement.
All right, so Mr. Batts, you were a naughty boy this year, and you put a repeat request in for your outrageous speaker request, which is not that outrageous. So you're beginning to bore me.
Oh.
You can ask Josh how bad it is to bore me.
It's not a good idea.
But in the meantime, because you've been so amazingly helpful and so wonderful in this taking over as you know, stepping up and helping to run this track this year, I've given you a freebie. So there are cookies available for those who wish to indulge. But ask me for cookies again at your peril.
Thank you.
Okay.
Cyber cookies.
I'm guessing these are going to be community cookies. Okay, there's a photo. Okay. All right, while we're waiting for the microphone and the cookie photo opportunity.
So we're back.
Yeah,
So
okay.
we got you, then you.
My original question is, again, less relevant. But to answer the other thing you asked, do we do mentor programs with local schools? Where I'm at, we do. And we do some programs where we expose them to bad firmware we've seen on batteries, and we let them find their way into those systems.
So I was excited to hear recently that there is a provision in the NDAA currently that will allow the National Guard to have civilian counterparts in the event of an issue or an incident. I'm excited about that because, as Josh said, I ran the Michigan Cyber Civilian Corps for 6 years. And we had the Michigan Cyber Civilian Corps, we had qualifications. You had to have you had to pass a test. You had to have certain qualifications to be in. We just made that up because we had to have a floor, and it got us where we needed to be. I'm just very happy to see that. I'll talk to you more about it.
Please, yes.
All right, there was one over here as well, or two. Okay.
So I've been involved in politics at the local level, and my universal frustration at national level stuff, I'm hoping you can avoid, which is it's great that you're talking to us, but if I was to go to my local city council, which is a fairly unknown city, but it should be, because it's the home of Google, and I was to try to say to the city council, who, you know, that you should care about this, I don't have any talking points that are consistent.
Right, we can help.
Yeah. And so the thing is that, and glad that it sounds like you do, but I think that's a really strong point, is that if we want to do a grassroots movement, you have to be able to say, here are the talking points in a way that makes me as a speaker in 3 minutes knowledgeable and able to be at least the first level of resource.
Yep.
Okay. The second thing is, I remember when Obamacare rolled out and there was a disaster in the website and there was an all hands on deck getting everything out the door. Is there any conversation about building up such a team only, under a less stressful situation that would be able to go out to rural Iowa to restore water functionality, if they need to? Do you have the strike team that they had to put together on the fly for Obamacare?
I'm going to synthesize a few of these.
Right, so we've identified that NICE and CAE are really great, but probably a 6-year plus solution, that working with high school kids is probably a 10 to 12-year plus solution, and things need to be done sooner. Your question, how do you get it started? I think this requires funding. Grants provide structure. Structure provides the ability to marshal people. If there was, for example, a Gates Foundation grant that supported helping those cyber poor companies that are critical get their bad practices dealt with, the 38 issues and so forth. I think that's the kind of thing that could make a difference in the time frame you're talking about, but it requires work. Of course, everything does.
I'm going to try to, 2 finger or 1 finger? Oh, okay. All right. I'm going to assume it's a 1 just so I don't lose this.
One is new, 2 is add-on.
I don't know. Okay. Before I lose this time horizon, let me just quickly respond to a couple of these. The right answer changes depending on how much time you have. The addition of the time horizon always messes with stuff. So one of the reasons I liked this idea of saying it's like Y2K is we could work backwards just like we had to for other things. If you only had 3 months, what would you do? And we've not done this here. Maybe it'll happen in Bo and Carl's session next. But I was hoping one of the things that would happen here is if we knew an attack was coming a month from now, would it be that controversial to say to water and wastewater facilities, connections down? Like, if you can't afford to protect it, you can't afford to connect it. It's draconian, it's abrupt, it would have inconvenience costs, it could actually cause some harms. But when you know it's coming like in a month, the things you might do might be quite different than if it was coming in 10 years or 3 years or whatnot. So I think we should be willing to play with our time apertures. Thank you. And I think it has to be multi-level in parallel. I love what her team's doing. Love it. It's going to take a while to bear fruit. What I also like, though, is once they've done the public education awareness stuff, it means it activates us to do this. I like the idea of grants. So to both of your points, there's a lot of grants, and there's a lot of cookie cutter things, but there's not been much local embrace of those. So maybe one of the things this project or this group can do is cultivate and make an easy button or a package, a care package that says, did you know there is money from the Infrastructure Act? You just don't know how to do it. One of the things I heard the most coming out of government is, yeah, there's tons of free money not being claimed, and the only people who claim it are kind of people who professionally do grant applications all the time. So sometimes even when there is a grant, there's still a barrier or a gap that we don't cross. So I'm not saying we all have to be technical threat hunters for our local water facility, but maybe it's not inventing a new thing. It's taking the free CISA tabletop crisis management in a box and bringing it to your local community. So you don't have to create the curriculum, you're just bringing the self-service tabletop crisis simulation. Or maybe it's introducing or hosting your local FBI person plus your local cybersecurity advisor. Like, we have regional capacity too that no one knows. So I would say, I think we have lots of materials in the arsenal. What we haven't realized is no one's gonna pull those together but us. And if we can experiment locally and get a program that works, we can scale it 50 statewide.
So for example, there are actually a number of universities and community colleges that are collaborating together. It's not a lot right now, but it's starting to grow and bloom. The idea of a cyber clinic where you know, similar to medical school and law school, where you you provide students the opportunity to get hands-on learning and real life work experience and practice under supervision of a professional. So then this is where it kind of hits like the 2-for-1, where there are local organizations like small businesses or a nonprofit or whatever it may be that, or even state and local governments too, because there's a project that's happening currently in Indiana where the state government has given funds and also is leveraging both the clinics that are within Indiana State University and Purdue to have that augmented support to help look at what are the assessment needs and how to address the gaps that are in state and local infrastructure. But then most importantly, it's also then conversely giving students an opportunity to get that work experience. So you end up having these really innovative ideas where it's like, okay, how can we give folks an opportunity to learn and at the same time potentially get that experience to do the job? Then also that will be your local incident responder team eventually, and if they decide to, for example, like you said, join the National Guard and become a cyber protection team member, but they also have a day job at the same time, win-win all around, right? So how do we start, and that is an excellent point, the talking points, these resources, because it's been actually like a year to the state since the National Cyber Workforce Education Strategy, and we're still doing roadshows, and we're trying to get the word out, as Josh said, like this is where the money is, this is how you access it, and also here are the other local resources that are in your backyard that you may not know it. So again, please check out the website, not to defer you to a website, but just like in case you're trying to understand like what it means when I say ecosystems and how to access different things, maybe that are in your backyard, whitehouse.gov/cyberworkforce, but also happy to answer questions after.
Okay, go ahead.
So for over 5 years, I wanted to get involved with different students at, all the way from elementary school up to high school, college, community college. The difficulty I've had is I don't know exactly how to start because it seems very overwhelming. And when I've reached out to and had like connections at different universities, the professors who were already teaching sort of cybersecurity curriculum told me like, oh yeah, come in and just put together whatever you want and just talk about whatever you want. And I'm like, that's, like, I don't have, right, I have a day job, I can't also be a professor. So I don't know if there's something you're providing that can bridge that gap.
Yeah, can I actually point to, sorry, Ms. Jessica, do you mind if I point to you to share your experience, because you're a living, breathing, walking example of how you're juggling all of that plus your day job.
Oh, you're so sweet. What's up, girl? I love this topic. So this year, actually, I put together at the inaugural Cyber Day at the Philadelphia School District. We had juniors and seniors that came, and also they have a post-high school program that's non-traditional. Instead of going to college, they have like the 6-month boot camp or whatever, cyber analyst being one of them. So I actually just reached out to different people, and like in the school districts, I started with their CISO, because I'm in executive as well, so I was like, hey, what are you guys doing? So that's just kind of how I got started, because it is definitely overwhelming. We'll say cyber.org, if you're familiar with them, they already have a curriculum put together specifically for high school students and entry level. Also, I would suggest getting involved with the local nonprofit. I do Blacks in Cyber mentorship program, so you can hit me up for that, hit them up, Black Girls Hack, Women in Cyber. I mean, there's a lot of great nonprofit grassroots organizations that really are starting to target K through 12, because it is different. Yeah. It is different than you need clearances, they're minors, all that good stuff. But I'd say definitely start there, because those nonprofits usually already have that connection.
Thank you.
That's awesome. While you're walking over there, at the collegiate level, there's the national CCDC competitions. You can start chapters. Those have curriculums and programs. You're just basically starting a chapter.
When you're talking about grants, just to flag for people in the room, there is a resource called localinfrastructure.org, which is a partnership of Ballmer, Bloomberg, Emerson, Kresge, and one other, and it's a resource for small and mid-sized cities to capture the infrastructure dollars and figure out how to file for grants and apply for grants. And if you're talking to your communities, there's also a lack of grant writers out there that make it very hard for communities to actually apply for these grants. So I think there's other ways that people could put their hats on to
help and do things. But just so people don't reinvent the wheel, I would take a look at that. And there's probably links and resources on there. There's webinars for cities on sort of how to do this. There was a cybersecurity one last year, which is on YouTube, and you can watch that. But just wanted to mention that since we brought that up.
Sorry, what's the website name again? Just
Site name.
Website.
Localinfrastructure.org.
Thank you. All right, this is probably the last microphone comment, so we can close out cleanly.
I wanted to comment real quick that don't think that like all these vulnerabilities and things are going to be solved by a cybersecurity professional, right?
No.
The majority of the vulnerabilities are fixed through replacement of hardware, software, things like that others can do. They need help. And so maybe instead of 5 cybersecurity professionals, it's 2 technicians, an electrician, and a cybersecurity professional. So
yeah,
I don't want the problem to sound like overwhelming that we need to develop this giant army. It's a big village.
You know, on that point, we didn't get to it in our 2 hours, but I'm hoping I can back brief with Carl and Bo. Maybe they can absorb some of this. But I actually think most of our fixes for this 2.5-year time frame are not cyber. So I'm going to end on a teaser. If your water and wastewater in your town, this is a dark note, but if your water and wastewater is disrupted, how long can your household go without water? And if the answer is you don't know, that's something you can do when you get back on Monday or something. So do you have life straws? Do you have iodine tablets? Do you have a rain barrel? These are pretty cost-effective, cheap ways to make sure that even if the water is not clean, you can have clean water for a bit. You get a bottled water, right? Now, it doesn't fix society, but it might make you stay in the fight a little bit longer to help your community. And a lot of these aren't adding cyber, it's removing connectivity. A lot of these aren't buying vendor products, it's doing a tabletop with your mayor or your city planner. So back to the top, we are over-dependent on undependable things, and one solution is depend less. Analog backups, right? It's not super easy, but in this time horizon, I think it's going to be removing complexity, not adding it. We will also do the great stuff that Ayan and team are doing. We will also reap the benefits of some of these public policy programs at the federal level. But I didn't want to say this last, but I think I have to say this. The free cyber hygiene scanning from CISA scales infinitely. There's no incremental cost really for taxpayers to use it. If you're in critical infrastructure, it's free. Out of these 7,000 hospitals, or now 6,000 hospitals, last I left CISA, there were only 200 using this. Out of the 15,000 water and wastewater, I think there's like under 100. So this is free to tell you what any adversary can see, and against the KEB list. So some of this isn't that we even have to build the next workforce. We might just have to become marketing and lead gen for CISA's free services, right? So let's not cyber our way out of this. Let's look at how to be resilient and undisruptible by 2027.
The CISA scan that you're talking about, is this only tailored for like IT systems, or is it something that can be utilized against the systems they use in like the operational environment, like PLCs and stuff like that?
It's your internet attack service. It's a simple, lightweight scan for what you can see from the outside. There are other services that cost more. Not you cost more, but cost the government more to provide, that can do things like validated architecture design review called VADR, which can look at your segmentation isolation between OT and IT. There's threat hunting, there's cyber sentry, there's a lot of programs, but the one that's infinitely scalable, that's a no-brainer, people aren't using yet. So,
yeah. And just a quick short story is that used to work at the Administrative Subpoena Program in CISA, and that was meant to be a response for specifically not just IT, but also operational technology that was connected to the internet. So by the way, that slide that talked about the stuff off search, that was directly tied in supporting the Administrative Subpoena Program, because what was happening was Congress gave CISA the Administrative Subpoena Authority to go talk to internet service providers to say, hey, we are seeing your stuff online, but we couldn't identify who the owners were of those devices, and we could tell that they were part of that KEV list, the known exploited vulnerabilities catalog, and the only way the ISP providers could tell us who owned this was if we had a subpoena. Otherwise, they would say, oh, we couldn't talk to you, you're not DOJ, you don't have a warrant, so forth. So regardless, but that essentially is another reason of, if we could point people to say, join the CISA scanning services, and you
And by the
have
way,
to have
I
us call
misspoke. If there's PLCs naked on showdown, they'll show up. So OT is in scope if you let it be, but ideally, please don't. Yeah.
Okay, please join me in thanking our two fabulous presenters here. And if both of you can turn off your microphones, turn them off, turn them all the way off.
stretch. This is our last of the 3 day 2. For day 2, we had 3 sets of uncomfortable conversations. The first was Andrea Matwishin building on her keynote about maybe needing to professionalize. The second was myself and Ayan Islam from the White House Office of National Cyber Director, focusing on the incredible time constraint we would have to be as resilient as possible or undisruptible by 2027 if we were to see nation-state destructive malware as part of a hybrid conflict. And now we're going to end out the day with Carl and Bo on wars and rumors of wars and the implications on domestic critical infrastructure. So there'll be some exposition, but hopefully we'll round out the day on what can this community do, left of boom and right of boom, to be useful to our families, to our cities, maybe to our state, in the event of unpleasant disruptions. So with all that, let's welcome our 2 speakers for the last section of the day.
Welcome, thank you for coming. We realize that it is late in the day on the second day of the event. You guys have all been jam-packed full of really deep thoughts. And so we want you to hang out for another couple of hours with us. We're going to try and have a little bit of fun with this, even though it is a very serious topic. It's one that's very much worth thinking about, and it needs our urgent attention. So please, as we're talking, be thinking, because this is not a spectator presentation. You will all be expected to participate. That's what it means to be a part of Eye on the Cavalry. We got you in here with the free cookies, and then we suckered you into work. So I will hand it over to Carl. He'll run through some of the background pieces, and then we will keep going and transition into what can we do. Carl?
Thanks, Bo. Oh, hang on. Let's just quickly adjust that. Thanks, Bo. Yeah, I think as we've alluded to a little bit, it's a pretty heavy topic in some ways. But if there's something I want everyone here to take away, it's that hiding from critical infrastructure vulnerabilities and the fact that the current state of things is the current state of things is not a great idea. We all need to work together to figure out ways to fix problems. Part of that is being very forthright about where we are. And so today's talk is on a scenario set of war and rumors of war, or as we get close to potentially war. What does that mean for our critical infrastructure? So we're going to lead off here, and because I like memes and TV, what is war? I think it's something that's talked about a lot, and those 2 things I think are really funny because those are actually both derived from Ulysses Grant. And war never changes. The nature of humanity is to occasionally have combat and conflict and adversarial activity, and we need to face that down. So if we stop and step back and say, well, what is war? That's probably where we need to start when we ask what the implications of war on domestic critical infrastructure would be. And this is something that I think when I look at it, when I think of the traditional Western view, it's the quotes here from von Clausewitz I think are pretty good. War is not merely a political act, but a real political instrument, a continuation of political intercourse, a carrying out of the same by other means. And when you really look at this, what we've come to know as war in the Western world tends to be state actors, physical combat, militaries, massed forces in areas where we try to avoid civilians and defend our battlefields. And it really becomes quite binary. We're either at war or we're not at war. And our conduct of war is important. And there are functions of war like the friction and fog of war. And there's this idea of, von Clausewitz said, well, there's this idea of absolute or total war when both nations are trying to annihilate each other. That's generally not what happens. Generally what happens is you have a real war where there are objective sets and it's mediated by political consideration. So when we think of this idea, particularly I think in the Western world, we think of war or peace. And what we think about are the laws of war and the moral considerations and the ideas of not getting civilians involved. But do our adversaries think about war that way? That's a really good question worth asking. And I'm going to sort of be cheeky and say no. In fact, wake up. It's time to realize that that's not the way that war works, and especially when we look at some of our adversaries, not the people of China, but the state and the military and the organizational structure of China, for example, there is a very, very stark realization that I think people need to take away, which is that there is not that binary war, not war. There's a continuation. And it begs the question, which is uncomfortable to ask and to think about, but are we already at war? So if you step back and you look through the idea of warfare and you ask, how does China see war? There was a really interesting document published in 1999 by the PLA by two colonels called Unrestricted Warfare. And you can see in the center, that's the original publication cover. The translated version you can find in the Internet Archives is on the left, and there's a couple images from that. And I think what Unrestricted Warfare did is it highlighted the fact that there is a very different way of thinking about nation-state conflict that China in particular has. If you fast forward a little while later and you look at things like the Gerasimov Doctrine in Russia, there are other folks who are looking at the idea of war and saying this has changed. So really what this document highlighted, and what I think we all need to take away, is that it highlighted that the nature and purpose of war have changed and that there are no boundaries. And there's a multi-domain approach. I think further to that, there are these ideas that there are no rules. There are no legal and ethical considerations, as this document put forth, for what war is. And when you think of war from my perspective as thinking of it as militaries fighting and doing the right thing, quote unquote, only fighting other combatants, this is a complete change in viewpoint. So if I look at the summary from the authors, they said the new principles of war are no longer using armed forces to compel the enemy to submit one's will, but are rather using all means, including armed forces, non-armed force, military, non-military, lethal, non-lethal means to compel the enemy to accept one's own interests. So we're going to quickly just look at some of the fundamental tenets of unrestricted warfare, and this is one of the lovely images of the face of war published in that 1999 Internet Archive translation. But really what the authors were trying to say is that unrestricted warfare is about innovative thinking. It's about thinking about the objectives of war and all the possible ways you can achieve those objectives, not just with guns and bombs and militaries. And so, if we look at this and we break that down into what is proposed, there are a number of different approaches to that. And I'm going to quickly run through a couple of examples so that this maybe will connect a little bit. But if we look at the idea of political warfare, for example, we can look at Chinese behavior over the last, say, 20 years, and there's a couple good examples of trying to use political instruments to shape international perceptions and policies. And I think that the example that I have here is the Confucius Institute, and that's something that was identified by the US State Department as not really what it was purported to be at first, which was, hey, we're going to just help people learn the Chinese language, but it was also about some, I would say, tactful editing of certain events or certain ideas, the omission of others, to shape the dialogue in the direction that the Chinese party wanted it to go in. So, the political warfare exists. There's a couple examples there that you can look up. I think the United Front work development's another interesting one. That's the diaspora of Chinese people around the world. And there's actually really good documented examples of the government of China encouraging their citizens to try to do things like influence international elections outside of their country to go in a different direction than they might otherwise. So these sort of things are how a state could project power without using their military, but using political considerations. Another domain suggested in unrestricted warfare was economic war. And I think that's a really interesting one. That's the use of trade practices and investment strategies and sanctions to exert geopolitical influence. So there's some really interesting examples. I don't know how many people have followed them here, but You know, if you're around and remember, for example, in about 15 years ago, there was a situation where there were a bunch of Chinese dissidents who Norway suggested should get a Nobel Prize. That was quickly followed by China doing a bunch of things involving trade practice to then stop export of Norwegian salmon to China and left rotting salmon in their docks at home in Norway, and had a pretty big economic impact. And this can be seen again and again. The Scarborough-Shoal dispute was with the Philippines, and there was a situation where things didn't go quite the way that China wanted, and the Philippines acted in a way that China did not, or the party of China, government of China did not agree with, and they sanctioned effectively bananas. And same sort of thing, billions of dollars of economic damage because the policy that another country was taking they didn't like, and so they retaliated out of band with an economic activity. So I think if I carry on, and Bo, I don't know if you have any thoughts on any of these, but please chime in as we go through. You know, we have other examples, the use of legal instruments and legal institutions. And one of the really interesting things that has played out in the last decade is if you look at the islands in between the Philippines and China in the South China Sea, very, very close, if you look at that map on the bottom, to some other sovereign nations, China is exerting control, and they're saying, hey, this is actually our territory. And it's interesting to see how that plays through, because there's situations where the normal international discourse and places like the, places we would go to for international arbitration between two countries, China decided in 2016, based on a ruling of an arbitration ruling that normally would have been binding, they decided actually that shouldn't apply. And so in that case, there's this use of international law and legal manipulation and arbitration to achieve strategic objectives. So this plays through in a number of different ways. And we can start to see that actually China is being very, very, I would say, clever in the way they're using lots of different international instruments and lots of different methods and tactics to achieve political outcomes without actually having any military action. As we step forward, there's also things like psychological warfare, trying to impact the thinking of other nations, having disinformation and influence operations to try to get your way. The example I would give here is when we had Nancy Pelosi who went to visit Taiwan, that was something China didn't want because they didn't want furthering of ties between two separate sovereign nations. And so what happened was in that case, Nancy Pelosi went to Taiwan, and Taiwan was then on the receiving end of a set of what appears quite hostile exercises involving moving militaries out into the sort of straits of Taiwan and surrounding area. So we can see that the psychological operations fit into this framework of unrestricted warfare. And as we start to step through, we get to the use of high technology and the advancing of one's technology. And there's an interesting phenomena where the original 1990 text talked about dealing with a technologically superior adversary. And in this case, the United States of America had some of the best technology in the world. And there was Titan Rain, if anyone remembers that campaign, where there was Chinese intellectual property theft of US F-35 information. And so we can see how that sort of taking of technology to further one's own technological growth was a facet and an aspect of warfare.
Yeah, I've got a funny anecdote. This may be apocryphal, but a friend of mine told me about it. I thought it would be apt to share it here. So he works in the telecommunications infrastructure in mobile carriers. And he said that they got some new equipment, this was like 15 years ago, 20 years ago, when a Chinese manufacturer was starting up. And he said they were trying it out, putting it through their paces, looking to see if it could compete with the American and European manufacturers that were predominant in the market. And, I don't know what's going to happen, but it can't be.
An advanced persistent threat is going to happen. So it's time for outrageous speaker request, yet again. And We have a request from Mr. Holmquist that we provide him with a soapbox signed by Josh Corman. Suitable for display in the home. Congratulations. Someday that will be worth almost nothing.
That day is today.
I want to get up in the soapbox, but I'm not sure I could make it work.
The soapbox is for display purposes only.
It is a gorgeous display.
BsidesLV is not liable for any and all use of the soapbox. Please consult your lawyer before any attempt to use it. Talk to your doctor. See if soapbox is right for you.
So back to the story. My friend's comparing these telecom products, and they go to start to use the new one that they just picked up from the Chinese manufacturer. They're like, oh man, all the commands are so similar. This is great. They start going through the command line interface, and they hit an issue. They found a bug, and they're like, this bug is identical to one in the other manufacturers. Let's go look at the manual. And so they went to the manual to flip through that, and still had the other manufacturer's name in the manual, where it was incredibly clear that the Chinese manufacturer had just ripped off everything and didn't even bother to change the names in the manual. So I think at this point, probably everyone has heard a similar story like that, or has seen news reports or things like that along the lines of intellectual property theft. As I think General Alexander called it, the giant sucking sound of billions of dollars of intellectual property being siphoned off to China.
I think there was actually a review of that by the government last year, or 2 years ago. Hundreds of billions of dollars that you could definitely attribute every year to being lost in intellectual property theft. So, would make sense if you have somebody who's technologically superior, and even though through one ethical framework it's not ethical to, say, break into companies and steal things, in another frame, if that's what's going to help you advance, that does make some sense. So technological warfare encompasses that. And I think this is where we get to the final point, which is what I framed as network warfare. And that was a term that was used some time ago. Again, you have to think back to the early days of the internet in the late 90s and early 2000s for this to make sense. But that was anything connected to a network. And we've come to call that more cyber now. Or perhaps, we'll get into that a little bit. Yeah, we're going to dig into that a little bit, and we're going to cover off what might happen if some of our network connected equipment and all of our infrastructure was subjected to network-based warfare. And with that, I'm going to just hearken back to, and I really want to jump in the soapbox now, to the fact that every time we get in an airplane, as you remember from Josh, if you were here for earlier sessions, you get read the warning or the helpful message of, in case of emergency or landing over water when you get in an airplane, it's maybe one in, if you talk to people at MIT, 1 in 7.9 million, your odds of actually having an emergency over water. But every time you get in a plane, you go over that so that you're ready and prepared if it does happen. So what we're going to go over here is a scenario, and we're going to talk about being ready and prepared and why that's important and what we can do about it. So to talk about this scenario, I will quickly sort of put up this slide and say we recently, as of I think April, had somebody who knows something about warfare and about what's going on in the South China Sea, because he's an admiral, tell us that that we have probably until 2027, and that the all indications point to PLA being ready to meet the goal of invading Taiwan by 2027, which is an uncomfortable thought. And actually, if we look at the RAND scorecards for the United States of America, where green is America has a major advantage, red is where China has a major advantage. And if you look at the scorecard that RAND put together for a Taiwanese conflict and a Spratly Islands conflict, we can see that we started off in the 90s and early 2000s with a lot of green, and we end up in 2017 with less green. And the 2024 version of this report that's classified, and I don't have access to, could probably ask that gentleman who came before, that I'm willing to bet is probably less green based on some recent developments. And I don't know if the people who've flown planes would tell us what the results of a paternity test of a J-20 were, but that looks awfully familiar to certain North American aircraft. There's Taiwan, and we're going to have a look at this. Before we jump in here, as a recap for Volt Typhoon, which was a different campaign than intellectual property theft and along the lines of unrestricted warfare as you approach a near peer or peer adversary status as opposed to a technologically superior adversary, your tactics switch a little bit. And the idea of attacking another nation's critical infrastructure to gain advantage becomes more serious. And CISA told us, amongst others, that there's a high confidence that we have that Volt Typhoon actors are pre-positioning to disrupt functions. And why would they do that? Well, one of the reasons they would do that is because they would do that to be able to have the capability to have disruptive effects in the event of a military conflict or geopolitical tension. So with that, we worked on a geopolitical tension military scenario, which plays out starting sometime after midnight on December 23rd, 2026. And that's the point where there's the initial breach activation. And the pre-positioned malware across our multiple critical infrastructure sectors activates. So this is worth bearing in mind that when you're living off the land and you have access to credentials, you don't need a bunch of 0 days or exploits if you have legitimate, quote unquote, or seemingly legitimate access, and that's part of the problem with that campaign. So what would happen?
Great question.
Any thoughts as before we jump in here? What's the first thing that might happen?
Depending on the mandate.
Sorry, I think David's going to want us to have the mic out.
I feel like, in the spirit of yesterday, this is going to be pretty quick to go to a Black Sky event if they have the right access.
That power is, yes, one area we should be concerned about. Yep.
Nothing, because we've addressed all these vulnerabilities.
We're done here. We're good. That, you know what? That has us all doing an awful lot of good work in the next 2 years. I like that approach. Okay, so any other takes?
Well,
yep.
You're talking about doing this on the day before like one of the busiest travel days of the year. So people are like, the federal agencies are going to be busy dealing with a pissed off populace rather than maybe paying more attention to things that are of higher urgency.
Huh, what a weird thing. That might be something that happens.
Disrupt power to just cause mass panic.
Yep, that seems like it's likely.
I think you have to ask what their purpose is, because it's one of the most busiest days of the year, but what is their intent and what are they trying to do, and how does that impact our response, and so on and so forth. It's very complicated. Everything's very complicated.
I absolutely agree that we, one, want to understand intent, and two, it will be complicated. And there will be a lot of things that don't initially seem like they happen.
I think the doctrine is clear. That's seen as an act of war. But then there's the question of attribution. And you need to be pretty sure if you want to take a kinetic response, which is the doctrine, I think.
I'm interested in that one because I think what you're saying is if there was some sort of attack on our critical infrastructure, it would be perceived as an act of war.
I thought so, yes.
Right. I also would have thought so. But what happens if somebody attacks, say, food processor like JBS? JBS?
Something like that.
I think there's a meat processor called that.
Yeah.
Actually, it's kind of hard to know when to declare war if you don't know exactly who did it. So if it's clear for various definitions, which the lawyers get involved with, that might be the case and that might be an outcome. But at what point does that declaration happen?
And don't forget that our adversaries have different framings of war than we do. They see things as continuous conflicts along a spectrum without thresholds and triggers and binary distinctions.
I think the threshold is not operationally useful.
So the statement is, I don't think the threshold is operationally useful. And I think the carry on, please.
So that's, you can say it just seems an act of war, that you will respond, but you cannot actually do it because it's a slippery slope.
Right. Okay. So the point was, you can say it's an act of war, but it's a slippery slope, and this is one of the big problems that we have with a scenario like this, and sometimes even discussing a scenario like this, because if you look at what is an act of war, what maybe would have counted as an act of war 30, 40 years ago, it is not quite counting anymore, and we've had this sort of threshold of events which are kind of near what would have been considered an act of war, and it's kind of, I kind of feel like maybe we should think of the frog that is in the pot of water that starts out cold and starts getting hotter. Couple more, please, in the back.
Yeah, so because this is happening right before a major Western holiday, there's going to be minimal response resources available across all sectors, not just one given, every sector.
That's an excellent point, and part of the clue of intent in this scenario is when this happened. So yes, that's you have discovered a clue.
Unless we want to get it into Talon manuals and norms that haven't become treaties and things, we've already kind of met the de facto declaration of war from the Talon manuals, Estonia, that we've helped with, is any attack on designated critical infrastructure confirmed from a nation state could be considered an act of war, et cetera, et cetera. That threshold's already been tripped several times. Like NotPetya was Russian campaign, did $1 billion of damage in one day to Merck, a U.S. company on U.S. soil. No declaration yet. So Chris Painter of State Department used to remind us that attribution is a political choice. And to your point about boiling the frog, we're having more and more things. I'm not sure where you're going with your scenario. I'm participating as well, but a lot of folks don't think that a superpower would declare war through these types of means, but would use them in hybrid conflict if a war was underway, either as deterrent or a warning shot or a way to upset political support in the U.S. to be engaged in Taiwan, that kind of stuff, as opposed to going straight for the gold.
I mean, when you said Talon, I just assumed you were going after a CrowdStrike there, but it's refreshing to actually think of NATO stuff. Yes, but excellent point, that we have a very difficult position now because this has become normal. And we haven't declared war when things have happened in the past. So one more here, and then we're going to step forward.
I just want to know, when we get to this point, how wide is the window of acceptable things we've taken at this point? Because every day, as you said, we're boiling the water. We're widening what we find acceptable and what we've taken. So what at this point is unacceptable?
This is an excellent point. And I don't have answers to that. I mean, I hope that we're thinking about that. It's a really interesting question to ask. Like, where and how could we respond? And there's certain actions that you might have to respond to. But what is that? So,
counter malware would be another option, right? I mean, one of the things that we don't talk about is our counter capabilities, to quickly go and cause the same kind of impact downstream.
Right.
So is that a consideration that the threat actor would have before they try to test the water?
So the comment was around, and sort of the question was around, well, we also have capabilities. And I think this is one of the really interesting points about asymmetric warfare and around unrestricted warfare, is that, unlike traditional conflict where if we show up in a field with a bunch of tanks and the other side doesn't have tanks, you're not going to win. It's like, well, if we have offensive capability, my point would be this: just because we have offensive capability to cause them damage, that might act in some ways as a deterrent, but it still leaves our national critical infrastructure potentially in shambles, and it leaves us as the citizenry in a very uncomfortable position. So I do hear what you're saying. We do need to think of response, but we come to a bunch of problems first. And last one with that gentleman there, and then we'll step forward.
I mean, from a national response perspective, politically, the big question being asked at the moment is, in the coming hours, days, weeks, or week, as an initial response, is anyone going to die or get hurt? That's the first question that's going to happen. Nobody's talking about response at the moment. Everyone's literally just talking about crisis and making sure that nothing really bad happens, and what are the likelihoods of that? Do we need a politician or a minister to go in front of the press, statements, stuff like that? The response options aren't anywhere close at the moment.
That's a really interesting and good point, and I will say, right now we're sometime after midnight, so this begs the question, what next? So we step forward from midnight to 2 in the morning, and the first step of what happens is our water supply. Our water supply gets compromised, or our water systems, I should say, because we learned from Dean that actually that's not one big thing, that's an awful lot of small things. And in this case, I found out from Dean that maybe this isn't 100% accurate. It's hard to actually cause contamination of the water, despite what you might read online and in various publications. But what we did learn is that there are other methods, like using water hammers, that can cause destructive damage to our water system. So we're going to say first thing that becomes clear at 2 in the morning is, there have been attacks against ICS systems in water and wastewater. And there have been overpressurization events which have caused destruction to some of our systems. And at this point, I would do the phone a friend, and I would ask Dean. I'm going to pick on Dean and say, what do you think would happen? It's 2 in the morning. Do you get a page? Do you get a phone call? What's the water sector's response here?
First of all, this is not going to be unified in any way. Right, every locality is going to be fighting this on their own. They haven't turned the news on. This hasn't made it out to anybody yet. So everybody thinks they have an isolated problem. So there won't be any kind of reach out to anybody for anything. It'll be days before that occurs. So each individual utility is going to be looking to figure out, immediately they'll be jumping on. They don't have really forensics capabilities. All they're going to know is that they have a main break somewhere. They got to find that, which will take many, many, many hours. There will likely be multiple main breaks. That'll take days, if not weeks, to repair. And so, back to our cascading failures thing. So, those things are going to play havoc on. There will no longer be fire hydrants. So anything that occurs in an emergency situation is going to be a big problem. But I think the big kind of the trend I saw everybody go to was we're immediately going to know that this is a nationwide problem, and that's not going to occur for days. And so each of these folks are going to be fighting individual problems until they finally realize, wait a minute, you know, again, one of the arguments, my fears in the talk that I had was there's no centralization of this information. Each of these utilities is going to be fighting this problem all by themselves.
So from the point that this happens at 2 in the morning, how long before anyone even knows?
Yeah, that'll take hours, right? It'll be well into the next day before we even understand that we've got a water main break, where it's at. You know, all we know, the plant operator is the only one that's on staff, and a lot of those smaller utilities don't have those operators on staff. So they'll be getting alarms or calls to go in and figure out what's going on. All they know is they've got a low pressure event. Low pressure event immediately means boil orders. It's just an automatic. So the entire system will be under a boil order.
Well, no.
Sorry,
so this is the first thing that's happened.
Yeah.
Is 2 a.m. the first thing that's
Yeah.
happened? Is
So they're going to get a lot of that sort of stuff. Some concerned citizens are going to be in water main breaks. Generally, there's the potential for loss of life because, you know, a 5-foot main breaking is a lot of water that shows up in somebody's basement or house or at the bottom of a road. And that can cause some very dangerous situations, cars being swept away. I don't know if anybody's ever seen some of that. It's amazing.
So we're at 2 in the morning.
The other question is scope. There's, depending on how you want to count, there's 150,000 discrete, not connected water systems. So my question to you is, how many?
Well, I think if we looked at what we were told about a extremely sophisticated threat actor group who have been making a concerted effort to get into lots of our infrastructure, we'd have to think of this as not being 1 or 2 systems, but many. And from what I'm hearing, at 2 in the morning, we're probably going to have, at this point, a few concerned citizens. There's a...
And how many, how many do you need to hit before you lose trust in the other ones that have not been hit? Before you start to wonder, how many? Is this 150,000? Is it 1,500? Is it 150? Is it 2? And if you have a certain pattern of evidence, your brain will naturally fill in the rest. And so we'll have uncertainty around the rest of the supply and the suppliers.
Just a clarification question. So is this in one time zone or is it multiple time zones?
So we've been going by Eastern Standard Time.
Okay, so it's actually 11 o'clock on the Pacific Coast.
Yep.
Okay, and does this include non-U.S., non-continental U.S.?
We were constraining to CONUS.
Okay, great.
So one of the rules, we forgot to give you some rules before we start this, but one of the rules is roll with the scenario, don't fight the scenario.
Got it.
This has been put together by amateurs who know a little bit, but like we didn't quite go down to the street level of which streets are affected and not affected. So you can ask some really, really insightful probing questions, and I am sure that the executive function of our governments would be asking those exact types of questions. We won't have those answers for you in this. Just, you know, take it on faith that this is where we are. And you know, to Dean's point, we may not know the answers to those just yet.
Sure, fair enough. The reason I ask is if you look at CrowdStrike, that the timing on that, the East Coast gave warning for West Coast. And so in this case, it's the opposite, that the West Coast would still be up. It'd be 10 o'clock. It would be 9 o'clock when this happened. So you now have the alerting going out significantly faster, just like we had happen in CrowdStrike, so we could start the mitigation process in an earlier phase.
Thank you. That's a really good point. And it begs the question that Dean's got another way. Hold on, Dean. We're gonna step forward here because we gotta move.
Don't get obsessed about the details of this. Just roll with it.
High level here, high level. So because also at 2 a.m., in addition to the water sector, somebody earlier said the power. Yep. The power also gets hit in this scenario, and localized blackouts start to happen. How big, we're not exactly sure yet, but we also then have malware activated to start delaying recovery efforts. So if we think of our bonus element here is you might have heard yesterday about a crowd-striked situation on renewable energy inverters. Yeah, at this point, we also see a change and new upload or a mass upload, probably unknown at this point to everyone, of new firmware to those energy inverters. Doesn't do anything yet, but it's just worth considering. But there's definitely, at this point, we start to get sort of cross-country localized blackouts. So just stop and sort of think like of the people you know who work in energy utilities and water utilities having a very bad early morning December 23rd. And before we go into questions, comments, and everything else for this phase, we're going to step forward to, well, then we hit 3 o'clock. And at 3 o'clock, because if we rewind to what our friends at CISA told us, if I recall, it's communications, energy, transportation, and water and wastewater that we know have been actively targeted by Volt Typhoon, and we know are being prepped to have functional disruption. So at 3 o'clock, the telecommunications networks start to have problems, and we start seeing major ISPs and mobile operators going down. In this case, we picked on the SOHO routers that have been compromised as sort of reflecting things back. But I think as somebody who used to work in telecom, some of that gear that had vulnerabilities, the core routing functions of a telecommunications network, you would hope are extremely well defended and very, very robust and have no vulnerabilities whatsoever. And you would hope that somebody who's an authorized user and has legitimate credentials can't just turn things off. But some things start happening, and the emergency responses that we're having to water and power would probably be somewhat hampered if your internet and your mobile phone system started not working very well. There's a question over here.
Yeah, I want to clarify that you have no phone system anymore in this case, and you will lose many television channels as well.
Yeah, there's a clarification that you'd have no phone system. The way I view this is we're fragmented enough that probably wouldn't happen. It wouldn't drop out all at once. I suspect what probably would happen is you'd have different operators having different outage problems, and there might be some targeted DDoS things that take out certain equipment, but you wouldn't see the distributed impact of that right away, and it wouldn't be obvious that these things were all connected. Because it's 3 in the morning and most people are still sleeping. It's only really the emergency responders who are, well, maybe not getting the pages or messages from their systems anymore, and hopefully, gosh, haven't gone back to sleep with a Christmas party hangover. But good point. So 3 in the morning, we see our telecommunication systems starting to be disrupted. And bad news, at 3 in the morning, our healthcare systems also start being targeted. And in this scenario, we have our hospital networks have malware and ransomware executed in them. And there's also the possibility that medical devices, where there's compromised products, might also start causing problems. And the early targeting of healthcare systems in a scenario like this is designed to ensure that the hospitals are overwhelmed, which, combined with what we saw from Christian yesterday, is a little bit upsetting to think about.
For those not at Christian's things yesterday or didn't watch our CyberMed Summit DC videos, we asked some emergency physicians and hospital administrators, how long can a hospital operate without water? So I don't even think this step would be required, because many hospital functions drop off within a matter of hours. No surgeries, can't care for patients, can't do laboratories, can't have HVAC, cooling, sanitation, etc. So this one's just insult to injury. I think the water alone would do the job.
Well, that's an interesting point, and you're right, but unfortunately it gets worse. Because if we are looking at really a scenario where we're trying to examine what could happen based on the data we have, it's pretty likely that the transportation system at some point would be hit. And this can get really, really bad if you start thinking of compromise of logistics companies too. And if you start thinking of all the automated fleet systems, and let's just take like package delivery companies and things like that, where couriers need to go out and things need to get moving in the early morning to make it somewhere, and all of the food logistics companies who have trucks, if those were also targeted and either denied, or if those systems were conversely told to send things out, if you send everything out and then you brick the traffic lights, that's a lot worse than bricking the traffic lights when nothing is on the road. So in this scenario, yeah, we see a transportation attack, and we've got and Mike's in the way.
Hi. If I wanted to really mess things up, I'd wait till 7 or 8, where everyone is going through rush hour, and just lock down the beltway, parkways, whatever freeways are running through major cities.
You're 100% right, and I think this brings us to Beau's point. When we were constructing this scenario, we didn't, bunch of amateurs up here, we didn't try to get this perfectly right as to exactly what could be done to maximize damage, but that is an excellent point, and it's a concerning point. One more over there.
I think one of the things we're forgetting here is that we're 3 hours in. Nobody's talking. Dean said it'd take days for people to start talking to each other. We're not even sure that people have been activated and they're actually getting the right people on the systems trying to figure out what the hell's going on. And so here we are looking at a scenario. We forget that 3 hours into one incident is nothing, right?
Thank you. That's a really, really good perspective, and that is worth keeping in mind, that all of our emergency dispatch systems are trying to cope with these emerging panics. And oh no! Well, it turns out that the emergency services dispatch and the distribution systems for those are also hit, and I won't get into the fact that you could probably set up a bunch of robo-dialers to automatically flood all the 911 centers in addition to that, and you could target traffic at all the IP systems and their known endpoints to slow anything else down beyond actually damaging those systems with malware. But yeah, if you were trying to create a coordinated outage, you are only a few hours in. Most people aren't even realizing this yet. So one question or comment here.
So one thing that strikes me about this is that this scenario looks a lot different now than it would have 3 weeks ago. I'm wondering if because it is that widespread, I'm almost wondering if the first people reacting to this would assume that it's some common software across all of that, it's another CrowdStrike, and not even be thinking about it being a malicious thing, precisely because it is that widespread.
Absolutely a fantastic point, and part of the really concerning thing about this scenario is it's going to take a while to figure out what's going on. I don't know about all of you all, but I would still hopefully be in bed at 4 in the morning, even if something emergency was happening, because for the vast majority of people, it wouldn't affect us until later. And as we step through further, and I think there's probably again, I'm picking the fact that I maybe know a little bit more about core telecom routing than most people. But if you have years of dwell time and time to map systems, you're going to know exactly what to do. And that's one of the things about a campaign that started in 2021 with a 5+ year time frame to execution of a further attack. That's going to change how this works. So coordination efforts, let's just say, are going to be quite difficult at this point. But fortunately, probably somewhere around 5 a.m. Eastern, we would start having some government response. And I suspect that somewhere about 3 hours into this, and please don't shake your head like that, I want to believe, we would have a state of emergency declared and everyone would start trying to do something. But you have to remember in this scenario, no, this is same day or next day. In this scenario, we're hopeful that 3 hours in with a coordinated attack, even though your telecommunications system's down, your emergency communication systems are down, there is definitely still going to be some coordination, and we're going to have some defensive response, and there are going to be people in places like Cyber Command and CISA and a lot of defenders who are on the ball and totally with this 3 hours in. This is going to happen because we're going to think about this. So we've made it through the dark part of the night, and as we start into the morning, people start becoming aware of what's happened. The bad news is our adversaries also prepared for that and has prepared fantastic deepfake videos, which are circulating any social media networks that can still be accessed on any mobile network that still works.
A common technique of ransomware actors, when they don't have the effect that they desire by the time that they desire it, is they start going to the media. So it might not be the National Security Council that wakes up and realizes that this is happening first. It might be a journalist who thinks they've got a scoop, or 10 journalists that think they have scoops that start getting information from adversaries, either as posing as adversaries, or who are posing as average citizens. And so somebody's going to find out real quick when our adversary does want us to know these things.
Questions in the back? We'll stop for just a few comments, questions, and carry on here. Go ahead, please.
With the attribution, like with if they contact the news directly, they could attribute it to somebody else or start, creating a different narrative than what's happening.
Right. That seems very plausible. So in addition to public awareness, hopefully at this point our government, because they've started their emergency response a few hours earlier, has an ability to communicate out. And they would start, actually you would think, working internationally with our partners. I did see some eyes around earlier. We had 4 eyes somewhere earlier. But if we did have a situation where something like this happened, you have to think there's going to be emergency communiques going out saying this is potentially a very disruptive intentional act. Please help, and please try to de-escalate. The downside is if our communications networks are mostly or partially owned, there is the ability to gather intelligence on those diplomatic efforts, and we won't necessarily step through all that would happen there, but that's certainly possible. And as we carry on through the morning, you're going to start to see some restoration efforts begin. I mean, hopefully 6 hours in at 9 in the morning, we're going to have people who are going to start or be actively working on restoration, and IR teams are activated, and people are doing things to try to fix the situation we're in across these sectors. And
more importantly than the incident response teams, you have physicians who are being called in to deal with the reduced ability to deliver care through computer systems. You have water facilities that are maybe stepping up at that. I'll give you the benefit of the doubt and say maybe stepping up. You've got electrical facilities that are ramping up. You've got some of the transportation folks that are realizing they've got an issue. They don't know the size and scale of it yet. Telecommunications carriers. So people are going through the steps to restore what we call, for shorthand, I'll just call them national critical functions. But these things that we need to do to deliver medical care, to keep cars on the road flowing smoothly, to ensure that we've got fresh water, wastewater, to ensure that we've got electricity. So these are the things that actually touch our lives. Those people are working at the same time the incident response people are working. And even they probably start earlier than the incident response people. You may not know that it's a cybersecurity incident until after you get through at least a bare minimum of root cause analysis.
So I need to throw a small monkey wrench into the monkey wrench. most cities in the U.S. that are going to have, it's the same IT guy for police, fire, hospitals, anything county or public owned is going to be on the county or city network, and that's a centralized resource. So there's not going to be an army of people to show up to start troubleshooting stuff.
You're probably right, but we're going to actually hope that you're wrong, and we're going to say, we're going to carry on with restoration efforts, and we're going to carry on with economic stabilization elements, because you can make this a lot worse if you really wanted to, and that doesn't necessarily have to be compromising the banks and financial infrastructure. It could just be triggering algorithmic trading platforms. But we're not going to go into that too deeply because we're focused on our critical infrastructure that we need at the lower levels of Maslow's needs. So I want you to sort of stop and say, this has all happened from 2 a.m. until sort of 3, 4, 5 in the afternoon. Our response teams might or might not be responding extremely efficiently. We have people out. It's been a really long day. People are having trouble getting places because the cars can't move through the traffic systems that don't work. We're having trouble dialing in to respond to things and organize and coordinate because our communications networks aren't working. And here's the question: like, what is everyone working on at that point? Like, if you're a part of an IR team, or if you're trying to work in a response to this in one of these sectors, how stretched are you? And how good or maybe not is your decision making?
I was going to say, at least the physical aspect of this sounds a lot like hurricane response. And that's at least reasonably well practiced.
Right.
In hurricane areas. So at a national level, and I know that there are some folks in here who work at that level, at this point, we're imagining, and you can pick apart the scenario if you wanted to, I'm sure, and say that this is wrong, but the scenario that Carl and I built imagined that you had National Security Council working from really early in the morning. You had executive leadership at the national, state, and local level keyed up for this. They've been working local problems. You have members of Congress, you have business leaders trying to figure out what's going on with them. You have everybody focused on the issues that they have locally, and or starting to realize that there is a nationwide whole of society crisis unfolding before their eyes. They're trying to figure out what's going to drop next. They're trying to get ahead of things. They're trying to understand what's happening. They're trying to roll trucks to restore things. They're trying to control and contain the situation, not at a computery level, but at a human scale level. And that's where the top level decision makers, again, at the national, federal, state levels, at the business levels, they start to activate and spend a lot of cycles focused on this emerging issue rather than some of the steady state issues, rather than some of the other things that they were working on. Anybody who's worked any kind of incident knows crisis pops up, you drop what you're doing, you run to where the ball is, and so that's where everybody is focused.
Exactly that. It's an uncomfortable scenario, and we're in an uncomfortable position because everyone's tired at the end of this day, and no one's making good decisions, and that's when the intent of that action becomes clear, because in this scenario, while America's in chaos, that's when a Chinese invasion of Taiwan begins. And if you looked at that statement that admiral made at the beginning about China's preparing for an invasion scenario of Taiwan, if you were going to do that and you were sure that there would be an American military response, it would be a logical move to try to delay and degrade an American military response, and a domestic disaster or a series of domestic disasters would definitely have some delayed, degrading functional elements.
And
So
consider the media. What are they going to be focused on when this happens, when the invasion of Taiwan happens? Are they going to be focused on the domestic things, where they can get, B-roll of people panic buying things in the store shelves, when they're going to have the national leaders on TV saying, I'm going to get to the bottom of this, we're going to fix this, we're going to get you gasoline back in your cars and water back in your homes? Or are they going to have, B-roll footage of carriers in the Strait of Taiwan? Probably more the domestic thing.
And if you think of 14 hours or 16 hours or 18 hours of communication networks being down, transportation networks being down, while everyone's trying to get to a Christmas Eve somewhere, while a bunch of your defenders are getting ready to go on I don't know about everyone here, but when I observe things in that couple of days before the holiday break, often things aren't happening really, really quickly. Stuff slows down. Well, it's already slow. People are traveling, people are moving. Systems are not built for extra resilience at that time. In fact, they're often maxed. And so what would the response be? And, if we step through, what would happen in the following days and what would happen in the following weeks, and why would China do this? What were they trying to achieve? What did they need to achieve? And did they achieve that in this hypothetical scenario? I think we could look at it and say, if there was some sort of military action delaying and degrading a military response, it would actually be very effective to have domestic disasters in series with intersector dependencies affecting all of our normal operations. We'll stop for a couple of questions, comments, and thoughts.
Sorry, going back to the time zone question and also the impacts. All of our frontline forces are in other countries along Taiwan and those areas. They would not be affected by this in any way, shape, or form. All the radars are up, all of your carriers are deployed, you're going to have the advanced knowledge of ISR. All of that is in place. And if our military is at least a little competent, they're going to be looking at those ferries and other things that have been accumulated for this invasion. So I suspect that this would have zero impact on the ability for the first 5 to 7 days to respond to any of this activity, even with distractions that may impact the longer term infrastructure questions that these types of attacks would impact.
That's an interesting point. I have a slightly different point of view, which would be that actually one of the most damaging things that would happen is our decision-making processes would be slowed down. If you have a situation like this happening domestically, there are a lot of people in places that deal with emergencies that are dealing with emergencies, and I think interesting point. I think it's worth considering, but I would say there's also a possibility this might cause some decision-making problems.
So we have some delays.
Right.
You mentioned B-roll earlier of the National Guard in the streets of the U.S. We're the world's foremost superpower basically. What psychologically would this do to people in other countries who are just kind of watching this whole thing play out, even if they're not directly impacted by it?
That's a really great question, and I don't think it would be good. But we'll shelve that one for a little bit later.
I think we saw a little bit of this by a far less competent adversary in Russia and Ukraine, right? There was some attempt at cyber operations, and I think when we talk about cyber capabilities in used against us, we're talking about water and power, and the remediation of those things would happen in the coming days and weeks. But I think, as this drags out over time, it becomes less effective in the sense that China does this in, I guess, with the intent of gaining hopefully, in their view, complete control over Taiwan. And if that's not accomplished in their time, in the time frame that it takes us to respond in the region, then it's ineffective. Because I think over time we've seen you have a more capable adversary in Russia, on paper, fighting a less capable adversary in Ukraine, and with the support of others, it's kind of, their plans have fallen to pieces. And so I think as time goes on in this scenario, unless China is able to control all of Taiwan and embargo that, then it's not going to be effective in the coming weeks and months.
And that's a really great point, and I do want to acknowledge that, and I'll step back and say the reason we tried to put this scenario together was not just to explore the exact event of an invasion of Taiwan. Hopefully that will never happen. There can be peaceful ways of achieving means that don't require that. But I think the adage I have a colleague who is former military, and he said, one thing we know for sure is the next war is not going to be fought the same as the last war. And I think that if we look towards war-type scenarios, and if we look at this idea of, the Gerasimov doctrine or unrestricted warfare as the idea of the concept of war no longer just being about bullets and tanks and carriers, but actually encompassing all possible activities. And if we think in China, there's a competition between two superpowers where they don't have that same view of war, not war, there's a range of activities that build up to this scenario that are quite concerning. And I think that, if we do sort of look at that and say, it's an excellent point. I don't necessarily want to walk through the if this, then that with Taiwan. What I want us to think about is here and our domestic infrastructure here. And I was once told the best way to prevent war is to be prepared for it. And I think what we're trying to highlight here is that our domestic critical infrastructure is not ready for heightened levels of conflict, whether they go all that way or not. And I'll just sort of go for a couple more questions.
Yeah, so really quickly, I love all the enthusiasm in the room. We're going to flip to a different type of questioning. And so after one or two more of these, I want you to save your creative brain power and juices, your executive decision-making facility for the what do we do about this to prevent, prepare, respond, and recover portion. So yes, go ahead.
Just quickly, I think this is kind of a best case scenario for America because to have all this done to degrade our ability to help somebody else is much different than it being to prepare the battlefield for a kinetic attack on us, which is usually, any kinetic warfare is going to have that preparing the battlefield cyber component of it. And so for China or whoever to burn all that capability and equity without us eating one missile, it's bad for Taiwan because we can't come to their aid, but it's almost couldn't have gone better for us.
That's an excellent point, and again, not in the military. Bunch of amateurs who look at critical infrastructure and go, "Wow, whatever the event is," and that is definitely a worse scenario. And it might not be China. There are other adversaries who do not love the United States quite as much as we might hope they would otherwise. There are a range of scenarios where our infrastructure can be used in conflict, and it can be used to cause a variety of outcomes, and we're not ready for any of that. Is I think the one of the takeaway pieces that I want some people to at least think about. And there are things that we can do to make ourselves more resilient. And that's the next, I think that's the next phase that we're going to jump into here pretty quickly is, well, what can we do? And what can we do here, and what can we do now? What can we do in the next 6 months? What can we do in the next year? But we'll now that you had the preview, we'll tag off in a couple more questions.
I wanted to just back up and challenge one of the assumptions here.
Sure.
If you were to go back and look at some of our documentations on emergency response plans for some of the things we suspected the USSR might do in an all-out conflict, it was always thought they would do small nuclear bombs in strategic locations and not set all of them off, leaving some to stay behind to ransom the US to make certain actions if they were making other actions in the world. And we have seen some indications coming out of China, they might look at something similar in a cyber realm. So what happens when you don't lose everything and they have that power to leverage us to make certain actions?
Yeah. That's a great point.
I'm not fighting the scenario here. It's just very different than I had conceived how this could play out. And just as we shift to solutioning, I want us to think, there's an acronym that I can't find published in the federal government, but in the risk lexicon is the closest I found it. After 9/11 with DHS and then early CISA, they came up with 4 types of consequence effects, and the acronym is HEMP. So there's a human consequence, which is like loss of life and or injuries. There's an economic consequence, which is what it does to confidence in markets and GDP and everything. There's a mission impact, which is our ability to continue doing what we have to do for society. And there's the P is the one that's always forgotten, which is the psychological consequences. And without the thought-terminating cliche of 9/11, we had a couple planes hit some towers. The human toll was quantifiable. The economic toll was eventually quantifiable. The mission, et cetera. But the thing that hurt the country the most wasn't that everyone everywhere was hurt. It's that no one felt safe. It's that the long tail of psychological consequences is enough. So I'm not saying I'm smarter or different. Just the scenario I've been contemplating and trying to see as we shift to the solution set is on an escalatory ladder. I think they've already had a success in letting us know if they wanted to shut some stuff down, they can shut some stuff down. So that's kind of like the deterrent of stay out of our business in Taiwan. If we didn't stay out, I could see the next rung could be something like a demonstration of force. Not everywhere, not concurrent, but just as a reminder, mess with us and there'll be more of this. And then there's, potentially south of tactical nukes and things like this, it could be more widespread. I think the deep concern I have is we don't think they're stupid enough to declare war by a preemptive strike, which is what this one was. But that even a demonstration of force could have the psychological effect that a 9/11 did. And since we are so prone, what is the long-standing, I think that what that does to public support for the conflict is it's gone. So you don't have to do something that would absolutely necessitate a superpower retaliation. You could just do enough to humble us and scar us. And on that front, any of the responses we do, one of the reasons I am so bullish on trying to make sure we disconnect the things that we can afford to, and we prepare, and we have good contingency plans is, I think the psychological consequences are the most devastating consequences. And part of our response should be how do we preserve and deserve the trust and safety of the public. That's a harder thing to do, but we don't even need all-out doomsday scenarios to have long-standing psychological consequences. And the last thing I'll say is, so far, I've heard many, many happy things, not happy, encouraging things from the brain trust in this community the last 2 days. But the one thing that scares me the most is almost everybody takes it on the assumption that we'll repair in a couple days. And they haven't really been listening to Dean and others, which is with just-in-time manufacturing and no surplus and razor-thin margins, we don't have enough parts to fix all these cities' breaches. It'll be not days or weeks, but months or years. It'll be like the Key Bridge in Baltimore. So if we had enough healthy workers and enough parts and enough time to concurrently fix them all, I'd be shocked. So I really think we don't get to decide how widespread or what sequence at 3 in the morning or what day it is, but we do have a way to control what we can control, which is we can prepare the communities for the scenarios. We can reduce idiotic elective risk. We can try to have some non-cyber responses to weather a storm. And this is why I keep treating this more like a natural disaster or disaster science or FEMA type response, which is we may see bad things, they harm us less when we know they're coming and we know what we can do about it. So I should shut up and let the scenario unfold. But I don't think we have to go as widespread to do serious psychological harm. And I think some of our focus collectively should be, how do we make sure that we are obvious and available helpers to help and be helpful before and after some sort of disruption?
Yeah, and especially on the supply chains, if our number one microprocessor part supplier is now off the table, even if China doesn't take Taiwan, we don't have silicon anymore. Sorry, what does that do to the supply chain? It degrades it even further, and it would be months and months of us trying to recover, which is why the political decision making would probably pause us before we got ourselves involved in an active conflict, which would possibly not let us get involved until after the invasion was already complete. So you only need to delay it for maybe a few hours, maybe a couple of days.
I think, looking around the room, everyone now looks thoroughly demotivated and upset. And I would just sort of say, one, we are going to look at a second scenario where it's not that catastrophic initial multi-sector attack. It's, we're going to look at a different type of event, which is just a larger impact or a large enough impact, but not one that, not one that would go all that way. Something that's a step closer to what we might consider an act of war. But if you did look at that and you said, what would somebody do if they were trying to cause disruption, and if they didn't want necessarily to have attribution, or even this become obvious that this is part of that sort of scenario, I think that when we were talking about it, one of the things that could happen would be cyber attacks against water, because of the interdependence between water and healthcare, and the interdependence between water and other things. And this is where the rubber really hits the road, because there are actually things that we can do about it. And we're not in 2027 or late 2026 yet. We're here and now, and we have a bunch of people who sat and listened to this for a really long time, and there are things that we can actually do. And I think the first thing, part of the reason to agree to this talk was we said, we need to have it be okay to talk about this. Because sometimes it's really difficult to talk about a scenario that's not nice and not comfortable and would have a significant impact on our normal way of life. But if we don't talk about it, we can't think about how we should fix it. And if we don't think about how we can fix it, we're probably not going to auto-correct on its own. So this is a chance for us to ask the question, what can we do about this? How can we take steps to become more resilient? And that's what we're going to transition into now, is I'm hoping to ask everyone here to start throwing out some ideas of what could we actually do to prevent these scenarios or to mitigate the damage. What could we do left and right of boom of an event, either a larger event or a smaller contained event against a particular sector? How can we increase observability, prevention? What can we do to improve our technical response and to basically to preserve the continuity of our national critical functions? So,
and when you're thinking about these ideas, I know that we all live on computers and we think about computers a lot, but computers aren't the things that we need in our life, the way that we need water, the way that we need air, the way that we need electricity, the way that we need medical care. Think about those human scale things. How do we ensure preservation of the continuity of those things? Computers are one way, but there are others.
So, and as people give suggestions, the moderators have asked that you give suggestions without commentary, so that more suggestions can be given.
Given that critical infrastructure is a it's a federal function, making sure that there are common minimum security standards for specific elements, like knowing your system better, understanding end-to-end what components your systems use, and ensuring that they stay up to date. Just minimize the initial vector as much as you can.
Okay, so minimizing initial vectors, that's one thing.
I would just say, because a lot of us in this room wear a lot of hats, I'm Medical Reserve Corps, so when something like this happens, I disappear to the health department, I become unavailable.
Right. So you would already be going off to help. And maybe a follow-on is, well, what else could we do to help the medical corps in a situation like that? But
with water, having that slow roll for awareness, I kind of think too, understanding the classification of the incident and how to communicate that within the decentralized environment of the different water systems.
Okay.
A couple suggestions. I'm a little bit biased because intelligence is my role, but I strongly feel that intelligence is really the only proactive cyber discipline. So getting intelligence to these groups, whether that's encouraging them to join their local ISACs or their industry ISACs, and getting more funding for those ISACs. And then the second thing, I live in a small enough community where I could probably be on a first name basis with the IT person at the at the water provider or at the electricity provider. So being involved in that way.
Are you?
With am I?
Yeah.
Do I know them? Not yet.
Hey!
Recently moved, so
You're assuming that there is an IT person in the water provider. You're assuming that they can join an ISAC. You're assuming that there is someone who can take the intelligence. And I think that those are, in most cases, in most critical infrastructure areas we looked at, those are unfounded assumptions. So I don't disagree with that, but I want us to start thinking about how we scale this down to organizations. If you're going to have a computery thing, it's got to be something that your next door neighbor who's never touched a computer can operate. It has to be that simple.
So one of the things we can do also is help good faith security researchers and help the companies understand how to deal with them when they do disclose a vulnerability into some of their systems. There's a lot of them that just don't know how to deal with that.
Good faith disclosure is an important point. I think if I were to weigh in on that one, I would agree, but I think that maybe the horse is out of the barn there. We're at a point where we have a ticking clock to actually take action, and I think it's helpful to think of what we can control. And I'm going to say that one of the things that occurs to me is, while that's important, I think we have to be thinking of further outside suggestions. The idea that Josh has put forth in the past of, if you can't afford to protect it, disconnect it. Like, we need to start thinking about things like that. Like, if you can't, absolutely, we need to help the security research community, but that will prevent things probably further down the road. If you can't patch your systems because you don't have an IT person, you probably aren't going to get to your vulnerabilities. But it is an important point, but that's probably a longer time horizon.
To get things down to an everyone very personal level, I would recommend that FEMA step up advertising ready.gov that talks about how to prepare for natural or man-made disasters, how to put together a 3 to 7 day emergency kit, and basic things that everyone can do. And further, if you want to do messaging to the other side, if you suspect that they're going to try to do something, you step up the advertisements to make sure that they know that you're ready to go.
Right. Showing that you're ready is fantastic. And this, I'm going to just dwell on this point before we move on, because to defend, we need defenders. And if I think of my own preparedness and what I can do, you know, if I think of, hey, maybe I wouldn't have water or power for 3, 4, 5, 10 days. You know, am I ready? Well, okay, I do have a box of Life Straws, so maybe I'm slightly further ahead, but we all need to be thinking about what we can do to be ready to help our families, our communities, our country. So I just, you know, I would say keep that in mind as we go through ideas, but please, let's keep the ideas going. And
going back to the airplane analogy, first put the mask on yourself before you help others.
Yeah, if we have outages like this, we got no electricity, you're going to wake up in the morning, you're going to go out your front door, and the only person you're going to be able to talk to is your neighbor. So now is the time to get to know your neighbor, find out the skills that are in your neighborhood. You might just be 3 degrees of removal from the emergency management coordinator in your community, and that will give you some ability to begin to prepare in a distributed way, because we're talking about a distributed attack. We're going to have defense in every neighborhood. Civil defense, cyber civil defense, y'all.
So we're talking about you probably should do bottom-up things as well as top-down. And I'm European, so for me this feels much more comfortable than for you all, I think. But you need to regulate. You need to impose measures to force companies to take cybersecurity and resiliency seriously. It's disruptive to your company when the Cyber Resiliency Act or something like that lands and determines that multiple product lines you have are critical infrastructure and need to meet this list of standards, but it does add value.
I would agree with you. I think if we look at this and we say we have 2 years to do something, and given the track record of trying to get companies to be, you know, gosh, I kept thinking through series of events that now we'll have new regulation, now we'll make change. Well, nope, that's maybe we're past that, and maybe we actually need to think of what we all can actually do without relying on somebody else.
I think probably one of the other great things that we could look at would be de-isolation of some of these issues. Can we rely on, you know, help develop the infrastructure in Canada, Mexico, so that in the event of something like this, our allies can come to our assistance because their systems are more verbose through our help.
Yeah, and my plan is I'm going to go stay with Carl for a little while in Vancouver.
One thing I'm not hearing anything about is how it's paid for. So there's 2 components. One is how to address the risk mitigation, because traditional risk mitigation approaches go probability of effect and how much it's going to cost, and that's how much money you have. We need to change that formula some way. The other one is how do we incentivize profit companies to do these things? So if we look at transformers in the United States, those former monopolies, which are now operating as independent for-profit businesses, are eliminating things like transformers and things, assuming that they can have the open market to come in there and fill those at a cost-effective way. So the underlying key is understanding the cost model and promoting a profitable way to do all of these things.
Good point, thank you.
I would like to say that as this is playing out, I would like, you know, my friends and family maybe not to be vectors through which disinformation might spread. But honestly, I don't know how to do that, and I don't know how to keep myself, maybe in the heat of the moment, from becoming a vector myself.
It's easy, the internet's down.
So I come from the local government space, and at the municipality that I worked for a few years ago, we would actually drill community resilience workshops where we did a scenario very similar to this, not as a result of a cyber attack, but just for any reason, all systems go down. Where can you turn in the community? How can we as a city bolster those hubs to support the citizens that would come to them? And then also crucially to the psychological aspect, if you already have this built-in sense of readiness and community and preparedness, then it kind of tones down a lot of the fear and as it's muscle memory, so you don't feel as kind of jarred if you're drilled in responding to this.
Yeah, you know, I think as you talk to your local communities. I mean, we don't necessarily have to talk about this exact scenario, which is uncomfortable. We can talk about, hey, you know, how about a product class fails a la CrowdStrike? There's lots of, unfortunately, there are lots of reasons that we could end up in a situation where our infrastructure is not operating the way in which we need to. And we've sort of run down the line of, you know, on a spectrum of efficiency to resilience, where one, you have no spare parts at all and everything works perfectly, to one, you have a spare of everything and you can fail gracefully and repair and replace everything. We maybe need to start having discussions about tuning where we are in that spectrum. And that the conversations we need to have and the drills that we need to do probably aren't these ones. This was the point of this talk, was to bring forth a probably worst case or near worst case or very uncomfortably bad scenario to examine what happens if. Hopefully that will never happen. And if we work together to try to figure out ways of drilling and being ready, we decrease the chances of it happening.
I was going to bring up drilling. Like, we teach our kids at grade school what to do in case of a fire, where your fire exits are, where to go. It reduces their panic, it builds muscle memory. And without spending lots of money on the cybers or waiting for federal regulation to matriculate for the next 15 years, we could do lightweight tabletop crisis simulations. And the heart of what Bo and Christian and I and Jeff did with CyberMed Summit is we shattered assumptions with 2-hour exercises with no budget, no money, not a whole lot of planning. We just got people to figure out what would you do and make mistakes in a game instead of in real life. And on the same front, to your point that you were starting to get at, if we go to introduce ourselves during a live fire crisis with our Mohawk or our hacker t-shirts, especially after not showering for 3 days, it'll be like DEF CON every day. That's not the time to make friends and build trust. So I think some of this is making sure we introduce ourselves, and obviously we want to equip you with some curriculum or talking points or well-vetted approach patterns, but each of you live in a community, and you could be a local resource if you make yourself known, available. We could also become advertising for a lot of the free federal services and grants that no one taps into right now. So I think that we got a lot of the raw materials. We have not done the communication and connection stuff that would either make it less likely this will hurt as much, or more likely it'll still hurt, but we will be less panicked in our response and know where the helpers are.
Thank you. That's excellent points.
There's probably, looking at the question, there's multiple layers to that. I mean, in the UK, for example, we have local resilience forums, so LRFs, where it's sort of the local authorities, the police, the fire, everybody comes together if there's a big incident, and that's where everyone goes. So there's a local solution to this. I mean, a lot of people shouldn't be expecting big government to lean down to be able to help when it's at this scale. And the capacity and capabilities that you had yesterday are the capacity and capabilities you're starting with at the start of the incident. And there's a lot of people that will expect magic to happen and people to turn up to help, where that just doesn't exist. The spares you had yesterday are the spares you have today in the middle of all of this. But I think it's also really important to work out why we're doing it. It's not just to recover services. This is about deterrence. If we nationally can maintain pain levels that our adversaries may look to impose on us, then that itself is a deterrence. I mean, in this scenario so far, there's only one nation that's actually suffered an armed attack, and that's Taiwan. So if you go to the Clausewitzian definition of war, it's a use of force, typically because something was exploded and moved. But at the moment, that hasn't happened on the cyber piece of it. So really, even if we wanted to trigger something like NATO, we're at the sort of Article 4, are we at Article 5 stage? By definition, not quite yet. We haven't done attribution yet. So this is about giving the political headspace nationally by having the resilience to be able to cope before we have to do something that the pain level is such we have to escalate. So we've got to keep remembering why we're doing this. It's not just recovering services and saving lives. This is a proper national challenge.
Thank you. I feel like David's probably put in 100,000 steps in the last 2 days.
Thank you. Excuse me if I come off pessimistic for a second.
but I want to take the time to kind of analyze and step back the greater scenario. So, based on my experience, I'm 38 years old. I've been in the country since 1992. You know, I have a decent education, but this scenario, this checkmate scenario that I understand, has taken China decades to get to this point, to get to this checkmate. With that said, to change or to basically solve this in 2 years is, to me, almost nearly impossible. Because you would have to have a top-down approach. What we're talking about here are great solutions, but ultimately Band-Aids, little pocket solutions. Because we know that the top is really, you know, the ones that trickle down a final solution, but we know that the top is only interested in one thing, the next term, getting elected, right? So I think if we have a way to penetrate the top brass, the top political leaders within 2 years to make a complete dedicated solution to this scenario, maybe we have a hope. But pocket community solutions, I don't think might be able to get to where we want to in 2 years.
I appreciate the comment. I would probably counter that and say, by that rationale, we should do nothing. And I think that there are things that we can do to be ready. And my experience actually isn't that. It's that there are a lot of services and government agencies, and a lot of the time, you know, CISA, for example, has a lot of things that can be done, and a lot of people that don't know about that. And I think there is a push to be thinking about resilience, and there is a push to try to fix our infrastructure and to make these things happen. That is, you know, we heard earlier from somebody who was at the White House, and there are things that are being done, and we need, you know, we can help act as connective tissue to our communities to make sure that flows faster. So I actually am maybe more optimistic and bullish. I understand that perspective, but I think that there are a lot of people in the right places in government who actually really do care about this. I think there's a lot of people in our broader defense community who really care about this. There's a lot of people who are tasked with critical infrastructure who care about this, but there's a disconnect sometimes between that and the people operating the local municipal water company. Or, you know, we need to prepare for resilience in all kinds of ways, not just for a scenario like this, but for a hurricane or for a extreme weather event that might hit. We can become more resilient and prepare for a wide range of things and benefit in all scenarios. So I would counter that, and I would say, actually, I think there are a lot of people in the right places in government who do care. There are a lot of solutions that are being worked on, and we can help bring that message to the people who need to hear it. And we can help communicate and help build that resilience more quickly. We can act as an accelerant and get a lot done in 2 years if everyone works together.
Yeah, I think I understand your perspective, and I understand how you came to it. I think it is right in that we will not prevent any bad thing from happening. It is impossible to prevent any bad thing from happening. So between there and there are no humans left alive in America, there's the spectrum and a gradient, and we can go more towards a better outcome than a worse outcome by acting, even if that means we still have some impacts, we're still degraded. We can have a much better set of fixes in place to prepare, prevent, respond, and recover our society more quickly than we would otherwise. Because I don't want to go down the nihilism route, just say like, oh, time to move to Europe or, you know, do something else. I think that there are things that can be done to address many of the things that would cause us long-term, permanent, severe harm.
So I'm going to take the opposite view, right? So
to defend, we need defenders. We've got the defenders. We need to let them defend, right? We need to, we need a massive streamlined grants program to fund them. We need to give all those, cybersecurity graduates who can't find jobs because they need 4 years of experience to get an entry-level job. We need to put in place the roadmaps, the mentors, to put the funding in to, have mentors accompany them to these organizations that need the help. We need to have those organizations not be tied up with a whole bunch of grant writing to do that. I mean, heaven knows the number of fire departments I've had to help write grants, right? We need to make it easy for the defenders who we have, who want to defend, to actually defend. And as a former teaching academic, the fact that the people who want to do this have so many roadblocks before they can actually do this pisses me off. I'm sorry, right? They want to do this, they have the skills, and everywhere they turn, they get kicked. Why?
Change is hard. Now, I don't have a good answer to that, but I think part of the reason we're here is to look at what we can do, and that's a good point. There's lots of things that can be done. There's lots of things that we can do. Probably finding a way to let defenders defend is something that needs to be done. I meant this, or we meant this, in the context of what can you do? And if you don't do anything to prepare for an event of any variety, when that event hits, you don't want to be the one, if I'm going to try to help when something happens, I need to be able to have water to drink, food to eat. I need to be prepared to be able to defend. So I'm being subtly told that
we'll have about five minutes left. To respond to your point, one of the things that we can do is maybe accelerate the national program for getting more people in position. So if I were to go back and tweak this slide, to defend, we need defenders in defensible positions.
Yes, exactly. So what else do you two want to talk about in 4 minutes?
I mean, do you want to wrap up?
No, I'm happy to let you wrap up.
Okay. Well, I think this has been a productive session. Clearly, there's a lot of people with a lot of passion for this type of a topic. There's a lot of good ideas that I heard coming from all across the room, which was really nice. I think the thing that I would want to leave you with is, first, even if you believe that this is an implausible scenario, a 1 in 7.9 million odds, we prepare for much less plausible scenarios every single day. We do, at hospitals, we do tornado drills in places that don't get tornadoes. Hurricane drills in places that don't get hurt. We do other drills in places where you won't see those types of disasters. We can also do those types of things for much more likely types of scenarios, because whether it's a war or friendly fire from a software vendor, these types of crises will happen. They will become more increasing as our dependence on connected technology continues to increase. I think that it sounds like there's a lot of excitement to do things. I heard several suggestions about get involved locally. Meet your neighbor, I think, is a great one. Meet other people is also a great one. Go and talk to people about what you're passionate about. I've had great experiences like finding random people. I recently moved, and there was a guy moving stuff into my house, like from a big warehouse someplace. And he came in and he saw a DEF CON, so he's like, "Oh, you went to DEF CON one time?" I'm like, "Yeah, let me tell you about this." And like we just sat there and talked for like 20 minutes about cybersecurity and about hacking. He's like, "This is so cool, I love it." So people are really excited to engage about something that you're excited about, and also something as cool as what we get to do every single day, because it is kind of rad. So I think, like Josh, I think it was Josh who said yesterday, go out and stare at somebody else's shoes, or maybe that was Stick Codes. Casey John Ellis. So getting out and meeting people and being prepared for things in that human way is a good next step to take. Also continuing to be passionate about the things you're passionate about, to fight for getting more people employed in good positions who are capable and have those experiences and backgrounds. These are all going to be effective practices. And to look at some of the programs that are standing up, there have been several that stood up in the past few years. In addition to I Am the Cavalry, there are things like the CTI League, all volunteer programs. There are things like the Civilian Cyber Corps. There are other nonprofit and for-profit and just pure volunteer opportunities to get engaged and get involved, to get outside of the work that you do maybe every single day and do it more broadly to serve your community. So those are my takeaways from this.
Okay, please join me in thanking these two fine people.
All right, we're going to try to close out the track. So just need a few more minutes of your time. All right, first off, that was heavy. So take a deep breath and exhale. I appreciate everyone's willingness, especially today. We asked you yesterday and today to get comfortable with some discomfort, at least for the day or two. Most of you come to the desert to see your friends, see your chosen family, pick up some technical skills, buy some swag, etc. So these heavier topics is a choice, and we appreciate that you've chosen to spend some time with us. If you didn't catch everything, it's all been recorded, and we really try to design and curate a really holistic experience. Not just who we pick and the topics, and we challenge them to lean in a little harder on their topics, but also to cross-reference each other and build on each other. So if you did miss any of the content, we'd highly encourage you take a look. If you like this, we'd love to hear that. We'd like to hear a trio. So whether it's now, at the party, online, what was the strongest thing that you experienced or heard? What was the weakest thing that we could do to improve? There's always the strongest, there's always the weakest. And what was the key takeaway that you would tell a peer or a friend from any single talk or the whole experience? So with that, this year, I want to recap a couple of the things we hoped we got across on our 11th year of doing this. Number one, we are clearly over-dependent on undependable technologies in areas affecting public safety, economic, and national security, and increasingly the public is noticing. And that overdependence has exposed us to accidents like software glitches and adversaries like ransom crews doing pretty serious damage to healthcare, for example. We know it could get worse, that if we have a conflict, it'll be a hybrid conflict, whether it starts with disruption of our critical infrastructure or it's just a tool of war in the arsenal of any sort of execution of a campaign. And we're not ready for that. We have not slammed top-down federal programs and national security things. In fact, I believe we've identified there's some good things underway. They're just going to take too long. So we tried to introduce the idea of some urgency. And when we founded this, we said, the cavalry isn't coming. No one's going to save you. And that it can either be overwhelming towards nihilism and or empowering. Because it says, if no one's coming to fix this, what am I willing and able to do? And your posture changes. And we do have some time. Maybe less time than we'd like, maybe less time than we need, but we are not powerless. In fact, we're hackers. Pretty damn innovative. We make things do things they were never intended to do. We find a way through. We get initial access, we privilege escalate, we move laterally. We are tenacious and creative, and we usually get to pop shell. So we want you to feel like you're an active participant, and there are things you can do. We also talked about that we got some the cavalry will continue in its independent form. We're encouraging people to down-click on the most life-sensitive, time-sensitive things like water, like food, like power, and like emergency medicine, especially in the target-rich cyber-poor communities that you live in. On top of that, we did announce yesterday Undisrupted 27, which is a philanthropically funded campaign from Craig Newmark of Craigslist through IST, the Institute for Security and Technology. And I'm going to lead that effort. If you haven't signed up for the Slack yet on the site, just go to undisruptable27.org. It'll redirect you to IST. And this is the idea of maybe starting to do A/B testing to talk to the the citizens, the municipal leadership, and the owners and operators who have largely been excluded from these conversations but are increasingly noticing our failures. So this isn't to necessarily make things from whole cloth, but meeting people where they are, finding the right love language. It's not going to be cyber, it's not going to be resilience per se, but find ways to be forthright with them, to inform them, to influence their behavior and inspire them. And we're going to have to come up with scripts to equip you if you're going to be part of that solution. So that is just starting yesterday. We are hiring for that nonprofit endeavor, but we really want to tap into any of your native skills for that, because that's how we're going to bridge the divide between the really good strategic things that are happening too slowly and the fast approaching consequences that are going to affect our families. So I would encourage you to start small and ask what you can do for your own household. How are you going to be less dependent on those finite resources if these are disrupted? And then let's use this year to learn gardening, to buy some life straws, to get some iodine tablets, to meet your neighbors, to start to build trust relationships and terraform the space so that when we have some good ready-made scalable solutions, we use them. So with that, I'm really grateful for the community that's been coming here increasingly as we've ratcheted up the heat and the consequences, but it's because we respect you and we know how powerful you are. And we know that we can play a key role, either in a supporting actor or a leading actor, but ask yourself what you're willing and able to do, and we can't wait to hear from you. Thank you.